I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 We gotta move
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last.
tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. My mind till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only advice for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling at defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. Turn off the music, I ain't playing anymore. I seeked out what you're hiding, so I'm not keeping score. No, believe me, there ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't nothing you ain't told me before. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new.
type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I Here's all tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a You're spinning round, spinning round.
小屋的3个人要这么给了上炮，哎呦！哇，小屋
闪现一勾，点燃挂上。
对手一个 EQ，再加一个阿奇的这一波，哈萨环打得很不错。
一钩子接灯笼，2个人一起把鳄鱼钟摆刷到2个，我的天，这波6镜头太凶了。上来全点了，小航查一丝血，飞机炸药包过来，换到了金克斯，上来球球吧，还没死，这个吹爆 Q。有英雄登场，英雄登场击飞4个，手里红白刀，飞轮直接白刀自出，拿到第1个人。
他再过来，直接闪现摸眼，一脚踢回了 Elk， 行云流水的一波。
Welcome, everyone, as we are here for the final day of week number 4. Yes, adjust your glasses, Ox, because we've got some bangers lined up here. I am Mazel, joined by the lovely Ox, and we are going to guide you through the first series of the night here. But first, Ox, my friend, we had some games last night that were very interesting, and I, for one, had a lot of fun. The first match of the night was our defending world champion, going up against Team W. 2-0 victory, dominant fashion. Then we had a breakneck series between Weibo Gaming and FPX. 2-1 in favor of Weibo. 2-0, come in hot, RNG versus TES. Now at 6-1 in their standings, Ox.
Yeah, I think the results we got were kind of the expected ones, but I feel like that EDG WE one, you know, it was a massive stomp, but that Weibo FPX, it was fairly close at times, and FPX, it feels like they're still missing elements, and then there's left the middle of the pack, but still able to go toe-to-toe with Weibo and at least take a game off them, and we can see how the standings have panned out. At this point, RNG in first, but having played 2 more series than both EDG and LNG, so definitely opportunity for them to catch them up.
I'm just excited to see EDG, LNG right there at each other's throats, both undefeated. We'll see who can last the longest in that streak. And, you know, obviously the middle of the pack, very contested. The bottom of the pack, pretty contested as well. Very close in that. I mean, a couple wins bring you up here or there. Team WE still looking for that first series win. But tonight, our slate of action here in the LPL Coliseum. We've got Rare Adam taking on Anyone's Legend for the first series tonight. IG versus V5 with Rookie's old home going at it. Oh my God, that's such a great game. And then we have BLG trying to knock down the hot streak that is LNG. Ox, it's a wonderful way to finish off week 4, ain't it?
Absolutely. I mean, BLG LNG looks like it's going to be an absolute banger, but then we have the storylines of V5 IG. But honestly, holding on this first series, this is a really important series for both of these teams, right? When you're sort of at the bottom of the standings, every win is super important. And when, you know, you're playing another team around your level, it gets even more vital, right? RA and AL going up against the likes of EDG would be a difficult match, but going up against each other, both will want to be coming away with this win.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we're going to go ahead and dive into today's first match, which is that Rare Adam versus Anyone's Legend matchup. Very, very contested. As you said, very important for both teams. And very important for Rare Adam is Leon in the jungle. And this guy, he is the running machine, I feel like, of RA. You've got a lot of fine pieces around him, but if he gets the right champion, if he gets the right tempo, Leon will run away with it.
And I feel like we've seen a lot from Leon where the team have played for him and then that's sort of paid back towards him, right? Really high in terms of damage per minute, gold per minute. And that obviously is always a factor when you look at the champions he's picking, but it's also how the team have played. So when we actually look at their recent series against V5, he was on the Nidalee in this game, so this is kind of how you should be playing Nidalee. This is kind of a consistent thing that we see in the series, where we have his team looking to move, to assist him, to invade, to get advantages, and build up a lead that he can use to impact the entire map and the game.
And for me, it's the variation, right? You have the big staple junglers right now in the Lisa and the J4, the Viego even coming through. But then you have the aggressive picks that fit that style we want to see a Leon on. The Rek'Sai played 3 times, is both played champion. You've got the Nidalee, the Poppy thrown in there, not as much of a kill-stealing machine, but still very strong in its own right. The Kiana as well. It's the spice of life for Leon.
Yeah, and again, it's the team assisting him. This is examples of iBoy and Zora moving up to help him go for an invade, and then that same game later, Strive making sure he could move so that Cast is denied the scuttle. And it was just like a consistent thing in this game that the team is there to facilitate and allow him to go for these more aggressive plays and garner up a pretty significant advantage. And in the end, they actually still lost that game, but I think it's very clear that one of the big identities is getting Leon ahead and then allowing him to sort of be that big pivotal piece in their team.
Yeah, and like tonight is gonna be a pretty big test, I feel like, because he's got another aggressive jungler on the other side that we'll get to in Xiao Hao. But for me, turning the page over to Anyone's Legend, that Friday series, we're gonna go ahead and call it Friday Night Lights because you know, the American in me just jumping out. But that Friday series, my goodness, yes, I'm a little biased because I got to cast it. First game, we thought it was going to be an Ultra Prime easy night. Easy 2-0. No big deal. 23 minutes or so. Like, it's fine. Coming back with a vengeance was Anyone's Legend. It really showed both sides to their playstyle, it felt like.
Yeah, and I would agree. I feel like coming in the series, Ultra Prime looked like probably the better team, right? Similar in terms of standings, but AL had some rough series so far. but it really came down to the carry potential of Betty as the series panned out. I think that, having that reliable late game carry to lean on is such a massive factor when it comes to them closing out games. And honestly, if they can keep him safe and keep him on a good pick, you just see how much work can get done.
Yeah, and that was like the developing story over the entirety of the series itself. But for me, it was also like the draft adaptation that came through, because here in the first game, right, it looked okay for Anyone's Legend. There were some fights that were going very good in the very beginning, but this one started off very good. The overextension, the staying, and a little bit of calling there as well definitely came back to bite them.
Yeah, it felt like there's a lot of back and forth, and this was kind of the pivotal fight of the game where AL are nearly finding the advantage, but if you look at the top of the screen, those are the 4K gold disadvantage. And if you think about how close this fight is, potentially if the gold had been a bit closer, this could have been them taking it, but you'll see how they're able to constantly look for these re-engages. But again, health bar's getting low, a lot of gold coming in, and when Cryon returns as well with a TP from ZS, that's when it all starts to fall apart.
Yeah, it's just a quick turn of the dice, and AL just found themselves lacking there. But that's where, coming into the next game, the craziness starts happening, right? Like you see yourself, we're 17.5 minutes in, Ultra Prime baiting out the fight here before, but it's all about calm, calculated decision making. And yes, it doesn't look that great to start off, but Betty in these last two games was practically untouched.
Absolutely, and I think that's the thing, right? If you get to these team fighting stages where Betty has a good amount of gold, where the team isn't really behind, he's just able to position so well, constantly get the damage off, and it just makes me think it's insane that he's able to get Jinx at this point. So good on the champion, but then we saw in game 3, ended up getting Zeri, and I mean, this champion is pretty insane. And I was so excited coming back from Chinese New Year to see some of the LPL AD carries playing this pick scene, what they could do, and man, did Betty deliver.
And it was Elk picking it up the other two games, and then in game number 3, Betty's like, it's my turn. I want to have some fun. And I was feeling him right alongside him. Like every time the lightning crash was used, I was getting hyphy over here because those plays were nuts. And it really showed a part of AL that I have been appreciating a lot of, and it's when it all falls together, it looks clean. If they have the engaged front line, if they can peel for Betty, and Betty is the main carry, you have a wonderful supporting cast over there. But that's where I want to dive into that question a little bit more, because I did say there were two sides to Anyone's Legend in that series. In the first game, yes, Chocho on the Braum, an engaged support. It did not work out for them. But when you give him the Leonas, when you give him the Nautiluses, the Rakans, he is a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, it's these defensive picks, right? And you'd think having Betty as an AD carry, Lulu, Yumi, Braum, these picks would be a great facilitation tool. But honestly, I will tell you this, Mazel, the picks on the sad side, 0% win rate so far, right? Really not being showing up on those. And I don't think this is down to Chocho individually, right? I think this is more down to how the team functions when he has these picks on the happy side. When he has that hard engage and can be that primary tool to start fights, they just function so much better. It's so much smoother. So I think this is going to be a really important factor. I expect at this point, we've seen enough series from Anyone's Legend. I feel like they should so far actually think, right, we need Chocho on these engaged champions. But if they do start picking up those sort of defensive enchanter picks, I'll be very disappointed.
Yeah, it comes down to the philosophy, the like shot calling hierarchy in the game, especially because it was just a noticeable difference to me when Chocho felt confident to be the shot caller, be like, we going in, Lego, and it all just falls in behind. But whenever it's a little hesitant, whenever the lead, obviously the lead makes it a little bit easier, but whenever the games are very tight and maybe the shot calling is a little bit different, things don't go as planned. So that's definitely where I'm looking at tonight, is what kind of form is Chocho on? Because if Anyone's Legend can take 2 wins back to back quickly like this, a Friday and a Sunday, that's a huge momentum booster for them going forward into the season.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, they have played a lot of series so far, so even if they do win this, their position's not exactly super safe, but getting 3 wins would bump them up substantially. And again, this is why it's so important when you're playing against a team similar to you in the standings. These teams are next to each other in the standings, right? If you beat Rare Adam, it's kind of like a leapfrog situation, right? You create a lot of space between someone who's a direct competitor, whereas if you lose, the reverse happens. So really a vital one here. And I think draft is going to be a big factor. I really want to see what Betty's going to get his hands on. I really want to see Chocho going for those engaged champions. And honestly, talking about that, it's not just a Chocho thing. I think this is kind of a common thing throughout the LPL where a lot of teams prefer their supports on these engaged champions. It's very much become a default. And
Hey, we like to
haven't
fight
seen...
in the LPL.
Absolutely. And we haven't seen that adaptation to the enchanter meta that's, you know, prevalent in the LCK or even cropping up in NA and EU as well. And I think Chocho is like one of the biggest examples of that. And, you know, I can remember times when I was playing competitively and I, you know, had a Braum game where I felt like I couldn't do anything, you know, and I've had moments where I've been like, don't pick me Braum again. I don't want to play this champion. I want to go in, and I can 100% empathize with it.
I just think it's funny. All I think of is like the Drake meme. Is like I see like the NA, EU, LCK meta. Like I don't need that. I like the LPL meta. We go in. We got the engages. All right, we're fine here. But I want to turn that attention to RA on the other side, right? We've talked up AL. We've said how important this win would be, right, in building some of that confidence. But RA on the other side, they need some of that confidence. They need to get these tools all working together as it just. That confidence building for RA in specific, especially after last year and the things that happened, right? It needs to find some traction here in spring.
Absolutely. And I'm really interested. We talked a lot about bot lane for anyone's legend. RA, I'm looking at the mid jungle, right? Nidalee already banned away from Lien, but I think regardless of what he ends up picking, I want to see a mid laner for Strive that can really facilitate him, that can apply that pressure, that can allow him to get an advantage and lean towards his jungler. It's so vital to have mid priority if you want to play a more aggressive jungle style, if you want to try and garner significant advantages for yourself. But we have flown through the bans. Corki, Diana, Nidalee banned away a lot of those farming junglers, but Zeri left open and available.
Of course it's going to be first pick. Come on. You leave
No
that
surprise
open.
there.
I've been really liking the responses into Zeri, though. But the question is, can you carry as hard? I also like to see RA banning out Forge's Akali. He's had some pretty pop-off performances here recently. And that you were talking about Strive. Forge on the other side is going to be a pretty tough opponent, right? He's been having solid performances and is a pretty stable piece for AL to work around. And here it is. Maybe we'll get the first pick. Yep, they know what they need to get. All right, they've been
on the happy side.
honing it in. The happy side is here for anyone's legend, as Chocho will pick up the Nautilus.
And I think, honestly, Nautilus is a great pick into the Zeri specifically because she's so mobile. Skill shots can be a bit tricky to connect with, but your ultimate, there's no dodging that. And wow, what a surprise, Mazel. Betty on the Jinx. I am shocked.
Wow. No way. I'm getting recollections to the 50-foot Betty again. I don't know if you watched the series that night, but yeah, Betty on Jinx, very terrifying. And honestly, now it's up to RA to find the responses that you really need, right? And like lockdown, especially to make sure the target selection onto Betty is there. Their choice is the Rise, and I actually like that for Strive and for the mobility on the team.
Yeah, I think the roaming potential really strong. A lot of early pressure you can apply, and if you lean down towards bot, you can do a lot. I feel like here you either take in your support if you really focus on that matchup. Leona would be solid, or a jungler. I think Jarvan could actually be okay here with obviously the lack of mobility on the Jinx, but it looks like they might be leaning a bit more towards that Viego. So definitely something that works well with the Rise. Rise is lockdown. You try and burst out a single target, get the reset for the Viego, and then hopefully give yourself the momentum in that fight. On the other side, now Hao's going to pick up the Lee Sin, so a fair bit of early pressure. Now, I expect anyone's legend probably to be looking at support bans in this situation, right? They're going to have first choice on top laners here. For the side of Rare Adam, I think, you know, maybe there's some things like the Gwen you're concerned about, but also any mid lane picks. You don't want Forge playing into the Rise. Maybe the Victor is something you could get rid of.
And I really, they're going to go with the Yugi. So a little bit of enchanter bans away from anyone's legend. I'm still obviously looking for a little bit more frontline beefiness for RA, I feel like, especially the mobility that they have, a little bit of the lockdown that they have, it would fit with it. But obviously choice is starting to whittle down a little bit, and I wonder if anyone's legend is going to pinch that champ pool anymore, if they just stick to the enchanters potentially, as Renekton banned away by RA.
I really would like Leona ban here from anyone's legend. It's a good matchup in a Nautilus, and I think the main thing Rare Adam's missing right now is engage, right? Anyone's legend already has a Jinx, so their composition is just flat out going to be quite long ranged, right? And if you're not able to get on top of a could be having a rough time. So for me, Leona makes a lot of sense in this situation. But they're actually going to go for the Jace. That sets up for a Gwen ban, right? Jace, one of the matchups that actually can punish the Gwen quite heavily. It feels a little bit telegraphed here from anyone's legend as a 4th pick Gwen. I think Rare Adam probably just have to ban that away in this situation. But we'll see if they feel similarly, if they want to go in a different direction.
And Leona would be a first stage pickup for this year, at least for Yanja on Rare Adam. So obviously probably plays the champion. That means nothing at all.
I don't think you can be an LPL support and not play Leona.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna lead into. I think that's like part of the LPL carding process. If you cannot play Leona, you're out. But the fact of the matter is, you still do have these solo lanes to be picked up for anyone's legend, and to match a little bit of that mobility. I would have liked to see the Twisted Fate, but they actually go with the Orianna, which we have been seeing rise a little bit in priority and competitive.
He can trade well into the Rise, can contest priority, has the shielding for the Jinx, but also it's a short-range composition so far from Rare Adam. Makes it very difficult to play around the Shockwave, right? You can't just stand at a mass distance and fire away damage, because you're going to have to come in close to be able to lay down yours. Now, Leona is going to be the option, I hope, coming out for Rare Adam, but we'll see what they want to take in the top side here. They are just going to go for the Graves. Pretty safe blind in most situations in this meta. Can just farm up, especially with the Jace off the cards. And then that Leona is going to come in, so they have their form up, engage the team. But again, this is a short-range composition for Rare Adam. We'll see what anyone's legend want to round out with. I think they have a pretty free choice, right? They've got a strong backline already. They got engage tools. I think they really just want to pick something that gives ZDZ a solid matchup and allows them to farm up.
So one thing for anyone's legend that we've been kind of tracking over these last weeks or so, obviously coming off the break, is the fact that they do typically, or tend to at least, draft 1-3-1 comps or split lane comps, but then they play a more team fight oriented style in the game. But here, I thought maybe we're just gonna get the full committal to team fight, right? They've got the Orianna, they're gonna go for the picks with Xiao Hao and the lockdown, this target selection. They draft the Camille to add a little bit of spice there. They still get the lockdown, but they have the potential for ZDZ to run the side lanes as well.
Yeah, I will say that, you know, compared to the Jax, at least the Camille offers more in team fights, right? Her ult alone makes her a pretty difficult one to deal with. And I do think that having Graves and Rise means that I don't think RA are that concerned about the side lane threat, right? As long as one of them can answer the Camille, you can obviously hold up well on a 1-3-1, and Graves, he can just delete waves pretty comfortably. So I think they should be okay there. But again, if they snowball this Camille, it can completely change the shape of the game. But for me, Rare Adam, right, we talked about Leon being a big player that they like to play towards. They have that priority. Well, they have that Rise pick that's going to be looking to find priority once he gets a few levels and some mana items behind him, and then he can use his ult to move with the Viego and look to try and snowball this game. On the other side, though, Xiao Hao on the Lee Sin, definitely a pick with a lot of early agency.
Absolutely. That jungle matchup going to be pivotal to the early parts of this game, but I like that you foreshadowed some of the duo matchups we'll get to check out as we are loading on to the Rift. You see the logos come across your screen, and that means it's ready for fight night. It's the last night of week number 4. It's the final super weekend night of week number 4, and we are here with Rare Adam taking on anyone's legend.
Big one for both teams. Wins at this point critical when you're staring down a lot of previous series losses, so no doubt both teams coming out swinging. And I think honestly, coming out of draft, both teams can be relatively happy with what they got, right? I think RA ran things out well by picking up the Leona. Betty is on Rise. That's enough for anyone's legend to be happy. Well, okay, that, and they have Joe-Chon and Engage support, right? Those are the tick 2 boxes. Everything else is kind of just background noise, right? As long as you have that, I think the win con is there.
So I do want to talk about those win cons a little bit, because we foreshadowed the very beginning of the day, right? Talking a little bit about Leon versus Xiao Hao. Both some rising junglers in LPL itself. Leon with a little bit more track record than Xiao Hao. But it is in essence these aggressive junglers who are going to dictate the early pace of the game. And if we get any of that invading, if we get any of that cheekiness here between these two, that's what I'm definitely looking for. But when we press into that mid game, it's about how they link up with the rest of the team. Xiaohao with Chocho. How do they get something going with themselves? Chocho being the main engager. And on the other side, you mentioned it already, Leyen with Strive. How do they make this mid jungle duo compete?
I think the big thing is that as much as, you know, early skirmishes could be okay for RA, post level 6 is where they really come online with regards to the Rise Viego. Viego having his ultimate means he can reset really easily. Yeah, a lot of heavy trading bot lane.
Boy, playing real aggressive. Gets the Ignite burned on him from Chocho. He was popping some shots into Betty. Not doing too much damage. Those fishbone rockets do a little bit more.
Next to the minions.
It's just hurting a little bit.
I mean, this is one of the things you have to be a little bit cautious against the Jinx because the range advantage is going to favor Betty, but they do have the prio now. You see Strive able to move and get some vision down, attack Xiaohao. And again, the Lee Sin is going to outmatch the Viego before level 6. But I think the big thing is after that point, right? In those skirmishes, you get a reset, you get another use of your ultimate. It also means if you end up possessing a champion, you can burn all their abilities and then ult out like pretty much instantly to get value. But that's the point I'm really looking for RA to spike, and I think that mid game is really vital for them. Zeri obviously scales fantastically, but the thing is, I think anyone's legend has a lot of good tools in the later stages to deal with them, right? So that's my only concern. Is if you go late, you're up against the Jinx, you're up against Orianna, you have point and click lockdown. Speaking of lockdown, a lot of fighting in this bot lane still.
Yancha just really wants to fight, man. He's like going in at every chance. Xiaohao, speaking of fighting, he's caught Cube. Cube's gonna need to be a little bit careful. Has the flash, but he's not gonna even burn it because he knows he's dead. AL pick up first blood.
Yeah, really good AD gank, and on a Camille as well. Definitely gonna appreciate that one. You obviously, if you get that Camille ahead, it can make a massive difference in this matchup, especially up against the Graves, who is, you know, a champion offers pretty much just damage. Put him behind and you will pay the benefits. And it's good to see Xiaohao, right, making some things happen. I think some of his games have been a little bit slower at times in the league, which has been a bit of a negative, but a great gank angle, right? The ward hop over the wall, circumvents the ward. Cube really overextended, and with his jungle on the other side, this is just a very dangerous position to get in. You know that Cube wanted to crash the wave before this could happen, but unfortunately was not able to do so.
Yeah, just a bit of mistiming there, trying to get a little bit more than bit off a little bit more than he gets you, I guess. But right back to it is the Graves, right? Got to keep that confidence up with the low range, very high damage Graves in top lane for Cube. But now that makes me want to look back towards this jungle path, and because Xiaohao has already stricken first blood, and we said we wanted both these junglers to be very aggressive. That's where we see the best play coming out from them, and I'm looking for Lan's response at this point.
Yeah, I think he's honestly just happy just farming up at the moment. Him pathing towards bot side is kind of twofold. One, it sets up potential angles if they do want to look for an invade into the enemy jungle, but also it covers his bot lane. You think about how aggressive Ivory and Yuandra have been in the laning phase. They wouldn't be able to do that if they didn't have a jungler on side.
You said he was fine farming, but Lan has other ideas, all right, Ox? You know, in the LPL, we don't like farming. We like killing people. And they're going to bring Strive up here as well. ZDZ with a beautiful hook shot. Flash from Lan. Are they going to be able to get him? The slow is enough? No way. The 3-man dive in top lane goes awry. And RA come away with nothing except for a few summoner spells burned.
Yeah, hard to punish ZDZ, right? Won the Camille, and I think the critical thing is it's pre-6. You don't have the execute damage from Leanne. You don't have the Realm Warp from Strive to chase down the Camille. They just don't have as many tools to pull that off, and ZDZ makes a great call to disengage. We will see a trade-off here. Xiaohao's going to take the Raptors, but Leanne will just be happy to trade that off on the other side.
Done from anyone's legend, kind of taking some of that early pressure. It's only the first strike from RA, as bot lane looked pretty good for iBoy so far, keeping Betty pressed up into the tower and having a decent CS difference.
Yeah, should be able to make up a fair bit of that with this wave, but it's just been a lot of Yuandra and iBoy applying the pressure in this laning phase, and it's kind of expected because, you know, the Jinx is looking to scale up. Oh, nice.
Well, here we go. That's how you turn this around, right? You just go on to iBoy and you kill him, right? Oh my god, they don't get him. But Yuyanja in some trouble himself. They do have the lockdown, but the flash comes out. The stun, the dredge line, there you go. But the tankiness from Yuyanja. Is that another fight where we will not get blood drawn? But Strive, he's got the shockwave used on him, and there you go. There's blood for the blood god. A Xiaohao takes his second kill.
Good to see from Xiaohao, and again, they're looking for the 2v2 mid before you have the 6 available to the end.
Lost Ock, perhaps, but we're still in it here as Yuyanja.
Can you hear me now?
Stay safe under his tower here, just a little bit at least.
Can you hear me now? I don't know if you can hear me or not.
And we'll get a little replay of that real quick. Xiaohao, they thought they caught him. They thought they had him. But they didn't. And Strive unfortunately pays the price there. But as we are going to continue to see AL doing some work early part. And
can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Hello?
But I don't know if
I
they
don't know
can
if I'm
hear.
coming
So I'm
through.
gonna keep solo cast until we get to go ahead. But
I have no idea.
AL needed this early advantage. At least we set it up for Xiaohao on the Lee Sin, trying to get that going, and it's been working out so far for her. But I'm still waiting for the answer from RA. I'm still looking where they can find their own advantage. Steady down on the bot side against iBoy, still being pressured down there. But it's been interesting because iBoy so far has had the pressure, but as soon as AL want to turn it around, they are able to. And unfortunately, hasn't ended up in a kill on iBoy just yet, but we'll see how that turns out. I guess Chocho still playing pretty aggressive up there. You want to look at this dragon potential here. We see that Lian is heading down towards the bot side of the map. Maybe we will get the dragon focus here, but LPL, we don't like dragons. All right, we want kills. We want blood. Dragons can come later when you know you're gonna win. Xiaohao,
okay,
revisiting the top side of the map.
Can you hear me now?
I do hear you, mister.
Okay, apparently I was still coming through, so I don't know what's going on.
Perfect.
I don't know what's going on, but look, I'm back. It's here, working real good. Thank you. And we're seeing RA find some pressure in the spotlight. This is going to be the consistent theme, right? This 2v2 very threatening, and Chocho found that beautiful angle before that didn't lead to a kill, but they still have to be really concerned about the power of that.
Oh, he got it. All right, Lian got the Rift Herald. Love that. But the Hextech may have used on a cute, and he's got 2 members of AL right here with them. Oh, the collateral damage not enough to get ZDZ, but Cube gets out with his life.
Yeah, I think ultimately a lot of range to cover for Xiaohao to get there if he wanted to be able to try and burst out Cube. Cube flashing away, and obviously the Hextech ultimatum not lasting long enough. But at the end of the day, Lian gets the Herald. He's pretty happy with that. Looks like they could just throw it down mid, but instead they're actually going for a run bot lane. And if I am Betty and Chocho, I am pretty scared right now. But it looks like for the time being, they'll just clear out some vision in the river, establish control of the Dragon area. And honestly, this could be the first Drake of the game that's being picked up here.
We'll finally get our first dragon at 10 minutes in the game, as his late dragons taking at least has been the name of the game so far in LPL, it feels. But it's still something for RA to hold on to. It's something that they are able to grab onto into this game, because AL have come up big with the first parts of the series, or at least parts of the game so far, in terms of responding and shot calling. But it's still RA neck and neck in gold and finding their own advantage.
Yeah, and I think the thing is as well is we've hit that point I was talking about when Lian has access to his ultimate, Rise has access to his ultimate. It's at this point where I feel like the skirmishing can really pay off. You have the threat of the Rise constantly moving to the side lanes, which make things a little bit tricky. Now, we do see actually the whole breaker on the Graves, which I'm not... I have seen this before. I think it's okay. I'm not really a fan of it in this matchup, though, because Camille does a lot of true damage, right? And it gives you resistances, so not really... Probably the best option
lightning
there.
crash goes in. Depth charge was utilized though, as Lian really wants to get Betty. Chocho does not get connected onto by the solar flare, and yet another attempt by RA goes wide.
Yeah, and AL able to get out, but this tower is pretty low. I don't think they can stick around for this one with the Herald coming in.
They got some help on the way, but it's not going to be here for a while. But they catch Leyen! No! Leyen gets out. No, Chocho kills him. iBoy's going to die to the excited Betty. And there you go. Everything coming up aces for anyone's legend as the dredge line connects as well. Forge gets his own kill, and it's everyone's having a party for anyone's legend.
Absolute disaster for Rare Adam, and AL just stay up, right? They feel confident. Betty on the Jinx, and we're gonna get a bit more action here.
Oh my god, the wombo combo!
The ult.
This is tragedy, Ox. Tragedy unfolding like a play at a wonderful theater. Everyone has had their say here for anyone's legend, and everything is going their way.
Winning across the board, right? They managed to stop the tower take despite the Herald getting the plates, and it's just Leon overstepping, disrespecting the Jinx, disrespecting Betty. The resets come in.
Now, coming out from AL, they are literally fighting anytime, anywhere. They are everywhere. The flash shockwave, yet another body is going to be stacked up by anyone's legend. Leyen wants to turn it around, though. Forge has no mana, but it doesn't matter. No. He's got the support of his teammates, and friendships make dreams work. Xiaohao, 4 kills on the board.
The confidence coming in from Forge and the team there to back it up. We're going to replay. And Leon, this is just disrespectful, right? You're walking up on the tower, you're taking damage from the Jinx, and then Chocho again with a beautiful connection on that dredge line. The tower aggro as well with the Herald dying, and then iBoy gets caught up by the resets. Honestly, Chocho, I mean, this is the happy side, right? This is what we want to see. You want to see Chocho on these
real
picks,
happy
and he's
side.
absolutely delivering.
They
and
are
then here,
winning.
I think this is the Hextech ultimatum that stops as he flashes, but the R's already been pressed by Camille, not able to teleport out. But yeah, really lovely execution from AL. They're now 2,000 gold up, 8 kills to 0. And I said, Leon and Strive, they're level 6 spike. They can lean into side lanes, but disrespectful play means they are really far behind right now. It's going to be a difficult one to come back into. I feel like any game where you're behind against a Jinx, it's kind of feels bad.
And it is an extra feels bad because it wasn't like RA were not trying things, right? Like, it was multiple attempted ganks from Leyen that just were barely missing the mark, and they couldn't find them. And then it was completely turned around every time by AL. So that's what feels even worse. It's like they were so close to actually making things work out in the early game for them. But that's the double-edged sword of trying to put your eggs in the early game skirmishing basket. And AL apparently are just the farmers here.
Yeah, and I mean, they can be really happy with the situation they're in. I think the critical thing is this next Herald's going to be coming up fairly soon. Dragon's going to be coming up. I want to see AL. They have the gold lead. They should start to look picking up these neutral objectives and trying to crack down those towers. The second Herald's particularly useful to do so. If they can take that mid-tier 1, allows them to sort of apply pressure in the side lanes. But still, you have to be a little bit concerned. This is how RA should play, is for the numbers advantage. You have the Rise still. You have the Realm Warp. He has the Everfrost in pocket as well. You need to basically find a scenario where it's 4 against 2, 3 against 2, kill someone quickly, and then get out before AL brings reinforcements. Because right now, if you go up against that Lee Sin, it's going to be pretty scary.
What I'm seeing right now is RA say, all right, we are down. We are out of luck. It is 0-8. Let's get iBoy going. Let's get iBoy some kills. Leyen, stay down here until something happens. Until now Q getting baited out in the transition, as he is caught by Forge, and Xiaohao puts some damage onto Forge, but Xiaohao picks up his 5th kill of the game, and the item discrepancy is starting to show.
And Xiaohao's just doing a great job, right? I feel like there's been some series where he's been a little bit inactive compared to this, and I was seeing the Lee Sin, I was like, you need to have a proactive game in this one, and he has. He's just been delivering, constantly finding these pick windows. They won't go for the dragon, but they will pick up this Herald. It does mean that RA has 2 in pocket, but again, that's not too meaningful unless they can sort of round that out into a soul. So for now, we can see AL being happy. ZDZ has some low time on that top lane tower, chunking that down. And on top of that, with a Herald in pocket, they can easily use that if they want to secure potentially that mid lane tier 1.
A little bit of lane mix-up here as Betty going towards this mid lane, trying to get some damage there. But all lanes pushing, at least for now, in the top and the mid for AL. try to actually get this outer tower. Looks like it's going to be easily secured. And Xiao taking the reset with the Rift Herald Eye. Looking for where they're going to utilize that, either mid or bot.
Yeah, and I'm still, I talked a little bit about it before, but I didn't get a ton of time. The thing with the Hull Breaker, I've seen Hull Breaker into the likes of, I guess, great. He just can't kill the cannons, right? The extra resistances makes it very hard to deal with you. But the problem with it here is that what Hull Breaker does is when you're alone, right, it gives you extra resistances. And it also gives the cannon minion extra resistances. DDZ does a lot of 2 damage, so it's just not a factor. Oh, looks like they're finding a play.
That's a little rough, Yuyanja. He got out with the blast code. Whew. That is a little too close for comfort. Land actually looking to get some damage, but misses it on Xiao. How again, just showing his face onto the map. Just seems like he is everywhere. There's multiples of him.
Yeah, he's constantly fishing for these pick opportunities. The one downside of this situation is that he has the Rift Herald in pocket. Honestly, it's one of the worst things on Lee Sin when you want to ward hop and you have the Rift Herald. So you force to use a control ward, or if you don't have one available, you're unable to use it. You see Forge looking for Strive.
Oh, the combo again. Strive actually stepping forward, putting a little bit of damage back onto Forge as Strive again revisiting that point a little bit more as iBoy and Betty go at it in mid lane. Strive still needs to be a pretty big force to be reckoned with for RA if they want to be successful. And we talked a lot about the mid jungle duo for them and how that needs to come alive. It's been non-existent this game. It's definitely shown where that difference making is.
Yeah, and oh, engage coming in.
God, they just don't stop fighting. They a little bit overzealous there, but it's actually Cube on the side who's completely caught out. The positioning just not there. Riptail charge in the mid lane, not going to get the tower there just yet, but they will stick around to make sure they do. An excited Betty goes forward, gets prisoned up. It is LPL who will make their way out of the RA side of the map, at least for once, and leave RA to their graces.
Yeah, and I love the call, right? Mid tier 1, so impactful to take that down. They get the tier 2 as well. And the critical thing is, they are the ones pulling the trigger. I was saying about how with the Rise, you can use the Realm Warp to sort of move to your team to assist them to make sure you have the numbers advantage. By AL forcing that, by bringing Forge in on the TP, having ZDZ come down, they don't give an opportunity for RA to split them up. They take the 2 towers, they pick off Cube, and they're able to deliver pretty quickly. And it's just one of those situations where this is the power of the Camille. Just, you land the hook shot, and then with the ult, it's so easy just to chase up on the Graves. And there's very little you can do in the situation when you split from your team. There's no way to outplay that. There's no way to get out of that. You just caught.
Yeah, just trying to get to the mid lane fast enough, but was not able to. That still means that RA looking for their first kill in the game. At some point, it'll come across, but AL definitely don't want that to happen.
Maybe.
At this point, AL are trying to force it not to happen. We'll see them come down towards this bot side of the map. Cube realizes he's in danger, will retreat, and makes it out just in time.
Yeah, and this is good play coming out from the side of AL. We sometimes criticize the fact that they overgroup, right? Even when they have split pushing elements. Now, it is around the Orianna rather than the Camille, but the fact that they're leaning down, providing cover for Forge, allows Forge to pick up the tower, deny some minions, and they're not really losing out on the other side of the map either. So AL doing a good job of just pushing this lead ahead. Now, it is 40 seconds until that dragon. You can already see on the bot side of the map, there's a few wards placed down. Obviously, that's one of the advantages of leaning towards the bot side. But I want to see AL coming off the reset, getting control of the area, because they really want to be securing this next dragon. They don't want to give RA the possibility of Dragon Soul.
See Land playing pretty aggressive towards this topside jungle. They got to be careful not to get surrounded, though. Anyone's Legend come back onto the map from their resets. But you see they are taking the time to get priority in mid lane, set up for that dragon take. Should be their first dragon of the game, and something that RA probably willing to give up at this point.
Yeah, I saw one on the way ping from RA on the Baron, and I was just like, that is ambitious. But I think it was just Yuyanja placing down some warding, making sure it's covered. You know that AL are going towards the bot side of the map, so you have that opportunity to get a bit of vision in that area before they start setting up for it. But at the end of the day, no real contest going to come over for this, because he's just not in a position to contest. It's only the first strike to AL, and I'm just looking at the scoreboard. This 6-0 Lee Sin is so scary right now.
It is. I will say it is scary. But another thing going for RA is, Zeri thrives in the late game. That's where she really shines.
Yeah.
You have decent scaling across the board and strong pieces on their own. So, yes, the gold lead is there for anyone's legend, but as we get further in the game, that gold lead means less and less as long as it stays the same. And RA can find team fights with their decision making.
I just think, my concern is the tools AL have, right? We think about how a later game team fight's going to play out. It's shorter range carries for RA, right? And also in terms of damage, Cube is gone for the Hullbreaker, Strive is gone the Tank Rise build with Fimbulwinter. They're not exactly doing like one-shot potential damage, so you're very reliant on the Zeri. And when I look at the side of anyone's legend, you have the Camille ult and the Nautilus ult. And honestly, even the Lee Sin ultimate, right, is point and click. Obviously, you have to get into melee range, but if any of those connect with iBoy, he's probably just dead. And as a result, it's like, you're really going to need an insane performance from iBoy and from all of RA to find sort of comfort in these team fights with this much of a deficit. I'm not saying it's impossible. There's definitely potential, but it's going to take some good play from them. Potentially even splitting up the fight might be something that works well, right? Obviously, iBoy can just get around a lot easier when he's only facing a couple of opponents, because when there's 5, I think they're just going to beeline straight for him.
Yeah. And this is where our attention turns to anyone's legend who, with this lead, right, should be able to push this advantage to their extent. They have the Lee Sin with the 6 kills, right? That is a go ticket to make things happen on the Rift that you want to happen. ZDZ, meanwhile, getting engaged on, but that leaves the mid open. Xiaohao was faking out with the flash, a little bit wonky there, but still chasing away as they are going into this 5v5 fight. And there's a big shockwave that the flank of ZDZ. Yep, there's no chance. The health bars just don't work when there's a gold difference like this. Cube dies, iBoy is left, he's trying to get away. Chocho gets a re-engage there. iBoy is gonna get flushed on, no way! Betty is a Chad, he gets the kill, and AL run away with everything. RA still not finding a single kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a domination. They don't even need the Camille ultimate or the Nautilus ultimate onto iBoy. They're just so far ahead, they throw their wallets at them and they end up winning. Now, this is a bit of a precarious situation, right? TP comes through from Forge, we still full HP. Betty is going to be able to life steal up a bit, and this is a fast Baron. Honestly, I think, do we see RA contest this? Lian's heading over. We have double TP available for solo laners.
Oh, there's
but I think
no way.
It's just going to be gone.
Yeah, there's no way. Easy does it. AL pick up the Baron.
And we get the replay. So this is very hard forced by AL. And it looks a little bit scrappy at first, but at least it gets a huge Gorn Drinker, so tanky. And then we see the continuation of the fight, and they're just charging forwards. And once they get that 1 kill, you have Jinx reset. Cube is doomed because of the Hextech ultimatum. And then we have this situation with Betty flashing in to kill the Zeri here and still able to get out again. It's just AL, they know they can just go forwards, and they have the tools to do so. They have the Nautilus, they have the Camille, they have the Lee Sin. They can just charge.
Yep, they're hitting 3 item spikes now too as well, and the gold lead just keeps getting larger and larger. The gap getting wider and wider here. And at this point, RA just begging to get 1 kill on the board before the game ends here, but they still do have something going for them in those scaling aspects we were talking about, but it's looking a lot more dim. And AL, I feel like, have found the ticket to win, right? They know that they can press up. It's been the confidence since like 7 minutes in the game, just radiating out of this team. And it's sure to be a continuation of that here as they charge into the enemy jungle. It might have lost oxygen. So we see anyone's legend continuing to push down this bottom lane. TO2 tower goes down. Chocho goes in. The shockwave on top of it. You don't need much of a wombo combo when you got gold like that. Betty's still untouched, and he's excited today. It's another attack of the 50-foot Betty. ZDZ going forward. Hextech ultimatum onto the back line of RA. And that's it. There's another team fight win from anyone's legend. They're trolling in the base right now. They just gotta wait to take down the turrets, to take down the nexus of Rare Atom. And at this point, Rare Atom aren't even gonna get a kill.
It doesn't look like it at this point. Really, they are struggling to find anything. AL able to charge forward, and you see ZDZ with the outplay tool onto the Zeri. No fun allowed. Trapped in the ultimatum.
They want to get a kill. They do. Leyen wants to go in. The Nexus. Oh, it's not enough. RA don't find a single kill in the first game of the night, and Anyone's Legend are looking on fire.
That is a rough one, but honestly, credit to Anyone's Legend. There's been so many pivotal plays. Xiaohao was a monster on this Lee Sin, constantly where he needed to be in the map, constantly making things happen before we saw this Rise come online and able to roam. And then on top of that, we had Chocho in the bot lane, despite the pressure that this Zeri Leona had, able to find these beautiful windows to punish, to find ways back in. And then Betty had Jinx. And that's enough, right? If AL goes in the later stages with a gold lead, with Betty on Jinx, I feel like that's their best odds to come out with a win, and they did that in spades in this one.
It was just a rinse and repeat of the final 2 games that we saw on Friday from them, right? They got the comp that they wanted. Chocho was on one with the engages. Betty untouched in the background. Again, it's just deja vu. And that's where, you know, this one hurts for Rare Adam because they had so many promising early tries, at least. The top lane gank that didn't go right, the bot lane gank that didn't go right, and it's just so close that you can almost taste it, but then it falls so far away from you.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the big thing for me was there was a lot of mistakes coming out from Rare Adam, but also, you know, I feel like going in the later stages with their composition, as much as Zeri is a really powerful tool, I love the draft from Anyone's Legend. You have 2 champions that just completely counter her. Like, that's the thing with Zeri, is she kind of thrives on the fact that she's very mobile. If your team is skill shot based, it's extremely hard to deal with her, but you just pick these point and click abilities, right? And don't give her a chance to outplay. The whole composition from Rare Adam was very short ranged. And when you have that against a Jinx, it's so hard to find an advantage. And it kind of just means you either win early or this.
I love it. 25 minutes and 53 seconds. 16-0. This might be the first ever game I've casted that one side did not get a kill. And that's impressive for Anyone's Legend to have been able to do that, right? We set out at the beginning of the day the main spotlights for both these teams, right? We were putting a spotlight on Xiaohao. How does that early aggression look on him, and can he succeed with it? Because we've seen when it doesn't work out for him. And how does Betty play these? What does the draft look like for him? Does he get Jinx? Well, the check marks were there for Anyone's Legend in this first game.
Yep, and the thing is, I feel like maybe you look at the situation and we go, right, well, we got the Zeri, they got the Jinx. Maybe you ban one of them, you still go blue side, you pick the other. I think that's the problem, is that I think both Zeri and Jinx are really good carry champions for Betty. So I think if he gets either, you're probably happy. So I feel like banning one or even, you know, picking one doesn't necessarily answer the problem. It's kind of like you have to ban one, pick one, or some other solution. But either way, I think Betty is really showing how much he can do when he's given resources and the right champions. He's just, this series and last, really having dominating performances.
We'll see if they can keep that streak going, or if Rare Adam have a response of their own. We're sending it off to a little break, but we'll be right back with some more League of Legends action.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干嘛？
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。
大家准备好了吗？
太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路是不是？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我单着。
雷克赛，慢点。
好像，哎，看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现。
OK，很赚，
可以慢点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，
维克特没闪，
维克托
维克特没闪，
可以，别个上。
OK，
再看，
啊，这样就死了。
慢点，
立中了，立中了。
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯。
我帮你，我顶，没事。
来个菜，慢点。
我死了，可以打。叔叔，
来一点。
一定没闪了，一定没闪了。
慢点。
还行，我有灯了，捡灯，可以打。
别个都没闪，
慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听回来。
稳点，赵姐姐太着急，看你操作，回了。
我开吧。
对，盲僧别乱冲。
没事。
有点失望，赵丽姐。
看一下这波。
OK。
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。
慢点。
慢点。
没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个菜不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。哎，回个头。谁灯了大钱？
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇塞，直接拿下了哇！
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
踢一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了。
没有，那波踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀。
羊
怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，
被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，
上鱼，
没闪，
跳走了，上鱼，nice，
黑这边我追过去了，
可以追，自己看，
冲，兄弟们，死了，我死了。可以打，没闪，
你看，你没闪，
追，能闪吗？别急，慢慢操作。
打断了，
这个，我来了，
他没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧，
不行就打先锋吧，
把他杀了，
或者我们推上，
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他，nice，兄
弟们这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是吹牛，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置看我靠！你们拉掉，推打就赢！
推打！
杀人！
来手！过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来吧，可以。
来呗。
我中间也快进了，
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，攻打，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
我打机会，挖掘机，来。哎，你没闪，
冲吧，
别急，我打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，
来
过年
了，大哥大嫂，过年好。
Wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own. Yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
就泽里这英雄就是前期会比较弱，他比较怕前期打团，但是他后期的机动性很高，打团很厉害。然后因为泽里也会出3项这个装备，所以又增加了他的机动性。
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the continuation of day number 7, week number 4 of the LPL Spring Split. We're into the first series of the Super Weekend finale. I'm joined by the lovely Ox, who is slightly dying, but is going to make it through. I got your energy. I'm Mazel. We're here. We're ready to go. A banging game from AL, the absolute legends for game number 1, and Chocho rightfully picking up the MVP.
Yeah, I think deserved. Chocho had some beautiful engages. He really had the happy side, right, on this Nautilus. Shout out to Xiaohao as well with a spectacular game. But yeah, you put Chocho on these engaged champions, you give him any sort of window, and that's what it was bot lane, right? This wasn't like they had permanent pressure. It was about finding the windows when the enemy team overstepped and turning them into successful plays.
It was, and it's that bright side of anyone's legend as we are going to go ahead and get into the thick of things here with the bans. RA need an absolute turnaround if they're going to come back from that game number 1, but we are into it. Nautilus, Xin Zhao, Akali banned by RA on the blue side, Nidalee, Corki, and Diana banned away by anyone's legend on the red side. First pick Zeri yet again for RA.
Yeah, I think anyone's legend definitely going to take Jinx in this rotation. The question is, what do they do about the support? Nautilus was a great pick for Chocho, but also an amazing answer into the Zeri specifically. Obviously, the ultimate means you can't use your mobility because it's point and click. So we'll see what they opt to go for here. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Leona pickup, but the problem is Leona, a lot more skill shot based, a lot more countered by cleanse. So instead, they opt to go for the Lee Sin early priority, wait a little bit longer before committing with the support pick. And Xiaohao, I mean, he was so good on that Lee Sin.
He really was, and did never let Leon breathe for a moment. It felt like he was everywhere. As we were saying, there seemed to be multiples of him on the map. And so far, anyone's legend just fine running it back in game number 2. But this time, Yuumi was not banned in the second phase. So it is picked up in the first phase by RA. And they get that big combo of the Zeri Yuumi.
And, you know, this is an interesting one because they're toying with the idea of the Jarvan. And the positive of the Jarvan is it's great to the Jinx, right? Mobile champion, can lock it down. But here, the Thresh can be picked up by anyone's legend, and so they end up not going for it. They go for the Rise instead. Obviously, we saw Strive not had quite the impact we necessarily wanted in that last one, but definitely still potential to set up for that bot lane. You know, legend talked about the Leona already. Chocho, we want him on the happy side, right? I know there's an enchanter on the other team, but we don't want to delve into the sad side.
Just stay with what you know. All right, the Leona's locked in. We're on the sunny side right now for anyone's legend. But going into the second phase, that opens things up a little bit as we still have solo lane focus for anyone's legend. And on the other side, You have one solo lane, but still got to figure out what the jungle can be. And that Jarvan still standing out to me as it is banned away by anyone's legend.
Yeah, now you committed the Leona, you can't threaten the Thresh as an answer. I think you have to ban the Jarvan. Viego is probably going to be anyone Legends' second ban away. It's the big four junglers right now. On the other side of Rare Adam, though, I feel like they can look to target mid, they can look to target top, they have options. Gwen is something that we spoke about before that was banned in the last rotation that was problematic. Maybe they banned the Camille, actually. I wouldn't be against that because Camille, we saw ZDZ have a perfectly fine laner phase, but also, right, you have a Zeri Yuumi. This is all movement speed. This is max speed zooming around the rift. If you have tools that can just lock you down, like the Hextech Ultimatum, it's going to make things difficult for iBoy. So I wouldn't actually be against a Camille ban here. Honestly, and especially when they telegraph it with a Renekton ban. I think it makes a lot of sense.
You know, at this point, now that you're putting machinations in my head, I want to see it. I want to see how fast Zeri can go around in circles in the Hextech Ultimatum when she's ulted. I think that'd be absolutely hilarious. We could do that here in the LPL, right? But it is still gonna be banned away by RA. They are smart. They are big brain, just like you, Ox. And we had that top lane focus for a majority. They're actually the final 2 bans in the second phase. But now it's up to anyone's legend to pick their 4th pickup. Still have the counter pick as the 5th pick. But here it looks like they're going to focus the mid lane and get the LeBlanc.
Yeah, a lot of power in this mid-jungle duo. Lee Sin, LeBlanc is one of these tried and tested competitive duos that you use to apply the pressure. You have the setup from the LeBlanc. They're both very mobile. Once they're rooted, you can land the Q from the Lee Sin. So very threatening to Strive. And actually, we're looking at Leon. He's played a lot of Rek'Sai so far this play. I think it's actually his most played.
There we go.
We'll lock it in. And I love this, right? There's 2 aspects. 1, great into Lee Sin. But 2, actually pretty solid to pair up with Yuumi, right? Chase people down with the movement speed. Get on top of them quite easily. And the top lane, Cube's just going to go for what he had last game. That safe Graves, which is comfortable to blind pick. Anyone's legend are toying with the idea of what they're going to match up into it, but ultimately I think regardless of what comes out for ZDZ, the clear condition for me already is that you need to win this mid jungle and hard, right? You're dealing with a Yuumi and a Zeri in the bot lane. Max speed movements going to be a bit painful. You don't have the same tools to pin down the Zeri, and I think if the lane, if they start to move this rise down bot lane to snowball iBoy, anyone's legend are going to have a bad time.
Yeah, and I want to iterate a couple things for Rare Adam, right, in terms of their performance from game number 1. Cube, got to see a night and day performance from him going into the second game, right? The transitions, the movement around the map, that kind of stuff, because the Graves can be strong, right? And especially supporting this style of composition that they have. Even with the Yuumi paired up, Graves can be very strong. But you've got to have stability in the lanes, I feel like, to make sure Leyen, who finally gets the Rek'Sai, who finally is able to find a little bit of comfort in this game, get something going, has that stability around him. And so I do feel like RA have set themselves up worlds better in this second game than they did in game number 1. And it's feeling like a resurgence, at least.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at iBoy, right? iBoy hasn't had the most stand-up performances so far this season, right? There's been a lot of hype over him in the past, but I don't think he's exactly been stellar, especially when he's going up against Betty. But you have been given the tools, right? The ban priority in this was trying to limit the options the enemy team had to shut you down, right? The Camille and the Nautilus are no longer there. You have a Yuumi with you as well, right? This is where we should see maximum Zeri output, and it's on iBoy to make it happen.
All the chips in the Zeri bag here. It is all up to RA to make this a 3-game series here. Anyone's legend want to continue the momentum from game number 1, going without dying in this series so far. We'll see if RA can extend that series, make us have a long night, or if AL will shut them down, plain and simple. Here we go. Game number 2 starts now.
Who do you think it's going to be? Who do you think is going to be the first one from AL to die this series?
I think that's, I hope that it's an internal conversation. We do
That's
see a
the
little
thing,
bit
right?
of early cheese.
Whoever does, they're the first enter. They're the ones that get flamed.
They get the trophy.
I think it's tricky. It's tricky. But I think ultimately, I am watching this mid jungle. I think this is a very volatile mid jungle. I give AL the advantage, level 3, right? Although honestly, given that like Rek'Sai is pretty strong at that point, but I think if you can punish the Rise, that's what I'm looking for. AL want to punish the Rise Whereas RA are a bit more comfortable when it's a 2v2 because obviously the Rek'Sai knockup can interrupt.
All right, so they have the ward there, but this is a solo start right now for Leyen. And I don't think they can sneak around the edge there. Yeah, they're spotted out on the way in, and he's going to have to get away from this one.
He's dipping.
You have to, but this is such heads-up play from anyone's legend. They're committing literally everyone on the bot side of the map, but it could end up in a spicy predicament.
Yeah, I mean, Yuumi is pretty useless level 1, right? And I think the power of the Leona as well, to be able to walk in, stun anyone, it's on a 5-second cooldown early.
Betty just
already
walks
gonna
up.
trade a fair bit. You always gotta be careful in those situations where you're cheesing that brush because Xiaohao can just walk down with the red buff and being level 2. But they do back away soon enough, and now this is not gonna be fun for anyone's legend, right? Because one of the big annoying things about Yuumi is she's got sustain, she's got poke, and you may be thinking, well, that's fine, you just all in her. But the problem is Yuumi gives the bot lane triple combat summoners, right? When you look across it, they have cleanse, ignite, and exhaust. So if you go in and overcommit for an all-in when they have all those summoners, there's actually a decent chance you lose out, right, in the extended trade. If Betty gets exhausted, that's why Yuumi is so annoying, because you want to just dive in, but that's not always possible. And Chocho, we're getting chunked out. Bit of a preemptive ignite there coming out from Yanja. And honestly, AL, you've been a summoner already, so I think you'll be happy with that.
See if they can respond with it. Xiaohao's still down here. You know when you put pressure like this, you're gonna get visited by the big mean jungle. And iBoy, oh no, he steps up the last second. He's gonna have to flash. Is it enough? He gets over the wall, but he didn't have you, Gotcha! No! Oh, that's such unfortunate miscoordination and first blood to AL yet again. And they're gonna get iBoy again. No way. Xiaohao's back down here. He's like, oh, if you're gonna just give us the cake, we'll go ahead and eat it too. Betty picks up his own.
Absolute disaster coming now. iBoy seemingly forgot something when he jumped over that wall. Wonders what he's missing when he sees Yuumi just getting crucified here.
We gotta see that again.
Yeah, so I think what happens is you see Yanja jump out to try and get the shield, or potentially block this. No, I think it's blocking the Sonic Wave, right?
He got stunned as he was going. He was going to connect.
Yeah.
He had the range there, but the stun came out from Chocho. Oh,
yeah, I think the thought process there was if I block the Sonic Wave, it's going to mean iBoy survives, but the coordination just wasn't there. And then iBoy, because of the wave state, instantly walks up and goes down. And honestly, it's just credit to AL because they ensured that Leyan could not be here. They made sure by invading, he had to go towards the top side. They split the map. And splitting the map against the Yuumi is so scary because, you know, as much as I said, the triple summoners, combat summoners can help in terms of a 2v2. When it's a 3v3, you just don't offer enough, right? The engage comes in, they have the damage. You can only exhaust one person. There's plenty of damage coming out from them. So really nice capitalization from anyone's legend. And I want to see this continued, right? No cleanse for iBoy now, no flash. Keep it going.
Yeah, definitely looking for it. I just am so taken aback by the level of thought and thinking and mechanics here already in the early game of this second game by anyone's legend. The fact that, like you said, they have dissected this game from minute 1, seemingly.
Yeah, they start early, and you have to, right? When you have lanes like this, they're going to be a pain point for your team. You want to find it early on. And also, you know, we had the happy side from Chocho again on the Leona. He doesn't really care as long as it can go in, as long as it can engage. He will find those opportunities now. Still have a situation where RA are pushing AL in, and it's kind of going to be like that, right? When you have the poke coming out from the Yuumi, a lot of pushing power available to the Zeri, especially if he uses the E. We'll see if a gank window can come through. Leyan is on the bot side this time, though, so it could be a bit scary.
Zenith Blade did connect, but iBoy out of there quickly with the hop, skip, and jump. Xiaohao is here. Leyan has not seen him just yet, as he'll just start moving the control ward over the wall, though. Zenith Blade barely does not connect on iBoy. Finally, one of these max range ones don't connect.
Yeah, and we see Xiaohao spotted with a Tremor Sense. Leyan's been able to build up a decent CS lead, kind of typical from what we've seen from him, is getting a bit of a farm advantage. But ultimately, it's quite hard for Chocho to set up on the Zeri, right? All you need to do is just position next to the wall, and you can easily jump over.
And I love seeing Strive start to move down there, right? Level 6s have been accrued by most of these lanes, if not just the solo lanes, right? But that Realm Warp, still crucial to getting in the action with Leanne. That's still the main point here for RA. That mid-jungle duo that we've been highlighting the second game. Another Zenith Blade connects, and this time Yuya just caught out again! You just can't have that happen 2 times in a game this early! Betty gets his second kill. Meanwhile, CDZ's going all in on keeping the top. It's a little bit more rough, but Leanne has made his face shown in bot lane and did respond, as it is unfortunate for Chocho. He's the first one to die for AL in this series.
He's the one running it down, right? The first one to die in this whole series in game 2. But ultimately, I think anyone searching could be fairly happy that, right? The situation here is they trade 1 for 1, but RA had to commit the Realm Warp and a big time investment. And Yuanja, I mean, you can't be slacking like this. The Zenith Blade roots very quickly, not much response time. The traps come out as well. iBoy, not available right now, but he's the one with cleanse. He's the one with a dash. He's the one a bit more safety. You can't really afford that. And Betty does get the flash out here. But again, you're trading 1 for 1 and you committed the Realm Warp. This is a big tool for RA you've used, and it was just to trade evenly. And if you look at kills, Betty has now got 2 kills in pocket.
That's what I was just about to say. It's like, do you remember last game when Betty got a couple kills and was just dumpstering people? Well, he's got 2 more this time around, and it's looking a lot of the same story if AL can continue to bolster up this 80 carry of theirs. But that's the next question for me. Where do we see Xiaohao going? We already got pings going towards the bot side of the map. The dragon is on the table. Looks like AL might want to just continue pushing the pressure in bot lane, because iBoy will continue to get priority in this lane.
I think that's the thing, is that if you can apply enough pressure bot and move Chocho mid, you can look to punish the Rise. But for now, it feels like AL are kind of struggling to get any windows where Chocho can move. It's been very much this bot focus. But the thing is, at the moment, Realm Warp's not available, so you're not really too concerned about the threat of this Rise moving down for the time being. Then is going to try and establish some control in the bot side river and potentially set up just a regular old roam, right? If Strive can move into the fog of war, doesn't even necessarily have to go all the way bot lane, but it poses threat to Chocho and Betty.
Now that jungle have their level 6 mark, we'll see if they want to engage. Oh, no, Strive. Okay, Leanne was right there at the corner. I was going to say, when is he going to pull the trigger to come help his mid laner? But it will just be a 2v2 going down.
And that's the power of this duo, right? The LeBlanc lines the chains. You're so scared of the Lee Sin connecting the Sonic Wave, especially when he's ult available. They burn the flash from Strive. They are looking to move up towards the top side, but no Realm Warp, right? And already Forge and Xiaohao are matching, so I don't think you're going to be able to get a dive off here. It is going to allow Cube to pressure out in the top lane. Oh,
Leanne gets connected onto. The chain is going to connect as well. Damage on the Forge, but Xiaohao gets his second kill of the game. And again, things just don't work out for RA. That's Rift Herald started up by anyone's legend.
The root connects, and Leanne doesn't even get a chance to pop his ultimate to buy time. Just bursted out by Xiaohao. Now, Cube and Strive are looking to contest this one, but it will be a 3v2 for the time being. ZDZ is walking down. I think they just have to back away.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they want to step any far forward as Xiaohao will secure that one. Man, this jungle for anyone's legend is impressing. Xiaohao is quickly rising up in my aggressive jungle list here, because he is looking oh so clean, and especially with the rest of the team backing him up in those early decision making.
Yeah, and especially Leanne, who normally likes to find an individual advantage in a jungle matchup, right? Had a farm lead early when Xiaohao was going for the ganks. Xiaohao's managed to make that back up. At 2-0-1, this Lee Sin very relevant at the moment, and we can kind of see how this plays out. So Leanne spots them, you know, but they jump in with the Blaster Cone, and the root starts to connect. And now, rooted, picked, bursted. No chance to pop the ultimate. No opportunity to buy time with the execute. And honestly, if he had got the ult up, probably could have killed Forge.
Probably could have, yeah. The chase down at this point for AL is really scary. The strong point still is this bot lane, though. iBoy on this Zeri. They've just got to get the resources to him. They've got to find a way to get him a couple kills down here and counter what Petty is bringing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that last game I was very concerned about how the team fights operated. The shutdown for iBoy meant their biggest scaling element was, you know, muted a bit. But here, that's not there. So as long as iBoy is farming up, I still think he's going to be relevant, and he should be with the Yumi in his back. But yeah, Betty having the 2 kills in pocket, meaning he's up 300 gold. Not the greatest situation to be in. Now, Dragon has been started up.
They're
AL
moving
are
down
trying to
here.
move down a contest, but I think they're a bit too late.
No, okay. I was going to say, if Xiaohao wants to get that, he could go in. Leyen goes over the wall there. Chain still connects. Realm Warp. Is it enough to get him out? It is. Woo!
I thought the kick would have stopped that. I thought for sure they wouldn't have been able to get away. I guess Strive must have not been knocked up in that situation, but it was so close. Obviously, the Rise gets CC, the Realm Warp doesn't go through. I think that was Xiaohao's plan there, so hopefully we get a replay of that when you see how it went down. But regardless, AL just not quite able to catch them out on this. One of the big concerns against this RA lineup is with the Zeri and the Rek'Sai. Very easy to get over walls in a pinch.
Leyen really wants to get ZDZ up here on the Jax. They get the gank off as well as the knockup. The Ward Hop plus flash is enough collateral damage, but the Void Rush seals the deal, and Leyen gets the kill.
Good gank coming out from Leyen. ZDZ keeps trying to find these windows to fight, and as a result of that scenario, I don't think he had his counter-strike available. And the thing is, Cube has silently just been pulling massively ahead in this matchup,
Yeah,
right?
he is.
If you look, 30 CS lead, just got that assist as well, and getting some plates, so RA do have another win condition, and they are keeping the gold even for now.
The Strive getting the bad end of a gank. Oh! Sonic Wave does not connect, and Strive turns around.
Yeah, keeping himself safe in the tower, has the phase rush just to navigate that one, and ultimately, no kick from Xiaohao, no Sonic Wave connecting, not really able to go for that one.
Chocho and Betty actually taking some time to press up the lane down here. Actually, they might get a plate down there as well for Betty, as the reset had to come out from iBoy and Yanja. It is Trinity Force completed for iBoy though, so nice little power spike.
Yeah, definitely a pretty strong one in terms of dealing damage in these skirmishes.
It's 2 plates for Betty though. Oh,
a lot of extra gold, right? Almost 1,000 gold ahead now between these bot laners. And this is in the vicinity, so I think AL's bot lane does have to back away now. Can't stay for the last plate, but if you look, how with the Herald, a Herald will just finish that turret off. And I think putting gold into the Betty basket, absolutely the right call.
that's terrifying. It's like watching a horror movie unfold in front of you. Xiaohao not gonna go for that Sonic Wave here, but the Rift Herald is spawned, and this is an easy tower delivered, and first tower to anyone's legend.
Good amount of gold, but Jinx now almost 1,500 gold ahead compared to iBoy. Definitely gonna pay off in the later stages. Leon and Strive trying to move towards the top side to steal away some camps, get a bit of an advantage there. Potentially threaten ZDZ, but that's the power of the Herald, right? That tower take, that first tower pickup, definitely going to be an advantage. Now, the lean is coming top side from RA. This is a slow answer though, right? So they should still be able to get the tower. But AL are coming back from the base, and you can see Forge essentially toying with the idea of moving over, but I think this tower is perhaps just a bit too low.
Not gonna survive for much longer. The final shot comes in for Cube, and RA get their first tower of the game towards the top side and continue to bolster that lead for Cube, who has started the hull breaker yet again, going into the shield bow for the second time in a row.
Yeah, and I don't mind it as much here, right? My concern last time was he was building a hull breaker when he was playing against a champion that has a Cho'Gath ult on a 3-second cooldown, right? The resistance is pretty meaningless, but here at least, you know that Jax is got a lot more strength in the side lane than he does necessarily in team fights. You're already having a great time in the laning phase. I think it makes a lot more sense here than it did in that game one. So overall positives for RA, right? With the Everfrost coming through for the Rise, the Prowler's Claw with the Rek'Sai, and honestly, this item in terms of synergies, I feel like it's one of the most synergistic things is having the Prowlers on Rek'Sai. The fact that you can use it while burrowed to like extend your knockup range is super powerful. And something I talked about earlier in the draft phase, Rek'Sai Yuumi is actually a pretty strong pairing to move around, right? You have all the mobility of the Rek'Sai to get in, and you have the power of the Yuumi that you can deliver.
It feels like Yuumi fits well with all of these champions, and that's why I actually feel like the RA draft came out really, really nice. But you see the automatic transition where RA want to put their gold, right? Leyen is constantly hovering this top side of the map, constantly hovering Q, because they know that this is where their lead lies. iBoy will have to come online later.
Yeah, and you know, he will have the potential to carry in the late stages, but it's still up against the Jinx. The range can still be an issue. If Betty is just chunking you out with these autos, as I say, they're getting a fight, man, already
Talk about chunking out, yeah. Leyen out of health bar there, about half health now as they continue to do the Rift Herald. Anyone's Legend are here, and they want to contest over this. Cube on the side, though, has the flank, and there's no way that ZDZ can come join the fight, so it's an easy pickup for RA.
Yeah, they were toying with the idea, they were threatening, but ultimately, when you don't have your Jax there, you're not going to take that 5v5. And I think RA were aware of that. Despite the poke, they felt comfortable. And on top of that, you have the sustain for the Yumi, right? So it's not too much of a concern.
It's not. Betty is concerned with the dragon here, though, as Anyone's Legend trying to pick up their first dragon of the game. Okay, Hextech Dragon. A little bit of benefits there, but we'll see the lane swaps and reallocation of resources here coming up for AL. Oh, did I lose my co-caster? As we see RA pushing in the mid lane again.
Sorry, I'm here. I just had a bit of a cough.
Don't want you. I want to make sure you're doing okay, buddy. I want to make sure you're doing okay. Rift Herald.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Mid lane though. All right. Is it gonna get it? Okay. Xiaohao playing a little aggressive here. Oh, it doesn't even get the charge off. Oh no! Now Leyen's just dead. Oh no! The miscommunication strikes again. And Anyone's Legend take full advantage of it. Strive in some trouble here too. But it's a 4v4 in the mid lane. Solar Flare comes down. Is it even? Jojo goes in with that engage. The lightning has crashed, but iBoy can't connect the damage just yet.
Jojo getting a little bit too happy there, right? With the Leona engage. It was a big solar flare, landing on a lot of members, but ultimately they just didn't have the tools to follow up, right? Betty out of mana, low on health, a dangerous scenario to get close to, especially with Cube there when ZDZ isn't, so they back away. But they got that pick on Leanne. They can't complain about that one. And they do end up burning, you know, the cleanse from iBoy may pay off later down the line.
A little replay of that shenanigans in the mid lane. One thing that is starting to shine through for iBoy, though, is the kiting, is the mobility, and some of the damage coming down. When he popped that lightning craft, not too shabby. Here, just miscommunication from RA. The Realm Warp maybe baiting out a little bit, but Leon just caught with his hands in the cookie jar.
It was a good response from AL, right? A very quick collapse to come in that situation. Because I think if ZDZ wasn't there, they might have been a lot more comfortable to go for that play, but the Jax moving, being ready for the Herald throwdown. And the fact that they don't even get the mid lane tier 1 is pretty rough overall, all things considered.
Cube still racking up points here in the side lanes, though, as he's looking to take the second tower of the game for RA, as AL have put all their resources in the mid lane, keeping Betty stacked up, keeping that minion farm constant for him. And Cube does make good on that side lane promise.
And that's the thing at the moment, Hullbreaker in hand, this Graves is a bit of a problem for ZDZ to deal with, has a pretty substantial CS lead. But on the other side, Forge is going to continue applying pressure on the LeBlanc, so it'll end up just being a trade off towers.
Going on, still RA in a much better spot than they were in game number 1. Feels like that's a long haul away, but we do have iBoy now centered place in the mid lane. And this is where I want to look at Anyone's Legend a little bit more, right? One of the overarching factors we have had for Anyone's Legend is the fact that they are a little rough at playing side lanes, and especially mechanically playing those out well in a macro sense. But here, this is going to be an opportunity for them to prove us, right? They have the LeBlanc in the side lane. They have the Jax in the side lane, and how they play around that. I don't want to see none of the ARAM mids going down here as Lien walking into Xiaohao. They do not have a tower here. TP is committed. The fight's going to continue. Final chapter utilized during the Void Rush, and it's already Xiaohao down. ZDZ is here in Forge, but it's a 4v2 as the rest of AL are trying to get here. They need to buy time for Betty to get here, for the damage to get here, and Forge is going to be the backline here as ZDZ gets the double knockup. Betty is already excited, and they've got to run away because the lightning has crashed, but the nice flame chompers connect on iBoy, and he cannot catch up. Oh no! Jojo commits his life and dies. The flash zap is going to be enough to get Betty out.
Yeah, there's a big stun from ZDZ, but it's not enough, and the chase down with his Zeri Yumi is so threatening. Ultimately, RA in just a much better spot there. AL commit members, they're just not able to, they lose their jungler so early on. They lose this Lee Sin, and then they don't have the members available to turn this one around. You saw ZDZ and Forge basically trapped in that scenario. Not a good way to start the fight, and despite the fact that they get that reset, can't follow through. So look at the replay, and yeah, it's just a little bit over ambitious here, because yes, you can TP your top laner in, but so can RA. And RA have to support their first. The lockdown on the Lee Sin just instantly kills him. And then we see the extended play, right? ZDZ's ult timing out. And he does get this big stun coming in, but this is kind of like everything ZDZ has to offer. And yes, they get this snap kill until the end, but after that, it's like you have the Yuumi still available. You have iBoy with the ult starting to ramp up. Makes it very scary to go up against.
Yeah, they just have a lot of mobility and quick mobility as well on top of it all. So,
Pretty boys.
Yeah, I was gonna say. iBoy looking scarier and scarier on this Zeri, and they don't have the Camille to lock him down this time around. And it's starting to come alive for RA in the second game.
They just don't have that guaranteed lockdown. And the main thing that they have is the Lee Sin kick, right? If you get in a melee range off iBoy by flashing, by ward hopping, and then
just
kick,
flashed over the wall for it. Solar flare. Oh, beautifully timed. And there you go. Strive is back into the tower. Oh my god, AL! You're just dying! This is tragedy, but in the other sense of the word, as Strive is going, and that's a double kill for Cube, whose lead just continues to grow exponentially. That was a mess up by AL, and this could just be the Baron for RA.
Yeah, I think AL completely underestimated how tanky Rise is with the Fimbulwinter. He just survived so much damage, turned it around, the Graves is after the AoE, and that's Baron. That is just Baron in a nutshell. RA, after that disastrous game one, not a single kill, now taking a pretty domineering lead in this game two.
That's where coming off that game one, you're like, just a couple things going the right way would have made it such a different story.
Man.
But look at this move from Strive.
I mean, yeah, the AoE comes out, he's so tanky, and obviously Graves as well, offering a huge amount of damage there. Able to run away in that situation, but it was very close to being even worse. But at the end of the day, RA, they get the Baron, sorry. They have Baron on Cube as well, and when he's already causing issues in the side lane with this Hull Breaker, it's even more of a problem for the enemy team.
And I guess the question is now, is Betty going to be enough to carry this team? He's still 3-0, but it's every other piece from RA getting stronger that makes it scarier and scarier. And he's going to have to put on the carry pants again this time around if they want to come out on top.
Absolutely. B02 still, right? There's still, that's the silver lining in this situation, but you know, they need to find the right scenarios. They're looking at ZDZ.
He's just dead outright. Oh, he's collateral damage not enough to get him. He's barely out with his health bar. Meanwhile, the tower presence is starting to dwindle a little bit as tower number 2 in the bot side goes down to RA.
I respect the restraint from Leanne. I would have hit ultimate there, absolutely, without a doubt. Probably would have been a bad play, but he definitely would have got the kill. Takes a restraint play though, picks up that tier 2, a lot of extra gold in the pocket, and now they can move towards iBoy in the mid lane, look to secure this tier 2 mid. Minions buffed up, and AL, they just don't really have that great a wave clear. It's kind of only really the Jinx. Maybe a little bit over-ambitious with that ult from the Yuumi, yeah. Not really the final chapter, probably like chapter 3 at this point, a bit early. But will just threaten Forge enough to make him back away.
Random question here. When are we going to start saying this is the blue build for Rise? Because everything is blue almost in the inventory of Strive right now. Just saying. I missed the days when blue build Ezreal was there.
True.
But talking about that point a little bit more, and you've been kind of mentioning it and tiptoeing around the fact, these health bars are thick for RA. And it's getting harder and harder for like the LeBlanc to really find damage, for the Jax to really find damage in the team fights. And that's what's getting so terrifying when you're approaching these big, bolstered team fights in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that Rise gets extra max mana from his passive. So he's building a ton of mana items, right? He has Everfrost, which gives mana, obviously Fimbulwinter gives mana, obviously Crow's Heart also gives mana. So all this mana is like converted to HP because of Fimbulwinter. So he's just so tanky. And the problem is you have that, you have the shield bow on the Graves with the Hull Breaker. Zeri is actually very tanky with Triforce and Titanic giving a lot of health.
Yeah.
Like, when you have a champion that relies on resets, Betty on the Jinx, it's kind of hard to get resets when everyone's like built like a fridge.
Yeah, and I will say also, the Edge of Night already getting so much value, it feels like, for Leyen as well. He's able to step up and not feel too worried about the initial poke coming in, where that is the strength of anyone's Legend. As we see RA on this top side of the map, this is another tier 2 that could possibly go down. Anyone's Legend do not want to let that happen. A little bit of shielding on his EDZ. The tower is still alive, though, and we do have the clear from Betty. Oh no, iBoy just steals it right from under their noses, Ox.
Yep, it's just so hard to do anything, right? I mean, it's such a different, it's night and day difference between these two games. I know AL had such an advantage in game 1, but I feel like the fact that they have the Zerayumi with no real good answer to it, we're kind of seeing just how frustrating this champion is. The fact that you're basically a tanky AD carry who does tons of damage, and you get like Talon E to be able to jump over walls. Yeah. Like, we all know how hard it is to kill a Talon. It's just painful.
Dragon up now. Second dragon of the Infernal Soul would be AL's second dragon against Spirit, but RA want to go ahead and knock in that Soul Point Dragon for themselves. They're bringing bodies here. ZDZ commits the TP now, a little bit earlier from the fight, but here they come. Realm Warp is not going to be utilized, but there's the final chapter, and the CC is there. Chocho's getting in some trouble here. Now Betty's the focus on the back. You've got to peel for Betty. Betty is excited now, but you've got to watch for iBoy as well. The 80s, the dueling battles. Cube is still here, gets the Scuttle Crab. iBoy going ham, but it's still an uneven fight. They've already lost 2 members, but look how confident iBoy is. They go all in on him. iBoy is taken down, and Betty is still alive. He gets taken out by Cube as well. CDZ gets the stun, and anyone's Legend come away with the ace.
I cannot believe they got that one. They just had such good target selection in that fight. iBoy looked primed, in position to carry. It was an extended fight when you have a Yuumi with Moonstone. Everything was adding up for that to be an RA win, but the target selection, the in and out, the damage distribution. Notice everyone on AL was low HP. Everyone had soaked a fair bit of damage, but in the end, they barely lose any members.
We gotta look at this again. This is this fight's everywhere.
Absolutely. It's a slow start, right? Initially, we see Chocho just getting absolutely burst out, but Leanne gets exploded. Strive, overconfident with his bulky stats, and then here, it's scary, right? iBoy basically full HP, Yumi's still alive. Everyone's quite low on anyone's Legend, but it's just picking these opportunities, right? ZDZ jumps in, last second with the flash, forces the cleanse. They all commit to iBoy.
Yep.
It's Xiaohao who gets the Sonic Wave, and with the Zeri dead, they feel like they can clean up the fight, right? Yuumi is split off, isn't offering anything alone, and they manage to find the damage to finish off the Graves. Just such good execution. They were so far behind going into that fight, and they managed to make it work.
Absolutely. It's the lockdown. Look at that damage from Betty. It is the target selection that reigns king, and now Betty is doing some serious work on 3.5 items. This could just be a Baron turret if they want to, but they want to force the fight over here as well onto Strive and the rest of RA in the mid lane. The thing that scares me is iBoy was set up perfectly to have a game-breaking moment, but the damage is just not there with the Zeri. You have to continuously put shots, and when you can turn around like that, AL looks so scary. Here comes the Baron for anyone's Legend. RRA able to do anything about it. Leyen on the side, 5,000 health. They just want to go for the fight. They turn. Betty is still in the backline, not touched again and again and again. iBoy is trying to make something happen here. They are grouped up, but the lightning crash is going to fade soon, and you will not have the AoE. Forge on the side with full health here. AL just still want to force RA to the fight.
Yeah, they're ready for it, right? They're trying to let iBoy's ult time out so he doesn't have that massive tool available. They're ready to go for this one.
iBoy going into the pit now. He's just ebb and flowing back and forth. There's no Nami in this game, but it's RA trying to make something happen. Chocho very, very low, but the Baron goes down. Leyen misses the smite. Is he going to die anyways? Look at iBoy. No! It's all doomed, and AL will finally find their placehold in this game, and RA are dusted.
Massive comeback for AL, and they do everything right. We were saying you get the late stages, if Betty isn't behind, Betty will pop off, and he absolutely is on this Jinx. Feels untouchable right now. And honestly, I'm going to give credit to ZDZ, right? We said didn't have many tools to deal with his Zeri. He is becoming such a problem because if he starts channeling that counter-strike, iBoy has to back away. You can't auto-attack him, right? Similar to like Xin Zhao, just making it so you have to just essentially respect the fact you can't do anything. But whenever that counter-strike is up, you have to back off. And honestly, Betty getting so many critical autos here. Like there on the Lian, hits iBoy, gets him low. Lian goes in for the steal, but now Cube tries to burst Betty, but watch. Xiaohao comes in, body blocks the auto, the resets come out. Betty able to deliver. AL are playing out of their minds right now in these team fights.
Betty going from 3-0, got killed, now 8-1, 4 items completed. This guy is untouchable. There is an invisible armor around the Jinx when Betty is piloting the champion. He's now level 16, and it just feels like sky is the limit for the Legends.
And as well, Stopwatch now picked up the 3 members of AL. A lot of team fighting power there. And on top of that, he had this in the last fight. But the Lord Dominic, so much value here. Everyone on the enemy team, apart from the Rek'Sai, well, I mean, guess not the Yumi, but like the Zeri, the Ryze, the Graves, all have quite a bit of HP. Like you're able to shred down with that Giant Slayer passive. So Betty doing monstrous amounts of damage right now.
What iBoy can do, just get over. Final chapter. Just miscommunication that seems like between iBoy and Yuyanja in this game, specifically with the final chapters coming out. But this bot lane play, maybe RA want to go for it. ZDZ turning it back around in a 2v1. And he's got the rest of the team coming down here, so RA have to run away.
This is a 4-item Graves and a 2.5-item ZDZ. But that's Jax, right? You get to that stage of the game, you have the counter-strike, very hard to deal with. And iBoy super scared right now. Forge.
Trouble here. Cube actually putting in some work there. TP now coming in from ZDZ as they take the inhib tower. Now the inhib is the focus, and it's just a 5v5 meatball comp coming out here from AL, even though they found such success. And now the inhib falls too. They're turning their attention to bot lane.
They are making things happen right now with the Baron. Trying to get as much progress as possible.
This gold swing is insane. We're already at like a 5,000 gold swing, and they're still going. Forge is still going into the base right now. They're still looking for another in-hit.
That's the thing. At this point, Tank Rai is falling off, not doing that much damage, and Betty has the range advantage once more, just able to hammer away at these towers. What can they do?
And he's going to get excited as well. And off the back of that, they're just going to snowball this big final chapter coming out from Yuyanja, though. ZDZ goes golden. It's on the back line, though. Oh, no. Strive can't get it done. Can iBoy, though? This is the moment to shine. This is iBoy's chance. And he does it. iBoy and Cube. They get the ace on the return.
The disrespect from anyone's legend, man. It's Zeri Yumi at this point of the game. They go too far forward. They disrespect. They don't have the tools. They don't have the help. The AoE comes out. And now there's long death timers. We'll see if RA can actually close this out. I think they're going for the end here and now. iBoy able to make it across the map very quick. And already the TP committed by the Graves. 25 seconds on the carries for AL. This might just be a reverse throw. This might just be the game over.
It might be. They've got a lot of damage here. You still have time for Chocho. The towers are burning, though, and Cube putting in work. This is it. RA, miraculous comeback. They were so close to losing it, and we're going to go the distance for our first series of the night, baby. Wouldn't have it any other way. RA win game number 2.
What is that passage of play, right? AL, such good team fighting. Bring it back. A 5k gold swing on the Baron. And then they just get annihilated. And the disrespect for the Zeri, the low health bars around their base, the fact that they didn't have any tools left available to deal with her, and then iBoy just pops off. That was nearly, I thought it was going to be a penta for a moment.
Yeah,
we only got the triple double, the full house instead. But man, I mean, it's Zeri, right? This is what this champion can do, especially with the Yumi buffing it up. But I think AL have to be kicking themselves after that one.
It's gosh, that was insane. Going into, I didn't expect that game to go that way. So back and forth, so neck and neck. But RA did what mattered, and it was that final fight from iBoy. He had there were so many fights before that where it could go RA's way, but the one they needed, that final fight, he cleans house where iBoy was having difficulty doing so in the fights beforehand, and it just all comes to fruition for RA to bring us all the way. And anyone's legend themselves are probably reeling from that game, especially after how close it was to being over.
Yeah, I mean, they turned it around, and honestly, I think they just got a little bit overfocused. I mean, look.
That's an
look
LPL gold grab right there.
man, it's like they had it. They had it in their hands. They swung it in their favor from a 6k goal disadvantage nearly all the way down to that just over 2.5k. And Betty, 32k damage. This Jinx,
yeah,
we said it. This was like game over, right? Jinx is on fire. Jinx is gonna carry. And then they just make that fatal error. You can't disrespect the Zeri. That champion is a bit bonkers right now.
It absolutely is, and gotta expect some draft adaptations to come out for game number 3. And that's the thing for the Zeri is like, yes, there was a lot of pressure from iBoy in the bot lane for the entire game, right? And they got punished for that. And in the big fights, iBoy wasn't seemingly able to put down the damage they needed. But all it takes is one. All it takes is that 4th item completion. And all it takes is some good mechanical skill from iBoy and Yuyanja. As man, what a turnaround from RA. I was so surprised by that, especially with how close they were to having a much different story in that first game. And to come out like that, like you said in the cast, we needed a night and day performance, and we got one from RA. We're going to go ahead and send it away to a little break while we get ready for our 3rd game of the day. So don't touch that browser. The first thing is, we found out that gods can bleed, guys, as EDG lost one game. Just one game. That's it.
Yeah. I wasn't a big fan of that draft, I'm gonna say, like when it was coming through.
That's what
Can you
got
specifically
to.
pinpoint? Is there like a certain thing in that draft? Maybe an individual
Let's hear it. I want to get into this.
One last pick of the Shogat, I will say, may not have been the optimal strategy, because I was looking and I was like, you know what? There's this super long range. You probably want to go for some sort of engage here. EDG Ultra Prime will be able to like play out, and then it was just like, yeah, Shogat does well into that. You're like, no, he doesn't. It was just a disaster.
Yeah, I think Flandre bought a lot of like sort of trust from the team when he brought out the Annie and the Vladimir, and they were like, oh dude, yeah, I'm sure Cho'Gath is definitely a valid pick here. We'll trust Flandre. And then now he's like back in the dumps. Game 3, put him on Gragas. It's like, nah man, you're playing meta stuff now.
Yeah.
You're never getting another chance.
Flandre's picks are the cryptocurrency of the LPL. You know, it's like sometimes they go to the moon. Sometimes you get the Annie and it looks great. You're able to play off it. Sometimes you get Shogat into long range. It just tanks. You know, there's no real rhyme nor reason to well, a lot of the picks that have actually come out from have actually looked reasonably okay. But when I saw that composition, it was like Jinx, Syndra. You've got Gragas who's going to be able to like bop you all the way. You've got Jarvan who can try and lock you up. Like there was just little that he was going to be able to do.
How is Cho'Gath ever going to be able to walk, man? I think this is the thing with Cho'Gath. Like you're the size of a lane eventually, and it's like you just get hit by one skill shot, and I'm like, right, I am never reaching the enemy AD carry. So I mean, yeah,
you'll never be able to get there. I'm just waiting for the day that we get enough scaling in the game where Cho'Gath just takes over like the entire half of the map, and we'll just see what happens with that. But something else that happened this week was we had the longest game of the split so far, and it was a doozy. And it was also our match of the week, guys, as V5 versus Top Esports. It was a very interesting series, to say the least.
I was genuinely impressed that Top Esports managed to get the Chemtech Soul and like pick up Elder and still were like struggling to finish the game. Like
it was such a banger though.
It was good. It was good.
I was on the edge of my seat. I was sitting here at like 4 o'clock in the morning yelling my face off at the screen. Like that's how you know it's good. But not from an analytical
This
point.
might be one of my favorite series I've ever watched in the LPL. Like it was so much fun. Like not only did you have that hype moment of literally the 1 HP Nexus, but also just the skill that was on show, right? We got the mechanical prowess. You get to see everyone going against each other. We got Rookie feels like he's back on form. He looks absolutely insane. But even then the decision making that was going on within the game, right? It kind of felt like you hit this like lovely spread of everyone was happy who watched this game. If you wanted just to go like, oh my god, lose my mind, Monkey Brain, let's go, it was great. Then you got to see the whole like, hey, you know, Rookie's going to give up a wave bot, so then he can make a pick here. They burn the flash, but now means that flash isn't up for the dragon fight that's ensuing in 2.5 minutes. Like there was so much that was there that you could like start to piece together and work. It was honestly amazing. This was like everything you could have hoped for from that series, and especially with the hype that was going into it, especially with the names that were on it. There was so much hype that game needed to deliver.
begin? Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now lost needle. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lives I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down a gone now lost needle. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Take me to the place now. Take me to that place now. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gone now lost needle. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. and that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down.
致命节奏的天赋的改动其实还好，他削弱了前期，增强了后期。其实他前期只要能叠出那个被动，削弱一点，其实也没太大关系的。马上就要对战 AL 下路了，我们目前战况不是特别好，打他们的时候应该会好起来，状态应该会越来越好。
Welcome back, everyone. We are right back to it for the final day of week number 4 here in the LPL Spring 2022 split. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox yet again for the 3rd time of the day. You're hanging in there, buddy. You're doing strong. You're doing great. Speaking of doing strong, doing great, doing wonderful things, RA, night and day, baby. Game number 2, Cube takes the MVP. What a game.
Other than that brief period of questionable play where AL stepped up, this was a pretty convincing game from RA, right? Strong early performances. They found that momentum. iBoy wasn't necessarily ahead, but they got a lot of resources for Cube, who absolutely was a menace in the side lane. And then they found that critical team fight at the end. It was definitely messy, right? It wasn't a clean game, but they managed to equalize.
But honestly, at this point, like when you're looking at how this game unfolded, it sets us up beautifully / chaotically for the next game, because this was so back and forth, where the first game of the series, no kills for RA in complete totality. Second game, neck and neck the entire time, both teams making a ton of great decision making, but the outplays coming in RA's favor. So I don't even know what we get for game number 3, because AL almost won this game, as you see on your screen right now.
Just an overcommit, right? The low health bars, staying in range, iBoy uncontested. Remember, big thing we said coming out of the draft is he just didn't have the tools to deal with iBoy in this one, and he's able to basically run amok. I mean, look at this AoE damage coming out, just slaughters them.
Oh, it's so
that's
beautiful.
That's Zeri, right? That's kind of what we took a while to get to that point, but that's kind of what I was hoping to see in that game from iBoy. Those big pop-up performances. And now going into game 3, right? We've had the same side selection so far in the series, and I think RA have kind of found what they want on this side. But we are keeping the same sides. We'll have pretty much the same bans. It's still going to be the Nautilus again, and so this would be Diana if anyone's legend to go in the same direction. Bear in mind, Zeri is RA's first pick, so maybe AL bans Zeri here.
But honestly, like, I understand Yu Yanja had some misplays in the beginning on the Yuumi, but by the end, like, Yuumi was a core reason they were able to stay in a lot of those fights, and why iBoy was being so successful, right? The setups and stuff there. So I wonder if we do see any more priority ban on that Yuumi like we did in game number 1, the second phase. But here we are in the first couple picks of this final game between these two teams. Very obvious first pick for RA, and the obvious answer in Jinx for Betty in Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, we've seen this same AD carry matchup this entire series. I think Betty is more than happy to take the Jinx once again. He's been really sold on it. The question is, what's going to be that next pickup, right? We saw Lee Sin last time, and Xiaohao's looked good in the Lee Sin. I don't think there's a reason to stray away from that, but then we saw the Yuumi come out in this next bit of the rotation. So if Adam want to run it back, it's Yuumi Rise here. And honestly, they may just do that. I don't see necessarily a big reason not to. Maybe they want to change the mid lane pick, but the Yuumi worked, and I guess the only thing you might be concerned about is maybe AL take the Camille on that 3rd pick, but it just seems like that's not necessarily going to be the case. Either way, we'll see what RA go for.
Definitely utilizing all the time here, figure out what they want to go with, but it is hovering over that Yuumi and locked in.
And honestly, I feel like Yanja had some early misgivings in the laning phase. If he shores those up, they're going to deliver heavily in the laning. Once he scaled up in the later stages. Now we'll see if they opt to go for the Rise again here, and it looks like they may just do the same. So to be clear, this is the exact same draft we had last game up to this point. It was the Leona here, the Chocho. I honestly would be happy with that. I think he had a decent game on it. Question is what you do from there.
That is the question. because if we get another
We've
salty
been over
run
this right
back-
before things started today. Happy side, sad side. Okay, I see them hovering the Seraphine.
It is
Good,
the,
good. They're
it
on
is
the
the
happy
happy
side.
side. All right, we got the Leona there for Jojo. But it's so telling to me that both these teams and the way that this series have gone is getting the draft that we're getting for game number 3, right? The salty run back potentially here for both teams, where that second game was all over the place. I mean, if you saw that gold graph, it's like hiking down the Grand Canyon or something over there.
Yeah, and honestly, it makes my job a lot easier when they just do the exact same draft.
Okay, there's the Rek'Sai ban, so we don't get that
Okay,
one.
we get our fears change as the Rek'Sai ban. So clearly the early pressure Leanne was able to put out. And again, this is one of his most played junglers off the split. And a good matchup in Lee Sin, so they don't want to go for that. On the other side, we saw Gwen and Camille as the bans from Rare Adam. I honestly would be completely fine with you doing that again. I think the Camille is a big answer to the Zeri, especially when the Yuumi is paired with her. Basically get 2 for 1. And I think the Gwen makes sense too. They are going to ban the Camille first. I think that adds up. I think it checks out. Now for the side of anyone's legend, I think Jarvan, you know, they banned that last time. I think it still has a lot of potency here. If you get cataclysmed and then you get the final chapter on top, not a fun time.
It is definitely not a fun time.
It's like, you know the saying, shooting fish in a barrel? Jarvan's cataclysm is the barrel.
It's bringing a barrel to the gunfight, I guess, and putting the fish in there too. Jarvan banned away as the final ban for anyone's legend there. So definitely the jungle focus going into today's third game as the Nidalee banned away the Rek'Sai, the Jarvan, all Leanne's champs. And in his specific pool as well in the Rek'Sai and Nidalee, I like that. The Gwen banned away against anyone's legend, though. Make sure that ZDZ does not have an opportunity to pull that one out. But here, all eyes turn onto anyone's legend. Do they go with this LeBlanc again, where I feel like Forge had a decent performance on it, but it's not the same stable mid lane that you can always get with, say, like the Rise.
I will say that you don't have to deal with the Rek'Sai anymore, right? The Rek'Sai was one of the things that actually made the 2v2 a bit risky. This is still a very strong 2v2, right? The Lee Sin, LeBlanc, and now you gotta wonder what Leanne will take. Point with the idea of the Talon, definitely mobile, definitely can move around the map quickly. And honestly, imagine Talon and Zeri jumping over the wall, just diving onto you. But this is the Kiana. He's played that a fair bit this season as well. It looks like he's leaning towards these assassins.
And that's what facilitates that kind of early play, right? Both these junglers, at the end of the day, we said they are typically aggressive. They like to get early advantage. Xiaohao for the team and himself, Leanne for himself. And now with the Kiana, we will have that opportunity for him, just like on the Rek'Sai, to get those early kills, start stacking up, and be a main force for this team. Another pick that was left open this time around is the Renekton, and it is hovered by RA here for Cube, and it's locked in.
Yeah, so not seeing the Graves again going in a bit of a different direction does mean that they have a decent amount of dive buddies between the Kiana and the Renekton. They can get on top of that Jinx. Now, let's see what ZDZ will pick. What we'll opt to go for into the Renekton. We saw the Gangplank covered earlier in the series. I feel like the ultimate obviously creates a lot of space, but I feel like a decent frontliner wouldn't go amiss here. Honestly, the set that they were toying with works well. Or honestly, the Ornn serves that pretty perfectly, right? You have the ornaments to hand out. You're a bulky frontliner. If anyone gets close to you, you're threatening a fair bit of CC. So, you know, and as well, right? We have the LeBlanc Lee Sin, right? That's your early game. That's your early game priority and setup. You lean that towards the bot side, you get Betty ahead. You have the front line, you have the scaling from the Jinx and the Ornn, the front line from the Ornn, scaling from them both. I feel like anyone's legend can be pretty happy with this. Rare Adam, you know, they still have a lot of that power that is offered by the Zeri and the Yuumi. And they have a strong top side, although, you know, with the Kiana and the Renekton, ZDZ can just buy Ninja Tabbies and be pretty happy.
Can, but it's all about the early execution again on the side of RA, and especially on Leanne, right? And especially the jungle matchup, although key in every one of these matchups so far, this one in particular. It's so funny to me because we get the best of both worlds for both teams, it feels like, through this series, culminating in the third game. That's how you want it. It's like, that's like the bread and butter. That's how you want it to happen. We get the strong pieces. We get the Zeri, the Yumi, the adaptation of the Kiana because of the Rek'Sai ban, the Renekton coming out for the first time in the series for RA. On the other side, you've got Betty's Jinx, the thing you needed. You've got the sunny side for Chocho on Leona. You're picking up Forge's LeBlanc. You've got Xiaohao's Lee Sin, and you're rounding it out with a little bit more stability in the Ornn in the top side. It just feels like everything is culminating to beauty here for our third game of the day. It's Rare Adam taking on anyone's legend, and at this point, it's anyone's series.
Really could go either way, and I think a big thing for me, I'm looking at anyone's legend to have the early agency around that mid lane, right? And I think something I want to see, which we haven't really got much of, is Chocho on the roam timings. You're against a Yumi, right? One of the big shortcomings of Yumi is that you can't really roam very effectively because you have to be tied to a unit. You can't buy boots, right? Because it's a waste of gold. But as a result, it means basically if Yuanjia wants to join in on a play on the top side, he has to prowl his way up very slowly, or he has to jump on someone coming from base, or he needs iBoy to move with him. So I want Chocho to use that, right? You're into a Rise in the mid lane. I want to see 3-man plays mid. If you secure a big advantage mid, it's going to bleed out to the rest of the map, right? Kill Strive, burn his flash, and then put that pressure down bot. 4-man dives with this AL bot side is very easy to do.
So we were getting some finicky early starts from AL, but it's RA who actually make the final laugh here in the early parts, try to get that early invade, but actually don't stick to it. But earlier on, we saw 4-man down towards bot side almost catch out iBoy. So both teams realize that this is a neck-and-neck series now.
Yeah, and you know, we saw the map split coming out last game from the side of AL. And I think the map split obviously had a lot of value. Being able to put a bit of pressure on the Rek'Sai in the early levels, force him away from his red buff. We don't see that coming out here, though. So both junglers pathing towards that bot side. Probably going to see some contention around there, plenty over the Scuttle Crab. And honestly, I think AL could be pretty happy with that. I think they want to take those early skirmishes, right? Kiana is bursty, but I feel like that's kind of what she offers. If she's not able to 100-0 someone in those early fights, she's kind of struggling. And you have the power, the Leona, the Lee Sin, the LeBlanc really to drive forwards in those early fights.
And I think the interesting thing as well for this matchup is, like, for the first time, right, we're more than likely not going to see the volatility that the top lane was providing in both other games, right? It's going to be more a majorly focus on the mid lane, the bot lane, and the 1v1 skirmishes in the jungle and things along those lines. So I wonder how that kind of changes the early style for both these teams, as we do get to see Lan spotted out on a ward there towards his bot side of the map. So vision game strong from anyone's legend.
Yeah, trying to track them, and it's super important in the early levels, trying to get an idea. And also, if Xiaohao does want to challenge Lan at some point, you have the opportunity to do so. And knowing where the Kiana is can be pretty impactful. But for now, we've just had a pretty standard going. But a big thing that's a little bit different is, so far in the series, you've kind of seen iBoy have the priority, right?
Yeah.
On this Zeri. This game we haven't. We've seen Betty and Chocho able to take the priority in this lane, able to shove in. They have their jungle on this side of the map. And also, Chocho is taking this opportunity to roam up, move with Xiaohao. For now, they're just going to secure the Scuttle Crab. Obviously, very nice when you have the support there to stun it so that you don't have to use Smite to break the shield. But, you know, the more Chocho moves from lane and tries to look for opportunities, the happier I am going to be.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, is like already seeing that start off is good news for AL. Xiaohao back towards his normal rigmarole down towards the bot lane, and iBoy goes across the other way, but he's doomed himself. And again, for the third time, it feels like, his first blood for AL Yuyanjia, barely making it out alive, but so is the rest of AL. And what a play from Xiaohao.
I mean, that's the thing with the Zeri, right? Is you can jump over terrain, but sometimes you end up getting into, you know, a worse situation than you would have been in otherwise. And iBoy ended up in a pretty precarious spot. They're not able to capitalize on Yuanjia in that situation, right? But they burn all those combat summoners. Ignite, exhaust, and cleanse all down.
Forge playing up and gets prisoned, gets rooted. Forge in some trouble here, and he dies. Response from Leyen and in the mid lane.
That's a great play to make, right? You burn Forge's flash, you put some pressure down on him, and we said, what do you want to see? You want to see this mid-jungle.
Oh, they're going on that. Zenith Blade connects, and Leyen is dead! Oh my god, Xiaohao with the moves!
And Chocho delivering, right? I wanted to see this early pressure around the mid lane. That he getting chunked out.
Rallying projectile on the back end of it, doing some work on Betty, but the rest of AL are like, you cannot do that against our AD. He'll commit the TP from Strive, but iBoy still in some trouble here, and it's the 3v3, but iBoy in some serious trouble. Xiaohao gets his second kill of the game. Strive sticking in it, has the AoE. He's moving forward. That's one already. Can they pick up a second? Yanja's here as the support. Xiaohao is almost dead. He doesn't die just yet. Chocho is there to stop them. Is he gonna die too? He misses. Oh, Strive gets the kill with the auto attack.
And this is a disaster. Look at the size of that wave. Betty will get there in time to get some of it, but a lot of CS can be lost. And this is the problem with that play, right? The wave was humongous, and the TP comes in. Watch the replay. Look how much damage Chocho's just going to start taking just from this wave already hitting him. And then as a result, the play's very slow. Yuanja makes the right call, steps outside of iBoy, blocks the sonic wave. As a result, iBoy survives for such a long time. And all this time, look at Betty now just getting basically killed out by the minions. The constant damage is there. This is just disrespectful from AL.
There's like 10 minions just murdering anyone's legend that entire fight. Oh my goodness. Never say the minions don't do nothing. But Strive definitely doing something right as he's got 3 kills now early on. Yes, there's 3 deaths on iBoy, but you know where your carries are centered at now.
Absolutely. And the fact that, you know, again, we talked about it. Mid-jungle was really important for AL. Strive is now 3-0. He's feeling strong, and he's starting to move that pressure around. This could be pivotal for RA.
Tempo plays.
In the vicinity.
Tempo Gaming, the Oran Horn called. Is it going to be enough? It's not in time. The reactivation is not there. And RA get 1 kill on the top side. Forge still here, so he's in some trouble himself, though. He needs to be really careful. It's still 3 members strong from RA. He's got some fluid movements. The Realm Warp going to come out, bring Strive to the fight. The prison not going to connect.
But still, they get the dive off and they get away. Not much AL can do, as he does not even able to get the refire on his ultimate. But this is just excellent play from RA and showing what happens when this Rise gets ahead.
Good play in the mid lane. iBoy just caught by the double chain there. Actually, we didn't get to see that one, so nice little catch up by our observers. And now we get the top lane dive.
Yeah, so flashes away from the damage, but that means you can't reactivate the Ornhorn. And Chao doesn't have ult, can't exactly kick someone back in the tower, so he's kind of just chilling there. And then Forge is like, yeah, no thanks, I'm not interested. Maybe another time.
Barely makes it out alive. Here we are back to live with Strive heading down towards the bot side with iBoy, just trying to make sure that things are a-okay down here for his good buddies. And Leyen coming down here as well. Strive will complete the back and probably go back towards mid lane, but we have a 3v3 brewing down here, Ox.
Yeah, Xiao needs to get in quick and kick iBoy away from the terrain if they want to make this work. 0-3. They want to make it 0-4. We'll see if they find an opportunity to do so. It basically, iBoy has to kind of step up here, right? Has to get a little bit overconfident and walk forwards, but right now he is hugging that wall, constantly trying to make sure he has a way out.
He is just sticking around here. iBoy easily able to dissuade that. He didn't even have to use the jump over the wall. So no big deal. Xiaohao's time not too effective, but they will at least get the first dragon of the game for themselves.
And Leon will just keep farming. This is standard Leon. You waste time, you will pick up cams. 70 CS to 43, a pretty sizable lead in the jungle. And you know, the saving grace is Betty's doing pretty good, and iBoy is 0-3-0 right now. So there is some payoff for AL, but for the most part, RA are pretty comfortable now. Leon's going to pick up that first Herald. Yes, AL get the Dragon, but this first Herald, really important for snowballing games, really important for getting that gold advantage and potentially taking down some early towers.
And I loved how quickly they've utilized Strive's lead, right? And they immediately look for that top lane gank. They immediately are looking for the Rift Herald to try to knock down one of these towers, and still all centered around Strive. And that's what you kind of need here, right? We said, when we get into this game, it's going to determine a lot of what we see the focus be for both these teams. Well, you know Strive is a carry potential now. You know that if you continue to give Rise resources, he can carry the game for you in this kind of situation. Leyen needs to not get caught out, though. The double CC is going to connect. This is 2 tanky bodies, and Kiana is just dead.
Yeah, Leyen definitely got to play the game right there. You know, you get knocked up, and you don't get up again, I think is the message. Leon just gets absolutely eviscerated. And a good pick by AL, right? RA trying to set up, trying to go for that. And Chocho has been more active from the map. It's what I asked for. It's what I wanted to see. He has been moving around and made things happen. It does mean that Betty is left isolated, but with LeBlanc and Lee Sin moving down, I think iBoy has to back away.
He's got to get down here pretty quick. Xiaohao stopping for the scuttle, actually turning back around because of the speed that iBoy has on Zeri. And with Yuyanja there quickly getting out of there. Just going to still hover down towards this bot side of the map, but nothing going to come of it just yet. Still looking at the next steps for both these teams, right? You still have Xiaohao on 2-0, but has been pretty quiet here recently. Not wanting to give up that shutdown, but as well as not being able to keep the tempo that Leyen has been, you know, garnering with Strive in the mid lane. But that all changes, you know, as we get further in the game, as we crest into this mid game.
Yeah, I think at this point, Chocho's proactivity in the map has been the big thing for AL that's helped them find space. But yeah, this mid disadvantage is a little bit painful, but they've been doing a lot of work to find control, right? You control the path from mid to bot, and then you can just thread it. You don't even have to walk bot. It's as long as someone disappears, right? If Forge goes in the fog of war and is maybe going bot lane, iBoy has to respect it. iBoy has to back away, and they have to play safe. So I love to see that sort of pressure coming out from teams. I love to see them utilize that. But for the time being, things slow down a little bit. Gold is dead even at this point. And Yuanja is finally taking an opportunity to move around the map, but we'll be returning bot. And that's the thing. Look how slow the Yumi is just walking down.
Slowly walk that way or float that way on your book. Catching up with iBoy is going to be a task. But again, I want to highlight back on Leyen. He has completed the Yumus as well. So little item spike there. Gore Drinker on the other side for Xiaohao. So both in some decent power spiking, at least early on. And it's still needing to keep Leyen active on the map. And Xiaohao just trying to find responses as you see Leyen going towards the top side of the map now.
Yeah, how to dive with just two, honestly. Oh,
final chapter. Betty cleanses. Okay, little zealous there for the bot lane of RA, but they use that push on Betty to crash into this tower a little bit more. Again, with his top laner actually coming down to help him into the enemy red, they will invade successfully.
This is kind of something we talked about. Oh, wait, what?
Chocho's like, oh, I can't believe I connected that one.
Gonna journey with them. This is kind of something. Oh, actually seen some more
had the
action
ward.
here.
The supreme display of talent misses, but they have been caught. And that's a big Ord Horde onto the side, though. Leyen's already dead. They get the trade back on the Forge. It's a 1-for-1, and it is right there with the chaos of game 2.
Drive get more kills in pocket. 4-0-1 and the rise now. Pretty strong in the end. This is textbook from him, trying to invade, trying to steal away camps, getting his team to assist him. Does get caught out there. That would be in there.
The Rift Herald. It's so close. He's going to have to pop it right when he gets into it from death. Strive, though, this is what you get with the 4-0 rise. Not too bad against the 3-0 Xiaohao.
Did it come out? The Herald come out?
I don't know. We'll see when we get on the other side of this replay. But Leyen preemptively trying to use the supreme display of talent. Didn't know he was on a ward.
Yeah, and there's so much vision in this top side that even when he flashes in that brush to buy time, just caught out. Now, Cube and Strive do answer back.
They used it! Yay!
He got it in time. Thankfully, right? It's just going to be 2 plates mid, which is, if you're going to throw down and get 2 plates anywhere, mid is definitely the best option. But should be a decent amount of gold. Now, they will try and stop it here.
Oh,
if they can. They might actually be able to, right?
Yeah, they might actually. That's the worry of.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, unfortunate. And that's the worry of mistiming.
That's the thing, right? They had the Herald in pocket for such a long time. They could have thrown it down at any time and got 2 plates. And the fact that they waited so long on it basically means that when they traded that dragon for the Herald, they got nothing, right? They just lost out on a dragon. And now they are looking to secure the second one.
Oh, we get a little picture. Yeah, literally, like, I want to say there was probably milliseconds left on that because it was already almost done when we went into the replay. So as soon as he came up, he was hitting that button real fast.
Yeah, honestly, Leyen surviving any longer could have been a bad thing, but the fact is the Herald didn't amount to doing anything, so it really makes no difference in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. And we will see the redeploy onto the map, land right back to where he was just moments ago on the enemy side of the map too. I'm trying to keep up that tempo there.
Oh, that was the wrong way.
Supreme display of talent gets a double knock though. Solar Flare doesn't connect. Look at this CC chain from Jojo. Oh, feels so bad for Leyen.
Yeah, I mean, you see Leyen doing his best to try and peel for his mid laner, ends up dying in return because once more, Chocho moving up, doing what he needs to do against the Yuumi and providing that pressure. What I will say, though, for the side of RA, would you rather lose your 1-3 Kiana or your 4-0 Rise with a shutdown?
Yeah,
I think I'm happy you losing the Kiana rather than the Rise there.
I want to say maybe you ask Leyen, you get a different answer there. Maybe not. Who knows? Since we have iBoy in the mid
That's
lane
team
now.
player. He's fine with it.
Yeah, for sure. iBoy now transition to that mid lane, trying to keep the farm going for the ADs. Meanwhile, Xiaohao with the lane gank at top side, not going to amount to much. Cube takes a heavy trade with ZDZ.
Now looking towards the Herald on the top side, and it looks like RA are wanting to respond, right? They have 3 mid, contest the wave. Meanwhile, AL already have control of
Strive just to separate the distance or gain some distance there. Z in the front line here. RA a little bit split on this. They got to be careful for iBoy on the side. Cube locked down early. There's the Ornhorn, not activated for the second time of the game, but Cube is dead. Lightning crashes, and you've got to have all eyes on iBoy. He's got the AoE, he's got the damage, but there goes Xiaohao. He's in and out just like lightning, and we'll see if they can get it. Betty in the pit, needs to get away, has the flash. There you go. AL out of there, but Leyen looking for it. He has the supreme display of talent, and you're walking into the jungle ripe for the picking, but it's not going to come to fruition.
AL get what they want. They get the Herald, they get out, they even get a kill in their favor, so they could be happy with that one. Thought maybe they would actually overcommit a bit more. Xiaohao had his kick coming up and available, but why risk it, right? You got what you wanted. Why flip the fight?
16.5 minutes in, about a 1.2k gold lead for anyone's legend. We get a re-look at that fight, and it's just split a little bit for RA.
Yeah, so much damage from RA's focus onto the Ornn, who's so tanky. And then it's just trying to move in here, but the Solar Flare comes down, makes things a bit difficult. They're trying to push it on Betty, but they have to back away again. And then now that's like, right, let's re-engage, let's push up, and it's just AL disengage. I think it's good team fighting from AL, that very much that in and out play style where they like to use as much of the health bars as possible as a resource. Someone gets burned down, they pull away. Someone gets burned down, they pull away. And it's like an in and out sort of thing.
And I want to zone in a little bit more on the win conditions right now for both these teams, right? We're 17 minutes in. We have very differing positions for both these teams. Strive 4-0 as a mid laner on this Rise, looking like he's still going that tankier build, so not as much damage focus. Xiaohao on the other side, been the main reason why they have this little bit of a lead, and he's also 4-0. But they are the centerpieces right now as Forge TPs to bot lane, maybe just to his death. He takes the bait and will not have the distortion any longer. Actually,
that was
RA is the one that gets baited. Forge now getting the final chapter used on him. They have everybody coming down here, but the TP from AL is here, and now it's Forge that dies on the return. Ornhorn coming through, but activated this time around. Realm Warp there, but it's just the bait. Lightning crashes from iBoy. Solar Flare connects onto 2 and shuts down the advance from RA for the moment. Flash comes out from ZDZ, and AL are out.
Yeah, I mean, they finally get forward. He buys enough time that AL think, you know, maybe this is where it's coming down to. But at the end of the day, they end up losing out. ZDZ TP now unavailable. 2 flashes for 2 flashes pretty much. And AL, they're happy they got away on that one with only losing 1 member, but still things a bit precarious. And with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, Forge will be alive. We'll be setting up for this, but some big ults not available. Final chapter. Yeah. Oh, we'll get a replay first. But a lot of ults down for this next one. It's just pretty slick from Forge, right? Dashes forward and just goes back to the distortion here. Very slick. Flashes to get away from Cube. And, you know, this might have been enough to get away, but the flash from Cube comes in. Strive is there. Eventually, they just overwhelm Forge.
They do. And back to the real game, we have a fight in front of the Dragon Pin unfolding. The Rift Herald number 2 used by Betty in the mid lane, and that's a perfect distraction. RA need to respond to that, but they don't want to give over the Dragon, and they turn onto the Dragon itself. This is their decision. They will secure that objective, but it's a tower going down in favor of AL.
Yeah, and there's only 2nd Dragon. It's not like a huge concern for side of AL. So they decide to prioritize that mid lane tower. Herald is quite low. We'll see if they can get a 2nd charge in. And I think actually they just should be able to on the back of this.
And there you go. Charges there, but the fight continues. Final chapter utilized by Yuyanja. He wants to go forward. Gotta be careful to re-engage now as you've used a lot of your tools. And it is AL making it out alive yet again, but RA right on their heels at least, time and time again in these fights.
And I like to play from AL, right? The 2 towers, well, with the 1 tower and a lot of damage, and the second one mid, pretty valuable, whereas the second dragon won't really come to fruition until later on. The resistance is nice, but not exactly game-changing. I think the thing for me, though, is this feels like a repeat.
But it's the other side. It's different, all right? Forge, he's going to have to use the double distortion. Oh, he goes
ambitious.
back. He's got he's got Xiaohao here. Oh, no! Xiaohao comes clean with the 5-0 there on Lian's death.
Forge was ready this time, and ultimately there was no way to stop him from going back, retreating, having Xiaohao to turn up, and they're able to counter the play this time. Lian goes down. It hasn't been the best performance from him so far in this game. And the thing is, right, at this point, Rise is kind of, you know, in a really strong position. It's very bulky, very hard to cut down. Jinx has an item and a half, not exactly shredding him. Renekton is pretty strong in the mid game as well, as is the Kiana. Yes, Yuumi and Zeri scale very well, but I feel like RA are in a real position of strength right now, and they need to be finding advantages, because it's going to be a while before iBoy can step up to carry. And when you're against the Jinx, who's going to get ornaments, it's a bit scary. Yeah, just a complete whiff of the ultimate. The chain comes down, and nice play from Xiaohao. Make sure he wants to kick him under turret to guarantee he goes down. Doesn't want to play any games with this Yuumi there.
Yeah, the flash kick, beautifully done there. Lian, right back to it, though. That's what you got to do on this Kiana. You cannot stop trying, because you are the assassin. You are the blow-up potential and the setup for your team as well, in terms of trying to get the tempo in your favor, at least. Still see iBoy farming away in that mid lane, doing all he can, but he's definitely not in the same position that we saw the Zeri in last game around. But Betty on the other side, yes, not as many kills. Still the Jinx, still very strong, and on 2 items.
Yeah, and I think 4 items, when you get the ornament as well, that's kind of critical mass for Betty, right? I think that's when RA will really struggle to deal with him. And like, as long as AL don't do something like they did in game 2, and just like all be on like low HP, no cooldowns available, and let iBoy walk up, it should be AL's game to take if it goes that late. But I still think RA are in a pretty comfortable position now. And again, it's this Rise. This Rise is a very hard target to deal with, because there's just not enough damage going around to cut through him quickly. And if you end up committing enough damage to him, it means you don't have many cooldowns to offer elsewhere. He will have his flash force there, being collapsed on, and didn't know who could be over the wall. How just burning summoners left and right.
Got to do, though, as I was saying, Lian needs to keep the pressure. So does Xiaohao. He's the one with all of the kills right now. He is unkilled on his team, and he's got 5-0 with the Lee Sin. He has been the one making the shots happen here so far in this 3rd game.
I'm looking to apply some pressure on this top lane turret. I think Rise is a bit too much wave clear, though, and they have to expect Lian's in the vicinity, so they won't get anything out of this. Push the wave in, end of reset, and now iBoy can actually apply some pressure mid, right? No one's there to respond. Can't just push the wave in and potentially get some damage. Maybe just take this tower, honestly.
Might be able to get that objective for themselves, at least go up in that fashion. But it's going to be leaving it to its own graces, not wanting to push up anymore. And we are tied tightly at 23 minutes in, where I feel like the games before this have been a little bit all over the place, a little bit crazy. And that's where I think, you know, this calm, a little bit more reserved game is a definite breather for these two teams.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen some crazy ones. We have had a lot of kills this game, right? But I feel like in between, there's been a little lulls in the recent minutes. Now we have 40 seconds into this next dragon. I feel like this is one that we're going to see a fight for, especially when you have an Ornn on your team. Those extra resistances from Mountain Soul, massive. Not even Mountain Soul, Mountain Dragon. And if you get the Soul right, really big asset for the likes of
I will
Faye,
say,
so
Lian already feel pretty strong to Kiana, but it's 3 items completed now. The Frozen Heart completed for Strive. That makes this next fight that much harder for anyone's legend. But it's the heel back, it's the front to back to make sure that Betty is not caught out by Lian. We'll see them moving forward here. The dragon is spawning in 5 seconds. Soul point for RA as Realm Warp used as a bit of a bait from RA. That's another tool down for their advantages here as AL moving to the pit.
if Lian gets a big ult here, it could be massive. He's going to get found out. Xiaohao
Does
How
AL
will
moving
force
in
him to
now?
run through the turret.
How goes over the wall with the blast cone there. Cube flashed on by Forge. There's the Ornhorn. They want to catch him out, but the Orn not able to activate it again. ZDC not finding it. There you go, the final chapter. Solar Flare back out. A lot of ultimates use Cube in the middle of everybody. Lightning crashes and iBoy's looking scary. But AL need to focus on Betty. They need to survive this Jinx. It's looking like everyone's going to call it quits. Dragon goes to RA. Beautifully fought.
Yeah, messy fight from AL. On top of that, it's also just where RA are really spiking, right? The Renekton,
Betty's gonna get excited here.
He's very bulky.
They're TPing. They want this fight. They want to chain this off of the objective take by RA, but RA are too quick to pull away.
Yeah, it'd be a bit ambitious to fly in on that one, especially when there's the potential for Leanne to go invisible. I've already jump over a wall. We'll just end up backing off in this situation. But yeah, I think this is just a very hard point to win the fight. I mean, look at Strive's item. You just can't kill him quickly. He's so bulky. And so what happens in this fight is they hard commit onto Cube to try and take him out, but he actually buys a lot of time by flashing over the wall. This root on ZDZ stops the Ornhorn, so a lot of things going wrong for AL. And then we get a re-engage of this fight. It's just like Strive can walk up and it's so hard to threaten him. Leanne can go invisible. iBoy is pretty bulky as well. They kill the Renekton, but like look at Strive's health bar still full, and Betty isn't doing enough damage, right? You need more items. You need 4 items on this Jinx before you can convincingly take this fight, I feel, unless RA misplay them.
He's already working on the Lord Doms there for a lot of tankiness that's going to be coming out of RA. Beautifully decided on there, but now Leanne walks into it. Leanne, he gets out by the smidgen of health, and does he know? Betty with a snipe!
And that's enough. That's right. We go Baron, right? We have an Ornn who's tanky, has great engage. If they approach, you can potentially threaten it, especially the Rise, who has no flash. They're looking. They can just burn it down. Remember, no smite for RA. This should be guaranteed.
Strive in the pit. It's like a fish in a barrel here situation. Strive has a ton of damage. The Ornhorn back. They've gotten one. Baron goes over to AL, but can they get out alive? Big Gore Drinker from Cube, and they're turning it though. It's beautiful from AL as they actually force iBoy's flash and cleanse out. He's still quick though. He can go over the wall. The Ultra Shock Laser slows them down. They need to turn this. They cannot get away from this. ZDZ gets the shutdowns, but it's not. He is dead, and iBoy still looking for it. Strive walks into the Flame Chompers, and that stops everything in their tracks.
Okay, you take that, right? You got the Baron, you traded evenly overall in the kills. You take that situation, but that was scary. Credit to Xiaohao with the
Forge,
kick. Oh,
Forge, he can't get him. Yuyanja now caught out. Yuyanja left out again, just like in game 2. Oh, another snipe! What is happening?
Downtown. Betty
Sniper
finds the ult. Oh, beautiful. Look at Betty. Look at
his laugh.
Look how happy
at his
he
smiles.
is.
That's 2 in a row,
dude.
back to back, on cooldown ultimate kills.
Yeah, so Leanne, just great pick, honestly, by AL. This is a squishy Kiana, and they don't initially get the burst, but the ult comes in. Beautiful from Betty to snipe that one. And then this extended fight, this is scary, okay? The critical thing is Betty is trapped in the pit. They think the right call is to go for Baron after the years. You have the guarantee with the smite, but watch, iBoy starts to ramp up, and look at the kick that comes up. Not gonna get time. Forget about it. Forget about it. More action, more fighting. iBoy is dead still. He's just about to respawn, but it looks like a little bit of action was going on there. Because that's the thing, right? AL have Baron. They knew iBoy wasn't available. They were trying to apply that pressure, but they won't find anything yet.
Xiaohao 6-0-6 on this Lee Sin, having the performance of his dreams. Still looking for it as well. Betty, knowing he has the strength now, knowing he has the Lord Doms, and that's what's able to put down the damage. They just move up with it. Side tower falls to Forge. AL move down to the spot side to try and take this tier 2.
And remember, Ornament has been completed for Betty, so pretty strong. Doesn't quite have that Infinity Edge yet, but doing a lot more damage to Strive.
Strive, yeah, you built all that tankiness. Well, where is it, buddy? Because AL say, no way, Jose, and they're going to shut the door on RA here. They are snowballing into infinity, and look at the Fishbone's damage. Your lightning might be crashing, but your dreams are being dashed, and that's a huge ace from AL. The series dusted, a quadra kill for Betty, and AL are absolute legend.
huge there for Betty on the Jinx once again. I was saying 4 items, only needed the 3. Started to absolutely shred. And after a long series, a close game 2 that they could have taken, Betty will close it out with 3 games on Jinx and 3 hard carry performances.
What a performance from anyone's legend, coming out with 2 dubs on the weekend. Friday's back-to-back series, and then now going the distance for RA against RA, and coming out on top, Xiaohao with an incredible performance in this last game. The guy is hard carrying. You've got to keep him on your radar here.
Absolutely. I mean, he
look at the smiles, right? Look at the smiles.
I mean, they're happy. They should be. This is a big series to win. They're gaining some points. AL, honestly, people's expectations were pretty low coming into this week, but they really started to perform. Xiaohao has been a lot more active than what we saw before Chinese New Year. Betty has done Betty things, but I feel like the team is kind of coming together. They have an identity. Their team fighting is really stellar. They are finding these early advantages, and it works, right? You pick a strong mid jungle, Xiaohao gets ahead early, and then Betty is that late game insurance, that carry when you need him, and he is absolutely popping off.
The whole team, man. The whole team. Forge even in the mid lane looking strong. The fact that Stride was the center point in that final game. He was looking like a menace. He was working on his 4th item. He was all tanky. He had over 3,000 health. A couple Fishbones rocket, a Mega Death rocket make no difference. I mean, his health bar was obliterated in that last fight. It does not matter how much you're stacking that armor and the defensive stats when the Lord Doms comes to town and when Betty comes to town.
Honestly, the Lord Doms, just the fact you're doing bonus damage based on their health, and you have like this bulky rise, the armor penetration as well, the percentage pen, it's like as soon as Jinx grabs that, the difference is night and day.
Yep.
And I honestly feel like this is kind of the thing, right? We saw them prioritize this rise heavily. It had a decent amount of early impact, sure, but once it gets to those later stages, you get outranged massively by the Jinx. The Jinx can now shred you. Like, the mid game is that sweet spot where you're kind of too bulky for the Jinx to cut you down, and you can do what you want. But like, look at that goal graph, right? It's kind of literally they just so hard as soon as they found that moment.
I want to hold all 3 gold graphs together. I want to make a piece of art out of it, because I feel like this series has been such a roller coaster. We went from a game, like, I don't even know if you remember, Ox, but we had a game 1 where RA didn't get a single kill. And then to come back like they did in game number 2 and to go the distance like this final game, you know, AL, they surprised me. They have found serious strength in this point of the season. But RA, they're going to be hurting. They're going to be hurting after this one for sure. I think there's a lot of things that fell just a tiny bit short that they can shore up and learn from this situation.
And you got to give credit to RA for bounce back of that game 1. That was a rough one, right?
Yeah.
Not even getting a single kill. But game 2, they managed to find the angle despite making that big throw. And then game 3, again, I just feel like they had to have the momentum in the mid game. They had this massive rise who just never really was able to achieve anything, and eventually got to the point where just critical mass was hit. I really am questioning if we should be seeing Betty on Jinx. I just don't think teams should be letting him get it, because he seems so comfortable on it. And it's just like, AL will happily take that to the late game time and time again.
And his damage stats are going to be insane. I gotta say, I mean, he was already at like 29%, but after today, I mean, he was at like 25,000 every game, or plus 25,000 every game. So AL are striding right now. It's honestly a pleasure to see, especially with the way they've come out with the wins. It has not been easy, Ox, at all. I mean, these have been some of the toughest series I feel like we've had, yet they're finding ways to pull it out and pull out the wins.
Absolutely. And I again, you know, there's definitely some issues. They're not flawless, right?
Yeah.
And this is a team who are also sort of the bottom end, but there's hope. There's hope at the moment. That win, they're putting themselves in a pretty good position to start clawing things back. I believe they now have 3 wins in total, which means, you know, it's not an insane amount. They have played a lot of series into only 3 wins, but like, it's showing that sort of resurgence, showing growth, and it's showing that they really picked things up after Chinese New Year, which is an important thing.
And for me, Xiaohao, man, you better start buying these tickets now to the gun show, because this guy is insane. He is just like the bread and butter of LPL junglers, that aggression, that instinct. And the thing for me is, he can transition that into advantages for his team, right? When we were talking about both these junglers, they are both aggressive. Him and Leyen, they want to find that early snowball. And a lot of times they do. But it's the way that Xiaohao transitions that to make sure that everybody on the team is in the same span, right? Like in that first game, everybody on the team had a kill, and it was because Xiaohao was literally everywhere. And I think it shows a lot the ceiling for this guy.
Yeah, and I think good eye for finding the opportunities and the early pressure. I feel like, Leon is good at accruing a CS lead, and it very much feels like the team sometimes play for him, right? And it's like, my priority is doing this, my priority is doing that. And there were times in that game where, like, certain lanes are kind of left out to dry because they had a pushing wave. They didn't have a jungler there to help them crash. They didn't have that assistance. They were open and vulnerable to ganks. So it does feel like at times there's like a little bit of a disconnect between the team. Even compared to AL, who aren't exactly, they're not like our most coordinated team, but it felt like AL just were a bit more coordinated today. I think that's the main takeaway from this series.
And also, somebody who we showed a little bit of light on at the beginning, kept checking back in on it, but Xiaoqiu coming away with an MVP, but also ensuring
happy side.
Yeah, I was gonna say ensuring the happy side stays true. I mean, it's beautiful. The thing for me is Xiaohao would not have been able to accomplish a lot of the things he did without Xiaoqiu. And we saw in that final game, he was adapting to the series. He said, okay, we need to get Xiaoqiu out of lane. We realize we can leave Betty there. He will still be on the Jinx. He will still be strong for the team fights. We got to get Xiaoqiu out onto the map and get him involved with Xiaohao. They did so beautifully.
Yeah, and I love to see that because game 2, it definitely felt like he was kind of just trapped in lane. He was kind of just sitting there watching the Yuumi scale. Game 3, I was saying, I want him to be proactive. I want him to move. And I'm glad they sort of matched that and they started to enable him more.
Well, we get to hear from the man himself. Gonna go ahead and send it over to Christina and Xiaohao for an interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Xiaohao, the jungle laner from Anyone's Legends. So congratulations on your win first. My very first question is about Game 1, because Game 1 is such a one-sided game and you can snowball smoothly. So I was wondering, what's your early game strategies? 好的，让我们欢迎小浩来到赛后采访。首先，今天的第一个问题是关于第一局，因为第一局的比赛呢，你们是非常的顺利的滚起了雪球。想问一下，第一局你们前期的整体策略是什么样的呢？
第一局的话，我们前期的策略就是抓他们下路，然后打中野，因为我们中野优势，所以说多进他们野区打架。
Actually, our first game strategy is target on the bot lane because our mid laner and our jungler has an advantage. So we just target on the bot lane, then we can do more fightings, so we can get this win. So last question is about game 2, because game 2. I think it's a pity. So what kind of adjustment did you make after losing game 2? 那么接下来想聊一下第二局，可能第二局最后一波团战略有一点可惜了。那么你们在输掉第二局之后做了哪些方面的调整呢？
第二局的话，我们就觉得最后一波不冲的话应该随便赢的，然后前期有点劣势，因为他们强势嘛，然后就感觉这个阵容一样能玩的，只是减少失误就好了。
I think our combination about game 2, we can still win with that combination. If we don't rush so hasty and so quickly, we think we need to chill a bit and we can win in the next game with the same combination. So next question is about Game 3, because in Game 3 there is a very crucial team fight around the Baron pick at 26 minutes, because at that time your opponent Renekton was died, but their Zeri was trying to make a lot of damage in flanks. How did you guys communicate at that time? 第三个问题想问一下关于第三局的26分钟的大龙团，当时对面的鳄鱼已经率先阵亡了，但是他们的泽利以及其他的4个队员还在侧翼想要试图进行一些输出或者是骚扰你们，当时你们是怎么样沟通的呢？
当时他们死人了，我们就想着进龙坑给大龙抓了，然后让山羊顶在里面，顶在外面，然后他们过来，我们就先让他顶，然后大龙抓了就开人。
Actually, at that time, we had noticed that the Renekton has died, so we just try to rush the Baron first. And if our opponent comes to here, we need to get this Baron and secure this Baron so we can get this team fight win. My final question is about your team's condition, because that Anyone's Legend has experienced ups and downs during the spring split. So, which aspect needs to be improved most from your perspective to get a better result？ 最后一个问题想问到的是 ，AL 现在呢自春季赛开赛以来也是经历了一些起伏嘛，那么你觉得最需要提升的是哪一个方面呢？来获得一个更好的成绩？
最需要提升的话就是减少自身的失误吧，然后团战打好一点，应该就好赢一点。
Actually, we think we need to reduce our mistakes and did a better great job in team fights. I think in this way we can get more victory. 谢谢我们的小号来到赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you, Xiaohao. All business over there on Xiaohao's end of it, and love hearing from him. Rising star, at least for anyone's legend.
Absolutely, and Rising Star's true. He looked good in this series, and I think he's looked a fair bit better than he did for the Chinese New Year. Proactivity is what we wanted to see, and proactivity was what we got.
And I do believe we're going to go ahead and bring up our MVP of this final game because it was a doozy, and Betty comes through with the snipes.
Yeah, I think this is more than justified, right? Really strong performances all three games on the Jinx, but in particular this game, some clutch ults coming in to secure kills. This is one of the big examples, right? This is one that led to their Baron play. Just doesn't miss. And then we had the follow-up here, landing it onto iBoy from downtown, right? From across the map. Looked like iBoy was just away on this one. Gets caught out, but it was the team fighting as well. This is the point where you hit critical mass, right? Kraken's there available, able to shred through the targets.
That was their carry, by the way, in that fight right there, Strive. That was their carry at this point in the game, and there was just no hope. I mean, a couple Fishbones rockets into the Mega Death Rocket. I love that all of these highlights are literally capped off with a Mega Death Rocket, right? And it's just constant from Betty. We're seeing him destroy people on the Jinx, and it's something very terrifying for sure. Ox, that's going to be it for us. That was our first series. It was a banger. I got to say, I was having a blast closing out this first series of the night for you, and us, I guess. But we're not done. We're not done. We have some replacements coming in. We got Munchables and Dagda who are going to be bringing you IG versus V5, and it's sure to keep the tempo going because you got Rookie facing his old home. We'll see you on the other side of this break, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the glory and the broken, all the lost and forsaken. Let
Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile, until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spring rounds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself, this is still not the end. And pull it through now. And if the pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon, the time has come now. And it'll set the time to quit, pull yourself together, whoa. And let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now. Let in the sunshine, feel it on your face. Gone are the gray skies, clouds are blown away. Time is on our side, with a dandelion wish. We dream our cares away. Let the summer sun shine. Let the summer sun shine. Sand in your toes when you're leaning for a kiss. Breathe in the moment, there's nothing quite like it. Sound of the ocean, breezing in the air.
就感觉打IG蛮神奇的。其实目前来说没什么感觉，可能就是到那一刻，可能感觉就不一样了。我想跟IG 全队员说，就我们这一场就互相都操作篮板，然后就是也不管输还是赢，就是尽量打出一个精彩的比赛。
Man, Rookie's just too wholesome. He's just too wonderful. How can you not love this guy, you know?
No, I need bloodlust. I need to say he's gonna beat everyone around the rift. What is this? How am I supposed to set up a rivalry?
I'm
Come on.
I'm trying to come into this segment. I'm trying to get hyped, trying to like emotionally get invested. And then Rookie's like, I just hope everyone has a great time. You know, it's like, oh, Rookie, you little cutie. All right, I'm Munchfuls. I'm joined by Dagda. Welcome everybody to the second series. Absolute banger of a first series, by the way. Bit fiesta-y, I have to admit. But I will say, Dagda, anyone's legend. Turns out they're actually getting pretty all right. Like, way better than I expect from them.
Especially that game one, right? Like, Deathless, I think it ended up at like 16-0. Like, that was a bit of a statement. And coming up against Rare Adam as well. Not the strongest of teams, but maybe we can start looking at this team in a better light. Rogue Warriors 2.0, a much better version.
Seemingly so. Seemingly so. Then again, Rogue Warriors did occasionally have a really great series, so anyone's legend, still something to prove. Let's talk about the upcoming series, though. IG versus V5, because this ain't the same old IG. We just heard from Rookie, but he was wearing the wrong jersey. This is the new IG. This is the ragtag Rookie squad with some names that are starting to become household names within the LPL now. But Zika stepping in, kind of pushing Naney out of the spotlight.
Yeah, and Zika's come in and looked absolutely phenomenal. Now, we have to put the caveat on all these stats. He's only played 4 games, 3 of them on Gwen, but my word has he been incredible. Like, you can see his goal difference of 15 has been nuts, his CSD has been nuts, and he's getting a lot of pressure up towards this top side of the map. You can see second highest jungle proximity for a top laner, and Zika has now opened up a new opportunity for IG to start playing through him, playing through these more split push orientated compositions. And when Zika is not only dominating in the 1v1, but also then receiving help to even just push his advantage further, it really does feel like we've got a new version of IG.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing is, like, we already had a new version of IG. Now with Zika coming in as well, it's like, well, you have 2 top laners that can be a massive threat on that top side. And him working with Shun is really how this has all been working so beautifully. And it feels like Shun has always been a pivotal part of this new version of IG, but he works so well with these top laners.
And that's the thing, it felt like Shun kind of needed a spot to play around, right? Like, you can see Yukai has had some lane struggles, the bot lane hasn't exactly been the strongest either, but with Zika stepping into the team, it's given a definitive identity to IG and being able to play through that top side. And not only is Zika, like, getting this help, he's then, like, destroying people with it, like, getting a bunch of solo kills. He's been absolutely nuts. So I'm really excited to see what Zika can do and making a name for himself, especially when people are kind of looking, hey, look, Naney was a beast, didn't want to really see him go. I mean, Zika's kind of put that argument to rest.
Yeah, it's like Zika's come in and he's like, well, listen, Naney, I know you're pretty good, but I'm better, so deal with that. Let's take a look at the comps, though, because the way that IG has been drafting has changed coming in as well. It feels like, you know, we already mentioned Zika, but the entire style in the last few games has been around these side lanes.
Yeah, and that's the big one, right? Like, the game 1 that they played with Zika, they stuck him onto the Gwen. They didn't really play around him. It didn't quite kind of go their way. But once they saw how strong Zika was, the entire identity's kind of shifted for Invictus Gaming in trying to play these 1-3-1 orientated compositions. You can see, obviously, like, Jace, Gwen does wonderful there, but even in the mid lane, right? You're starting to see the rises, the Twisted Fate LeBlanc as well, where she can push in and start to look for picks. Like, it's all about the side lanes now with Invictus Gaming, and a large portion of that identity is thanks to Zika. And we actually saw in their last series, Zika has a really good understanding of how to play side lanes. Like, when he needs to try and move away from that side lane to try and group with the team, help to find picks, like, Zika's actually become a really crucial part of this team and why they're leaning more into these more side lane orientated compositions.
Yeah, it does really feel like the team not only has started playing around him, but he clearly understands the role. And that's, well, I mean, let's be honest. Here in the LPL, we have plenty of top laners that love to be in a side lane, but don't necessarily respect the fact that the enemy team is also allowed to come to that lane. Zika doesn't seem to fall for that trap quite as easily as some of the more notorious top laners. I won't mention any names. Let's talk about the opponents, though, because you know, historically they've been called V5, but today I think we should refer to them as V3, because this is a team that loves to go to 3 games. And I can't say I'm that surprised with some of the names. We've got some top esports players, some IG players on this squad. Teams that are notorious for going to 3 games. Every single series so far for V5 in this split has gone the distance. Every single series goes to 3.
And I think that's why there's a lot of question marks around V5 about how actually strong this team is, right? Because you can see there's so many coin flips that happen across the board, right? Especially in that bot lane, you're looking at PP God of Photic can have some great moments, some rough moments as well. You look at the ability for Carson Rookie to link up. It's been kind of the strong point of the team, but still, that hasn't always gone their way either. So I think a lot of the struggles for V5 is just they end up coin flipping a lot of their decisions in the early stages and trying to, like, kind of strengthen that up is going to be what V5 need to do over the course of the split.
And let's be honest, a lot of it comes from that mid lane. And I feel like we talk about the man in the mid lane every single time, but I feel like you have to every single time because Rookie is still very much the star of this show. Like, when it comes to V5, it all revolves around Rookie. This year, I mean, me and Orcs were talking about this on the last V5 series a couple of days ago. It feels like there's a huge question mark around Rookie on will he perform better than 2021? And some games we've had him popping off. Some games he's been able to take over. Other games it's been a bit lackluster. And so it feels like this show is all about him, but you never quite know how positive that's going to be.
Yeah, the whole point is that, like, when we get to that 3-game series, though, that final game of the series, that's where Rookie comes alive.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
where he seems to really just pop off. And we've seen him go towards things like the Victor, the Orianas, these control mages that he's really favored, even the Zoe having these big pop-off moments. But you can see, like, when Rookie's on form in these third games, that's when the team is able to play super well around them, set themselves up for these early game skirmishes, and find success off of Rookie's prowess in lane. And even when you get past this, right, we're looking more towards like team fights, and you're looking towards things like the dragon and the objective setups. So many times it's actually Rookie who's managing to set up those team fights in favor of Victory 5 and almost play that like secondary engage tool for them on champions you wouldn't necessarily consider team fight engagers or setups.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Is he just finds a way to make these creative plays. I mean, I've always loved watching Rookie's Zoe. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. I like watching all of the Zoes, but Rookie's especially is pretty top tier. But I think, as you're saying, it's the creativity in the fights, the way he uses these different champions, the way that he finds avenues. And the other side of the coin, though, is, I mean, game number 1 of that series the other day, he went like 0-7 or something on Twisted Fate. It was a really, really rough game. And so you have to wonder which version of this player is going to be stepping in, especially at the first half of the series. Because as you're saying, game number 3, it always comes online, but it always feels like quite a long, turbulent journey leading into game number 3. So we'll have to see what version of V5
I need to play
we
some
get.
solo queue games before he gets there, you know, warm up. So then it's game 1 where he comes online versus game 3. But I do think as well, like, having that the strong mid jungle is a very crucial part of this identity for V5. So if they can try and get the Orianas, the Zoes, these things that can actually set up for either like strong push in lane to move with Karsa, or just that strong level 6 when you can try and play through that mid jungle, that seems to be the best way for V5 to try and play.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I will say, going up against Invictus Gaming especially, I mean, I know we saw the interview with Rookie at the start, and he was saying, you know, he wasn't really feeling anything. I'm kind of surprised to see that, to hear that from Rookie, that he doesn't have any big, like, this is the team that he made his name on. This is the team that is synonymous with Rookie.
What
so
worlds with?
Yeah, exactly. Like, this guy's a world champion alongside this organization. So kind of surprising to see that he doesn't have any significant emotions about playing up against IG today. But then I guess when you actually sit down and think about it, this is a totally different IG to the IG that he played on. You know, Shun was kind of his little protege in the jungle. They kind of worked together as an adorable little duo. But outside of that, the players on this roster, I don't think have that much of a connection with Rookie.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, right? And honestly, they don't have a huge connection with anyone, right? Like, IG is fielding a bunch of newer players, right? Zika coming up from BLG's academy team. He was, from SDX and was a substitute on BLG in summer 2021. You look across the bot lane, they're kind of coming in new. Uakai was the substitute in RNG for last year. He got a little bit of playtime, but not a huge amount. This is a very unproven and untested IG. So I think that's why they're kind of struggling to find their identity to a certain amount, but also why, for a lot of this, you won't have that same connection, right? I feel like if it was, you know, when Rookie was playing against the Shy, or Rookie was playing against like some of his old teammates in that way, maybe then you'd have it. But like, even if you look at the team that he won Worlds with in 2018, you know, Jackie Love has gone to top B Sports, Belan isn't really playing around anymore. Like, the whole team has kind of shifted away from what was IG.
They've all either scattered or they've essentially retired, right? Ning and Baolan both not currently playing in the LPL, or at least not on main rosters. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting one. And I have to say, it's the most interesting thing about all of that to me is when you look at this IG squad, you're saying how, you know, there are a lot of new players. You know, you got like Nani and Shun who who played last year, so certainly not rookies necessarily, but a lot of them are rookies on the squad. But when you look at how they play, a lot of the time, it feels like they have a better idea of how they want to play League of Legends than the veteran version of IG ever did. A lot of the time, I felt like we were watching IG with Rookie and the Shy on it, and this team had no idea what they wanted to do a couple of years ago. So, I don't know. They may be rookies, but they've definitely got a plan going in.
See, I think the difference is, right, like, the Shy knew how he wanted to play the game. That just didn't necessarily line up with the way Rookie wanted to play the game, or the bot lane wanted to play the game, you know? That was kind of the issue with it. But IG at least do now seem to have that kind of side lane game plan coming through for them, so we'll have to see if they decide to go towards that as well. Whereas when we look across Victory 5, though, like, they have actually been putting a lot of that pressure that they have from mid jungle into top side as well. Rich has actually been receiving a good amount of resources. His gold difference of 15, I think he's up like 1,000 gold at the moment, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so he's sorry, not 433 gold at 15. So he's been doing a really, really good job for himself as well. His goal difference at 25 is 1,000. But that's where I'm like, you can see that they're starting to put those resources top. And when IG, we've just been talking about, you know, Zika story. This is the guy you need to watch. Well, if they're going to be putting those resources once more in towards Rich, you got to be careful here.
Yeah, you certainly do. And I am going to be curious to be watching those Zika stats across the course of the day, because as you mentioned, first in 3 separate categories right now, but only 4 games played. That's the big caveat that you have to remember. So across the course of today, those stats could either continue to be exceptional and then we start to raise our eyebrows, or they could kind of normalize against V5. That's the big question, is which one of those. I will say, though,
it is kind of nuts that he's played 4 games and he has 3 solo. Like, this guy, like, he likes to pop off. So I like, this is why I'm actually like super excited. Like, Zika definitely feels like he has a bright future ahead of him, and I'm really impressed with the kind of the style and the understanding that he has of the game thus far, especially coming in as well.
That was a very dramatic intro.
Yeah, I kind of got distracted. I was like, what happened? I was like,
the weird slow hand drop. I was like, oh my days. I don't know what she said, but it must have been dramatic. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. Back to the top lane, yeah. Excited to see what he can pull out of the bag. It's going to be an interesting series. I'm curious for this one because, let's be honest, every single V5 series has 1 or 2 shenanigans occurring, and IG are no slouch. When you put them in that situation where it's all down to mechanical prowess, this is a rookie squad that has horsepower behind every single engine. You know, these guys want to go as well. So I feel like V5, Cast is going to be getting into these lanes. They're going to be starting fights off, and IG's going to match them toe for toe, and it's going to be a brawl.
Can I just say that I am so scared for Yukai, because Yukai has not been having a good split. Like, he's down 400 gold at 15. He's not exactly been the healthiest of laners, I'll say. And the man's going up against Rookie. Like, even if Rookie says that there is nothing to prove against IG, there is definitely a little bit of, I kind of want to smash these guys. There has to be. There's no way you can. And when Yuikai's already been struggling against one of the best laners that we have mid, God, I'm scared.
I think the thing for me is, even if Rookie isn't feeling that emotion coming into this game, you can bet your life Yukai is, right? Yeah. I'm on IG and I'm against Rookie, and I'm already not having that great of a split. It's time to step up. Yukai has to show us what he's made of today, because, again, as you're saying, not really been the highlight player. And that's fine. It's okay to not be a highlight player. I mean, look at Cryan and RNG last year, right? Yeah. Not the highlight player of that squad. Still phenomenal performance across the year in the grand scheme of things, in terms of the results, in terms of role playing within the squad. So I'm not trying to, I don't want to belittle Yukai or anything like that. But that said, you're up against Rookie. If your laning stats aren't that great, and you're against one of the very best laners in the entire world, oh, that's going to feel rough. That is always going to feel a little bit rough. But Dagda, it's about time we head on into draft. So talk to me. What are you expected to see between these two teams when it comes to mix and battles?
So I think the big one coming in is, like, when you look across at IG, you see the... Well, actually, maybe we don't get it because this is coming in fast. In Italy, ban a lot towards Shun, but Gwen taking off the board against Zika. I think everyone's now started to focus in on Zika on that top side of the map. TF banned away from Yukai as well because that kind of gives the opportunity for IG to say, hey, we're going to take a step back in the mid. We're going to play elsewhere. It doesn't matter if Yukai falls behind. And now we got to see what the plan is for IG because for Zika, I think you're going to leave counterpick here on top side for him. Like, he's played the Jace, cool, but there's a lot of answers that can still come through for the Jace that can have a pretty rough day for him. So for V5 though, they're going to go straight towards the Aphelios. I actually see this so much, and I'm really not a fan of it. Like, Jinx has a better time in the matchup an awful lot of the time. And although you can kind of use the early prowess of Aphelios in the matchup to find these early skirmishes, I still think that with Jinx's scaling and the ability to play at range here, IG can actually just go, hey, look, we're going to play super long, and never mind, they're not going to. They're going to just go straight towards the Renekton and then Italy.
Sorry, that was a really obnoxious laugh, but it was just like, yeah, we could play for the late game. Yeah, Renekton Italy. We're going classic. It's Shun's signature as well. It's a massive carry for Zika. It may not be played for the late game, but I love it anyway.
Yeah, and again, it gives a lot of pressure towards the top side where you can play around it. And when we talk about how good Zik has been, that's where you can see a lot of the pressure coming through. But it doesn't mean you get, fresh coming through here. You'll get a jungle lancer coming through for Karsa here as well. Always the opportunity to go towards something like the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao if you really wants to. But you still have to pick up then your AD carry on IG, because next thing you know, like, Jinx is taken off the board. You start banning away more of these AD carries that are in the bottom lane, and Aphelios has a massively free time down there.
Oh, hang on a second. The LeBlanc against Rookie has been banned almost 100% of the games that we've seen for V5. It's been let through. It's gone into the hands of Rookie. This is a scary moment for Yukai. We already said we're scared for this guy in lane. Now he's against Rookie's LeBlanc. Rookie has a skin on LeBlanc. Yeah. Rookie won the World Championship on LeBlanc. That is not a pretty sight for Yukai.
No, and now they get to ban away things like the Vex, things that can actually do well into the champion. And now Yukai, we already said lane phase hasn't been his strength. Well, talk about being thrown in at the deep end. For IG though, I still think you start to look towards junglers, right? There's the Lee Sin taken off the board. Give Shun an easier time so you can play up towards his top side. There's always an opportunity if you really want to like ban away support, just like a Lulu or something, if you want to make sure that this Jinx can't really get rolling. But with the Nidalee there already and her offering the attack speed, you're not really worried about these enchanters. More so, you're trying to like prioritize these engaged supports. Sorry, for P5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's PP God. Like, engaged supports, that's the bread and butter, right? We've seen PP God on enchanters. Not as big of a fan. Not as big of a fan of that one. It feels like the engaged support's very much his comfort zone, but it's good that Xin Zhao actually banned away from Karsa instead.
And I will say, when I look at V5 drafts, right, it is super hard to predict what these guys are going to go for. Because they just kind of play everything. Like, when you look at Karsa, right, he's brought out like the Hecarim, Nidalee, Gragas, Lee Sin, Poppy, Trundle, Talon, Xin Zhao, Jarvan, Viego's. Like, this guy has so many picks that he can play that, like, yes, you can take away some of the top picks, but he still feels like he has a huge amount under his belt. And even if Karsa wants to, right, like, you can go towards stuff like the Poppy here if you want, because there is a huge amount of, like, dive in, go forward on IG, and you can help keep Aphelios safe. It does mean you'll lose out pretty heavily on the jungle matchup, but Karsa has been someone that we've seen in the past that doesn't really mind, like, I'll lose jungle for the good of the team. But looks like he's going to go towards the Jarvan anyway.
I'd go as far as to say he enjoys losing jungle. He's one of those players that he does not care how you think the game should be played. He'll play it his way. This Jarvan, as you say, it's been a comfort pick for him so far this year. It's locked in once again, and it's just great for influencing these lanes, right? But I do want to return the conversation over towards IG, because at the start we said it'd be counter pick for top lane. That's not happening. It's a counter pick in this mid lane against Rookie.
Yeah, and Yukai just wants to make sure that he's going to be safe. There is a potential, which I was about to say, to move that Renekton to mid if they want. So maybe this is actually Yukai taking the Renekton, and Zika did get the counter pick all along. And that looks like we might be going for it. There it is. The Tryndamere coming out against the Graves. I love it, IG. I love it.
Okay, a little bit of pizzazz towards the end of the draft here, a little bit of creativity. And that's what we said. This is a team that does like to get creative with how they play the game later on. And well, Zeke taking a Tryndamere top lane. Yukai saying, look, I'm not going to outmage you, rookie. I'm not going to win in a fair matchup. I'm just not going to play a fair matchup. I'm taking a croc to the mid lane.
The thing is, though, like, Yukai should be able to get a feel like... he will get shoved in early because of the range. But the issue now is that, like, the Renekton Nidalee that you took as your strength on the top side of the map now becomes really difficult to operate, right? Because now you've got the Renekton in the mid lane. So it nearly feels like we're going to try and, like, move people towards the mid to see if they can look for some sort of play into rookie, but that becomes incredibly difficult. The Tryndamere matchup as well, Tryndamere does get shoved in early. So when we talked about the strength of IG being, hey, we're going to play towards Zeke and play through this top side, it actually becomes a little bit more difficult to do because you've got no CC to allow the Nidalee to play there.
Yeah, that's always one of the difficulties when you run a Nidalee in general, right? Is you need to have that set up to be able to make things happen. And it returns to the conversation of linking up supports and junglers, right? Lucas and Shun working together. This Leona is so good at setting Nidalee up. So whether or not it's ganked in the bottom lane, expect Lucas to be going to wherever Shun wants to be to help set up. So we could still see plays on the top side. Won't be Tryndamere setting it up though. It'll be Lucas making his way, making a pilgrimage across the map to make that play happen. But we're about to get a game here. We're about to get on Summoner's Rift for the second series of our day, and it's a doozy. V5 versus IG, this brand new rookie squad from IG with something to prove, with a monkey on their shoulder here. V5 on 3 games every single series. Rookie against his old squad. You just know this is going to be a slugfest.
And you know that Rookie is going to be a very pivotal part of this early game for V5, right? And I don't even mean just in series past. I'm talking about this game specifically. Because you've got Carson, Rookie, an insanely strong mid jungle in the Jarvan and LeBlanc, and a huge amount of control in this mid lane. You can very easily start to look for Rookie on roams towards this top side of the map. And I think you need to get the ball rolling for V5 here as well, because look at the summoner spells. You've got Ghost in the top lane for Rich. Because he knows Zik is going to take the Ghost in this matchup as well, the Graves will start to opt in towards the Ghost as well to make sure that they can't get chased down. Rookie has taken Ignite in the mid lane as well. You cannot contest the side lane for IG if you fall behind as V5. You need to start to get this ball rolling, because otherwise Yukai with TP, you can just play at that man advantage all the live long day for IG and play out through this side lane composition that we see once more from this game.
Yeah, running with those side lanes once again. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Tryndamere is up there in terms of conversation of side lanes. And you're talking about Rookie having control in this mid lane. That will certainly be the case for the first few levels, but later on, Yukai will be able to clear those waves and try and get out onto the map. Boating actually getting caught by a Lucas, but PP God answers somewhat, but Ard is just firing away this entire time. That's more than half of the HP of Boating gone in a trade. We talk about fellows being good into the Jinx early on in the game, but that's not how it's worked out for V5 so far.
Especially if you can get that good trade as Lucas there. He opted into the Aftershock as well, so knowing he can go get the aggressive trade, have the armor and magic resist that comes up thanks to the rune, and he's able to trade far more efficiently against V5, who are running nothing that gives him those tank stats. Yukai!
Oh my days, he will survive, but it's not feeling good right now. Shun is nearby if Rookie were to go for anything too complex, but realistically, this is a LeBlanc. I feel like it's the kind of champion that you can get away with a lot, and he's running Ignite, but won't go for any kind of dive just now. He's going to look to try and get some deep vision instead, perhaps.
I like that you can already see, though, V5 are tracking the jungle, right? Like, warding on that bottom side, making sure that he's going to be able to play safe and kind of lean that way. Because the only way that this lane can go poorly here for Rookie is if it's some sort of, like, flash CC comes through from Yukai to set up for Shun. So as long as he's able to play towards one side, it makes it a lot more difficult for Shun to try and land those spears.
So I want to talk big picture here for a second for the side of V5 specifically, because we've set up that they need to be proactive in the early game. And I might have my question answered before it even is asked, because then again, Rookie just missed the chain, so maybe not. Casa was waiting by the side of mid lane, but we got a bit of a cookie rather than a Rookie there. Shun's just going to be able to grab himself his blue if we go for a reset. How do V5 get the pace going? We talked about it's not going to work out later on for them. Maybe diving is the answer, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I like that I'm seeing this from Karsa, right? Like, getting this early vision, making sure that he's keeping track of Shun, because Shun's just going to have a far faster clear, right? Like, you see it. He already has his 7 camp stun, he's reset, he's come back out onto the map, and you've only got 6 camp stun for Karsa, and now he's still behind on the tempo, right? So you need to make sure as Karsa that you're using your time efficiently, you're tracking where Shun is. And a lot of that is going to be trying to make sure you're safe. And now here's the roam from Lucas that you called, Munch.
Oh, Shun is here as well. We said they were going to work as a duo. Yukai waiting for the opportunity, but Rookie zips away. I think he smelled a rat. You know, the support's missing off of the map. I don't know where Shun is. Something's going off. Zika is just spinning like crazy. What's going on? I've never seen that before. I guess that's a visual bug, but that looked cool. He's a helicopter.
Still, though, Zika getting a good amount of control on this top side, right? Like, Rich is doing a relatively alright job to trade back, but you've got like the lethal tempo there from Zika. He's going to be an absolute monster in the late game, and he's still keeping relatively healthy, although as I say that, Rich now.
Yeah, I don't know. Rich is, as you started to praise Zika, Rich immediately won like 3 trades in a row.
It's just like, oh, God damn it.
But yeah, no. Rich, I mean, look, it's Graves. He's got the range advantage, and he has the armor on his passive. So certainly earlier on, it's going to be tough. But later on, Trinidad just becomes a monster. He becomes unstoppable. It's one of those things where, especially for a player like Zika, we talked about, if you can set him up, he will take over a game. And that's what we want to see here as Lucas trying for some deep vision. You don't want to go for that ward, mate, as Zika. Maybe he's found an all-in. He's got the crits. He's using the ghost. One more auto, and he finds the solo kill. Never mind late game Tryndamere. Zika's doing it now.
And that's the 4th solo kill now for Zika. I appreciate that he helped prove me right in that one as well. Because just getting that big win now, you can see that massive gold lead already opening up. 600 gold lead, actually honestly nearly 700 gold lead for Zika in that top side. And now, because Zika's going to get the reset, IG can start up this dragon, because Zika can always move down towards this dragon if things start to go right. But he's just going to walk back up top lane. IG off to a good start against V5.
V5 not looking like they want to let this one go without a fight. Karsa, he's going to go for the... No, he's not going to go for it in the end. Warded over, but didn't commit. Now a hook from PP God. V5 want to fight. Rookie on the back line. Lucas goes down to start things off, but it's 1-for-1 support for support. Karsa now left alone, though. And on with the resets. It's a double for the Croc. And it's a great start for IG.
And that's going to help a lot in this mid lane as well, right? Yukai was getting pushed into a good amount, but now that you're going to have those 2 kills in your back pocket, you can shove this wave, reset with your TP as well, and come back into the lane and make sure that it's going to be far more difficult for Rookie to bully out. But you can just see here, right? Rich moving up, trying to see if he could trade against the Tryndamere underneath the tower and punish him, but Zika just wasn't having it. Crit after crit, he just runs him down.
Yeah, that is Tryndamere matchups in a nutshell. V5, they started this, remember. They decided that this was not acceptable for the Dragon to go, and they lose the fight anyway.
Yeah, I think they thought, oh, Rookie's in a pretty good spot. We can try and make this work. But, like, Rookie can only take out one person, right? Karsa wasn't really able to connect onto on in that backline as well. And you've just got so much CC that comes through from Yukai and Lucas. It becomes really difficult for V5 to actually operate when the only real damage source is going to be Photic in that fight.
Oh, nice from Rookie to cancel the recall in the mid lane. And we just see a second of that top lane there. And you see the fear of God in Rich's eyes. Yeah. Like, Rich. I was going to say Richard, because Rich is usually short for Richard. And I realized that's just my brain being English. But Zika, so far, 800 gold lead in the top lane. He's already monstrously huge. He's only got 1 kill, but there's a 20 CS lead there as well.
Zika even hiding over here behind the wall, trying to see if Rich steps up. I'm excited, though. Again, like, Zika coming in, looking really, really good. He's on this Tryndamere once more. He can try and play very heavily through this. But On and Lucas now starting to rotate up for this Rift Herald. With full control here for Zik in this top lane. I don't even think V5 are going to try and contest. They're just trying to take the bot side jungle of Shun in return and maybe catch out On, who's walked directly into the Jarvan.
He's going to turn around in the end, so he'll be okay. But I want to quickly take this moment of quiet to talk about something that's happening on the scoreboard right now.
And that's the fact that Yukai got both of those kills in that early skirmish. We came into this matchup saying there is mega pressure on Yukai. His stats have not been fantastic. He's not been a superstar mid laner for IG, and he's up against Rookie today, IG's old world champion mid laner. Today, in game number 1, he's already stepping up to have a great performance.
Carson on this bot side.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the dive. It's not going to work out. The
Oh,
Costa didn't get the
oh, no!
knock-up. Oh, he's completely fumbled it on. Gets a free kill on a silver platter. V5 couldn't have bundled it worse.
That was not the F word that I wanted to say in that situation, because, oh my god, that was awful. That was absolutely terrible. The fact that you even went backward, you could have just flashed out, Carson. Why did you do that?
I don't know what just happened. I was making the decision on whether or not I needed to play-by-play this because it was such a guaranteed kill, and then that happened. I think we just move on until they give us a replay. I think we just move on. Zika up at the top side, trying to go for Rich once again. Rich trying to get some damage down, but he's forgetting the fact that Zika is invincible. That's Strindomir we're talking about. Has full rage bar, so we'll be able to heal up if he wants to.
There it is.
Rich not having a fun time of this one.
No, and both Ghost burnt now, so Zika still has the opportunity to try and chase him down. Actually going for the trade in that top side of the map for the score, but mid lane, Shun just shows up. And I do want to say, back to your point on Yukai, yes, Yukai has done well, but it feels like he's kind of gotten lucky in certain situations, right? Those level 1 to 3, Rookie pushes him in the tower, nearly gets the kill, honestly. And then you end up with the 1 or 2 moments that Carson's actually had an opportunity to get mid. Rookie misses the chain, or, you know, Lucas has actually been there to try and help out. So yes, Yukai has done okay in this lane, but he has actually got a lot of help to make sure that he's been able to kind of bypass this lane.
But the thing is, I'm okay with that, right? When we look at how this mid lane was always going to go, I don't think anyone's expectations was going to be that Yukai steps up and becomes the lane god that beats Rookie, right? I don't think anyone expects that. Oh, good flash from PP God. He'll keep himself safe. But I like that IG are playing around that fact, going with this creative draft to get him a matchup where he doesn't need to be a lane god to find an advantage, where he can just be king of the skirmishes.
Yeah, and that's why he's got 2 kills, right? Like, oh, actually, rotate.
Grabbing some of the bottom side. I don't think anyone else has.
But that's why I like the fact that they got this trajectory, right? Like, it only twigged with me right at the end that they were going to be able to swap this into the mid lane against the LeBlanc, and it works out well, right? Like, we saw it in that early skirmish. You've got the Renekton, the Leona, and an Italy there, plus the Jinx. Like, do great setup in these skirmishes. When you look across at V5, right, their mid jungle is insanely strong, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot of burst. Like, Carson Rookie can one-shot anybody that they go towards, but you then have super long cooldowns. So in these skirmishes, if you don't burst at the right target, well, then IG can still bring it back just because they've got more sustained damage on their side.
Yeah. I'm just taking a look across the scoreboard, and I've just noticed in the top side, both Rich and Zika going for the hull breaker. Top lane is an island once more. It's like being back in 2014. These guys are committed to this island. Like, they are committed to this duel. It's like the Titans dueling for eternity, you know, battling it away. Herald comes down to the mid lane, Shun grabbing himself some gold alongside Yukai there as Zika consistently trying to find his way in onto Rich. But Rich is doing a really good job of staying at distance, so Zika can't find that all in.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to do, right? Like, Zika has the advantage, has the boots upgrade, so Rich has to be like super careful with how he plays this. Needs to not overextend in this lane though, because if you actually end up pushed up to the tower, Zika will just have so many resets on the E that he can chase you down.
Oh, speaking of which, he's going to try that exactly right now as Rich takes a couple of crits here. Zika has his ultimate available, doesn't even need it. It's easy peasy all day long for Zika.
And you can see the frustration from Rich on the camera, right? Like, Trindomir is such a pain to deal with in this top side of the map, and now you're feeling the brunt of it. 2 solo kills coming across from Zika, and he's managed to get the push in the mid. This draft from IG, the kind of the conundrum that they threw at V5 is really working out in their favor.
Oh, all in the mid lane. Yeah, Rookie, is he going to get solo kill? Yukai almost finishes him off. The javelin just about goes wide. Rocket blocked by PP God. That was damn close in the mid lane, and a valiant effort from Yukai.
Nice job from Yuakai, though, and Operation, Save Private Rookie is a success, but you're losing out elsewhere.
Knock up onto Shun as Carson goes in, has some damage to work with. Apparently ults onto Shun as well, but that's in Italy, so he hops away anyway. Carson desperately trying to chase it as Yuakai will not be finished by PP God. Back to the junglers, and Shun just about skips away. But in the meantime, look at what's happening in the little box at the bottom left. It's not getting any better for Rich on that top side.
There's the 40 CS opening up. The Terror's gone his way. That's going to be a Gale Force coming through very quickly for Zika, and that chase down potential becomes even worse for the Grave. So yes, you did manage to push back IG in the mid lane, but you've still got a very angry Tryndamere that you have to deal with, and I don't know if V5 really can.
Lucas just used Solar Flare to cancel a recall. Lucas, I love you, man. What a chat.
I'm pretty sure he did that to slow down the reset for PP God towards the Rift Tower. Like, you're going to have IG here coming back onto the map now. PP God can't get up there. He's not going to be able to get the vision control down. And it gives the opportunity to, one, get your own vision control as by IG, as you can see on that top side of the map. But that ult should be back, I believe, just in time for it. But
well, that's the question, right? That's the big thing we've got to keep our eyes on now. Does the Solar Flare come up in time if there's a Herald fight? Because if not, well, maybe it wasn't worth it from Lucas. But so far, IG do have that control, thanks to stopping that reset. So really smart play from Lucas, assuming that there's no fight over the Herald in the next source.
I think the idea was, look, even if we don't have that Solar Flare up, the fact you've got to face check this as V5 would still be enough to be make a pick, right? Like, Kars would die, Rookie would die, so V5, they're making a play towards Yuakai.
Yuakai gonna try and slice his way on out. Doesn't get the dice, but Rookie can't do the damage and will be able to play safely enough. And that's all they needed, because IG were doing the Herald on the top side. God, I keep on just looking at the mini-map, and Zika is further and further in every single time. Rich now getting dived again. It is just doomed on this top side. Zika, with the endless rage, can just stroll away from his third solo kill.
Sorry, I've got to find this out. What's the most kills that we have in the league? Because so the most solo kills we have is Cream with 9. In the 5 games that we've seen Zika play, he's now like right the way up to.
That's his sixth, right? That's his sixth. He was on 3 before this game. He's got 3 in this game alone.
Yeah, he's now on 6 in 5 games. This guy is insane.
You know, IG's known for its lane dominant top laners, shall we say. I think they found their new one, Dagter. And it has to be said as well, Rich on the other side, stepping into this V5 lineup. People weren't sure how he was going to perform. Photic with a controversial Gale Force forwards there. Now Rookie goes in as well. They're trying to get onto Arn, but it's not going to happen. Herald comes down in this mid lane. Caster off to the side, but he's the one getting caught instead. Has to back away. Rich, a nice smoke screen to deny anything further. And the Herald will be taken down before he gets a charge. Nicely done here by V5. But Drake is on the map, and that's really why these two teams are grouping up right now. IG, this would be their 3rd Drake if they can get it for themselves.
Look at
big
Zika.
if.
What a Chad. Just standing in front of V5. Like, what are you going to do? I'm a full Gale Force ahead of Rich. Like, he can just run down anyone here.
Oh my days, that's some javelin damage from Shun as well. Here we go, Carson finding it engaged. They're on to Lucas, but Lucas is happy to be engaged on. In we go with the croc. Zika across everyone, spinning around and slicing through health bars. See you later, V5. This is IG's Rift.
IG are tearing V5 apart. And Rookie, you were trying to be wholesome at the start of the day, but IG don't want any of that. They want to tear V5 asunder, and right now they are doing just that, with Zika performing monstrous on the Tryndamere. Yuakai and Shun working brilliantly through this mid jungle, and it's all coming up IG. I say that though. Actually,
my brain told me that Zika was being
kill them.
dived,
He's gonna
but
kill
he's
them.
under the enemy tower. Oh my days, there's nothing they can do. Zika is a monster. He's on a different astral plane at this point.
I love it. I'm all about this Zika hype train, man. I'm so happy with it. But you can see here, Yuakai, brilliant engage, right? Directly on towards Photic. Carson tries to help him out, but Zika is able to follow over with a flash in over the Cataclysm wall. And from that, like, V5 have nothing, right? Like, Rich is too far behind. Photic is kind of the main source of consistent damage right now because Rookie can't really provide that. So once Photic goes down, the fight is done for V5.
I love that 4-man spinning slash as well from Zik. Flashes to get it from on the 3 people that stacked up where Yuakai has them. I have to say, Yuakai was the person that we were concerned about coming into this game. This Renekton is looking fantastic. You don't need to have a lane dominant champion in this mid lane. It's okay to be into that range matchup because these skirmishes just look so good.
Yeah, and I really like what IG come in with here. Like, really good understanding of kind of like how to draw V5 into the trap, setting themselves up for success, and also how to play through this, right? Because I thought we'd end up seeing a lot of 1-3-1, but Yuakai kind of saying, look, I don't need to be separated right now, right? For V5, they don't have a huge amount of range, so they can't really clear waves properly. As long as I'm grouped with kind of this 1-4 style, I can just open up for on to make plays.
Rich is in trouble here. Lucas will be able to follow up. Nice little dodge from Rich. Does have his flash if he needs it. No flash pretty much on the spot, but he keeps himself safe. That was some fancy footwork from Rich. Well played. Keep himself alive there, but it's a tough one because, again, Rich had a lot of... he had big shoes to fill coming into this V5 roster. It felt like with such a powerhouse roster that he was going to have to step up. Zika just doesn't care. He really does not have any respect for anyone of V5 at this point. And I can't say I blame him. Honestly, look at what's happening on your screens. Why would he have any respect?
There are 3 people dedicated to this bot lane, which means An can link up a Shun here. Shun gives An the attack speed steroid, and they're just going to take this mid tower. Yes, he might get top, but it's still a big win for IG.
Zika threatens the dive as well. It's going to be at least a bounty for Rookie up in that top side, but that ain't enough. Rookie will find a second chain, but again, you just don't have the damage to kill a Renekton. It's just not happening anytime soon. And now the entire jungle of V5 is forfeit on top of all of this damage going down to the tower. And Zika face plants into the wall with his spinning slash, but that's okay, it happens.
I will also say, like, usually when you consider the Dragon Soul being Cloud, it's not the best of calls, right? However, for IG, it actually works out super well for them. Like, Zika, when he plants it, gets his ultimate, he's able to chase people down, works out super well for the Tryndamere. Same when you look towards Yuakai. Like, this is actually a really good composition for Cloud Soul, and one of the times I'm like, actually, this really does work for this, the way that this team wants to play.
Yeah, and, you know, the new card Soul as well, I would say slightly more valuable than the old one,
yeah.
So you have a little bit more benefit there, but also, just when you look at the gold difference right now, 8,000 in favor of IG. Whether you want the Cloud Soul or not, you do want to go for Elder, right? And when you're this far ahead, getting the Elder Dragon onto the map feels like a safe course of play. So I like the idea from IG. I like just finishing off the Drake, get towards the win conditions, get towards the position where you can just brute force game-ending objectives.
I think the big question now is, like, what do V5 try to stop? Do to stop it? Because your best bet is to try and look for some sort of lead. IG, though, are doing a really good job of kind of playing this 1-4 that we were talking about. So Yuakai is staying to protect on, not giving Rookie answers. But as I say that,
it's going to be a pick onto Lucas here. We'll walk away, I think, with his life for the time being. The Ignite used. That's a lot of damage. It's certainly Lucas going to be forced to reset in the meantime. Zika answers. It's like, okay, well, you took 3/4 of our support's health. I've taken your tier 2 tower.
Oh,
we talked about sideline presence. He certainly got it. Oh, no, Rich. He stepped up again. Was that a mistake? Not for the time being. Again. Oh, I just don't...
2 levels up. Like,
I'm so scared.
strong.
I'm not even in the game, and I'm afraid of Zika. He might come out at any moment. I keep checking my door just in case Zika's behind it. He's an absolute nightmare. Yeah. Except instead of an axe through the door, it's Tryndamere's big old sword, and it's going through the door that is Rich's face right now. Absolutely rinsed him. And back to the sidelines once more. Rookie behind the play here, trying to flank onto IG. This game is getting a bit weird. It's getting a bit chaotic, but IG not feeling the pressure, not buckling to what V5 are trying to cause.
Yeah. I mean, look, it looks a bit funky from IG, but it is the correct calls, right? Zika, play side, make sure you can still keep up against Rich, which he's doing really well. IG are trying to get mid-push because they want to try and move over towards the Dragon. And from V5's perspective, oh, they're looking for picks.
Try and find something here. It's going to be Carson stunned up, but dodges the solar flare. Let's come with this one. Good reward over the wall, but it's killed.
The thing for V5 is like Rookie's trying to find these flanks, right? Like clear out vision, try and see if he can catch members of IG separated, but he's just not getting the opportunity. And it's a nice effort from Rookie, but this is how you have to try and play as V5, because if you just go for a straight up fight, you're going to lose, and IG want to try and bait that.
Well, they're going to have to go for a straight up fight anyway, and this is against a team with a Cloud Soul now. But IG deciding against just brute forcing the Baron, maybe feeling like they don't want to go for 50-50, especially against Karsa. Like, you can say what you like about Karsa. He's good at smiting. He's real good at smiting, so I understand not wanting to 50-50.
Yeah, King of Thieves. Karsa's absolutely insane when it comes to those 50-50s. But again, I don't feel like it's IG like wanting to necessarily flip it. They're just looking to see if they can bait V5 in just enough where they can hop over the wall, get that engagement, and this and that. But at the moment, IG gonna play it slow, right? You've got full control over boss, full push mid, top is open as well. Like, you can just look to play through these sides, and eventually in 4 minutes you have Elder Dragon, you have Baron still up, and that's where V5 have to start trying to make tough decisions, because honestly for V5, you can't really face check in, especially if, as you can see, Trinity pushes in top, IG rotate over to get vision and top side, and you have no way of just walking in to what IG have.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially with this big beefy Renekton, right? How do you ever get through Yukai at this point? He's got 2 items on top of his boots. And you know what? Forget Renekton. IG, they don't care about setting up for a fight. They're just going to 2-man Baron. Nobody's noticed because on his mid. You see the 80 carry mid, you assume Baron's not happening. But Zika's playing Tryndamere. You don't need an 80 carry. You've got an 80 carry in that whole Tryndamere. Baron goes down unnoticed by B5. This is Karsa and Rookie. These guys are so used to being the ones sneaking away the Baron, never mind having it stuck against them.
I am so impressed with this version of IG. Like, that being able to go, hey, look, we can just sneak it. On's got push mid. We'll be able to try and match the pressure on bot, and now they're just going to gank Rich.
Shun has made his way across the map so quickly. He was on Baron literally 2 seconds ago, and now he's pounced on top of Rich to finish a kill. The Croc gets it in the end, as it's another for Yukai. 3-0-2. The player we said needed to have a great game. He's having an amazing game for himself. The whole of IG are, as they start to barrel into the base now. V5, it feels like they're on the last legs, and Rookie especially is after that Javelin. In the mid lane, Zika 1v2ing, and Photic has to gale force just to survive. This is brutal, Dagda. This is V5 being systematically taken apart piece by piece. We said V5 were a top team. IG are saying we should be in the conversation instead. Photic goes down, cut in 2 by Yukai as the rest of the squad crumbles. IG, the Rookie squad, go 12-1 against Victory 5. It's Rookies versus Veterans, and Veteran C just doesn't matter today. Another one comes on through for IG as Rookie is finished off as well. Nobody even dies, and IG take the game.
IG destroy Victory 5. That entire game, they were just in control from start to finish. Yes, you got some plays trying to be made early from Karsa, but none of them really stuck. And next thing you know, you've got Zika with 3 solo kills on the top side of the map. You've got the mid lane in control from Yukai as well. And they end up picking up these early skirmish wins. So now the 4 people on the bottom half of your map all looking splendid. And now you look towards the top half and Zika's just murdered every time. Every time Graves walked up, he was dead.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, I feel bad for Rich. Like, he was counterpicked at the end of the day. Like, there's only so much you can do. Graves is a pretty safe blind pick, but man, Zika, he's an animal. He's an absolute animal. And the thing is, it's not just like, we've got some top laners that will find solo kills, but it's kind of in a wacky way, right? The way that Zika is playing is like, I know exactly how much I can get away with. He knows the limits of his champion so perfectly. That's the crazy thing. This guy's brand new. Where did IG find this guy? Like, where has he been training to get this good at laning? Because it feels like it's just immaculate every time.
Yeah, I mean, really good understanding of how to play waves, how to set them up, like, and it's not like him setting them up for the jungle often points. It's him actually setting it up so that he can play towards his own strengths. And sometimes he is enabled with the jungle and can set that up, but a lot of the times it's just like, look, I'm happy to just freeze this completely out of your control. So even if you either have to bring jungle up to break this, or you just fall 20 CS behind, there's nothing you can do. So you end up in these kind of catch-22 situations, and you can see that Rich, more damage than Zika, but it just wasn't sticking because it's Tryndamere.
Yep, that's the thing. It just doesn't really matter how much damage you do because he just presses R, and assuming he hasn't way too aggressively dived, then he'll be able to get away with that one. You got to feel for Rookie a little bit in this one as well because, you know, plenty of damage done. We saw him chunking people out. You just couldn't finish any of these kills off. Like, that's the big thing that if you want to take anything away for IG, don't just take away that they're mechanically good, that they're good at laning, etc., etc. Because those are positives. Take away the fact that this is an intelligent team. And think back, when's the last time you could say about IG, this is an intelligent team? That's not the IG way, you know? They go in. And it's not that this team doesn't go in, but they go in a smarter way.
Yeah, I mean, even when you look at their World Championship win in 2018, right? It was, this is the team with the best solo laners. That is why IG were winning. They weren't exactly the guys who were, you know, making the two-man play with like Shun and Zika stealing away the Baron. They weren't playing through like, hey, we don't need to 1-3-1 because if we won 4, we shut down any answer for V5. So yeah, very smartly done by Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, I want to know who the shot caller is on this team because I want to give him a cookie or something. Maybe a medal. I don't have any medals, but we can figure that out. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see if V5 have figured that out.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
With the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
就一进格，因为他就是他一直都是个很强的选手，然后就比如说在生活啊各方面都对我挺照顾的，然后对认识他的话，我会去抓他的，就给他点压力嘛，就尽量前期正常，然后看能不能打乱他们节奏吧，然后多先让他们中路，应该会好打很多。
Sure, it's just like, Rookie's been amazing to me. He's helped me in every aspect of my life. So I'm going to gank him and kill him. So, okay, that's not the direction I thought that was going. I'm joined by Tactics. We head towards the second game between V5 and IG. And let's just take a second here to resume the Zika praise show that has been going on for the last hour, because he's basically all we've talked about. He's, of course, going to be the MVP. And what a performance. What a game we just had out of Zika.
Yeah, the dude is a monster. Like 3 solo kills, managing to get a second MVP count in 5 games. Like the dude has been popping the hell off. Look at that damage percent. Like it was just nuts. The guy was insane. The fact that not only is he able to, as we kind of highlighted at the start of the day, right? Yes, he can get jungle attention, but Zika did this by himself. Like this is something that is so difficult to kind of find in well, from top laners, right, is how consistent you can be at like finding these big solo advantages without jungle intervention. And Zika's been coming up phenomenally, not only in this series but his last few as well.
And I think you can see in some of these trades, like the power of Trinimir's W as well. The fact that it reduces the enemy's AD. Like, people always know about the slow when they're facing away from you, but even if they're facing towards you, it still reduces their AD. When you've got Ghost, you don't need the slow, so it's still just completely doomed for Rich regardless. So, it's a tough lane matchup, that is for sure, but, Zika managing to make magic happen and managing to make that look destructive. Let's get into the draft, though. We've got Victor Bandaway as well as Zeri and Caitlyn. On the other side, we've got Rise, Renekton. A couple of interesting ones, honestly. The Victor and the Rise, not bands I was necessarily expecting.
Yeah, the Rise again is kind of like, well, play late, play
I
lane. I thought it was going to be the Twisted. I thought it would be the Twist of Fate ban instead of the Rise, because I mean, IG actually really liked the Rise pick because Yuka, as we said, not the best in lane, so he wants to try and escape. Now we'll have to see what V5 are going to do, and I like that V5 opted for red side because now they're going to know exactly where IG's members are going before they have to worry about any pesky business. But with the Twist of Fate there, it does feel like a lot of attention is still going to be put towards Zika in that top lane. The question for me is if Zika wants to go for something like the Jace in the top lane, right? Like if they take it here, maybe they then alongside the jungler, means you can either get one, a good jungle matchup, or two, start to ban away the counters to Jace in this next rotation.
So I just want to quickly point out this center top Kench that has been locked in. I mentioned this on the last V5 series that I cast, and I'll mention it again. Botic has played 10 games of Senna in his entire career, a bunch of them on top esports way back when in 2020. He's won 9 out of 10 of those games, and that was not a top esports that won games very often. This is Botic's pick. This is a pick that he is just exceptional on. This is a pick that V5 can lean on.
Also a pick that allows you to play away from bot lane. Like, it's going to just do its thing. It's going to farm it out, and when you know you've got the Twist of Fate there, well, it's not exactly the easiest time to try and gank the Sen and Tam Kench, so you've got to find lane, and you can try and then answer on this top side to go and try and get away from Yukai. So, you've got the Lee Sin locked in from Karsa. This is actually something that's banned away a lot from Karsa. He ends up with the band away from in 93% of their games. Like, Karsa is a phenomenal Lee Sin. The league knows it. And the fact that he now has the Lee Sin here, he can ban away things like the Xin Zhao as well to get himself into a good matchup if they want. Although they are looking at those top lane picks for Zika, which I think honestly might actually be the better call here. And now you can have full control here for V5 and trying to get counter pick for Rich in that top side. A good matchup for Rookie against the Twisted Fate, and V5 looking to try and bounce back here in game number 2.
And it's going to be up and away, and we'll see what else. But yeah, the Lee Sin for Karsa, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little scared for Shun on this one. I will say, I'm kind of going back a little bit here to the Twisted Fate pick. There's a bonus effect. That's that Rookie probably won't want to pick the LeBlanc into the Twisted Fate, while obviously the lane matchup is pretty good. Later on into the game, it doesn't work out. But that said, I guess IG Not going to risk it anyway. Ban away the LeBlanc. It will be a Vex for Rookie instead.
Quick lock into that as well, so Rookie pretty happy with that one, being able to see if he can try and just keep that push in mid lane to try and prevent Yukai from roaming. I wasn't sure if we'd end up seeing something like the Orianna from Rookie, something that can do pretty well against the Twisted Fate, and I think Rookie's been probably the best Orianna, honestly, we have in the league. The guy's insane on the pick, but going to be opting back instead over towards the Vex. And now we get the Diana, and what's the plan here? We're just going back towards the Trinity.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like, the thing is, Rich might just pick Malphite, and then you really can't do much. Or he might pick Teemo, or he might pick Jax, or he might pick any of these picks that is good against auto-attacking champions. Tryndamere kind of just crumples in on himself, so it is not as good of a pick if it's blind like this, but we'll have to wait and see what they end up going for. It's going to be a Poppy, which I imagine, similar sort of situation, right? You can stop the spinning slashes, you can just build a ton of armor.
And she actually does pretty well. She's got a decent amount of early game damages too, so works out pretty nicely. I was like, small part of me, Nasus does phenomenal into Tryndamere. I was like, if we get a Nasus versus Tryndamere top in the LPL, I'm going to lose my mind. But it is going to be the pop instead, and it does mean that you've got like really good kind of control here for V5 in so much of like, hey, we can stop engages and peel for Photic. The big downside of this composition for V5 is very little engage. You're kind of reliant on Rookie getting like the big ultimate into a Wombo Fear to make things happen. Otherwise, you kind of just get to play at range here as got my brain lagged. IG. Like, I know you don't have a huge amount of range, but you can still like take your fights and kind of like look for picks with Yukai and this Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to. They're going to have to. The one concern I do have for Yukai is if you go for the ult in the not ideal position, Rookie has that fear as his passive. You can just deny that from Twisted Fate in the right situation. Whether or not that happens is a different conversation entirely. But I will say, in terms of lane matchups, there is plenty of opportunity for IG early on. Like you're saying, get that Twisted Fate out, down towards the bottom lane, up towards that top lane. Try and find advantages before the scaling starts to come in. Because once Poppy scales up, once Senna scales up, this game is not going to get any easier for IG.
Yeah, and I mean, the more I think about this, like, actually how tough this game is for IG, right? Like, you've such a good anti-engage side coming through from V5, and they've actually got a ton of range as well on their side. Like, Photic is going to be able to like scale to infinity. You've got Rookie who as well, who can try and like poke at range. And yes, you've got Yukai who can look for engages, but PP God, at least if he's in position, should be able to stop that. It's really hard to play front to back fights where Rich is in front of you, Kars is in front of you. And even if you're just have Rookie there, he can prevent a lot of those engages as well.
Man, Zika is quickly becoming my favorite player.
Yeah.
He's just... Lane hasn't even begun yet, and he's already like, Rich, I am going to make your life hell. I'm going to do everything in my power to
Church of Zika, where ends it happening.
Okay, PP God's been found here. I'm getting some damage. That's a flash burn already. Shun over to the side. Crescent Strike in onto everyone. It's not going to lead to a kill, but again, an early flash. It's traded for an ignite, but that's definitely a trade IG will take.
Yeah, pop burned by PP God as well. Does have the Doran shield, so we'll get some regen out, but certainly should give control towards An and Lucas in this bottom side of the map, which is going to be really, really nice for them, especially Shun starting on this top side, pathing down towards the bot lane. Should be in a relatively good spot to pick up a scuttle.
I'd say that little Nara mode, massively. It's so adorable. Like, how can you not be sad when you see that little crying dart? Anyway, maybe I'm just too emotional. Oh, another hook out from Lucas. He is just lining them onto PP God today. PP God's the guy that we usually praise for the hooks, you know? When you think about PP God, you think about these hook champions, but today, he's the one being hooked, and it's Lucas on the scene.
An and Lucas, though, as we said, pushing bot now. And the big question for me is, like, what happens with the early scuttle, right? Because you can see Kars has already made his way down here. And going for, actually, looks like maybe a 3-camp start. So might look to make a play onto this bottom side as PP God hits 2 and maybe look for the engage. But if not, Rookie has control in mid. Yukai can't really roam down. But you have An and Lucas who can roam up to the Scuttle Crab as well. So we might have a little bit of an early skirmish.
Yeah, we may well have one. We'll see if it's going to happen, though. Karsa Actually, just going to look for the bottom lane instead. Ward over. I thought he
Yeah,
warded
there it
too
is.
far then for a second. PP God moves forward to try and start the fight. Arn could be the target. It might just go for Lucas, though, instead. It's going to be a slow down. Another slow coming out from the cripple. Sonic Wave is there. One more auto will do the trick. And Carcer grabs himself first blood. A root there means a bit more damage onto Arn as well, but won't be a second kill. Still, nicely done by P5.
And this is why we called it out, right? That 3 camp start, red chickens into your Krug gives you that level 3. I mean, so often see junglers go for that early gank, and it works out perfectly. On and Lucas hadn't pushed in, they couldn't hit that wave and hit that level 3, so PP God managed to get the engage for them.
Nice little trades from Zika up in this top side as well. Every time Rich tries to go for the shield, Zika saving his spinning slash to spin onto the shield, deny the shield coming out. It's a shield that gives a shield. This is a hard sentence. He denies the shield, which stops the shield for Rich, but it also gets the damage out from the spinning slash. So Rich having a tough time in the early stages of this matchup. Shun wants to answer what happened in this bottom side. The wave is pushing towards him. Could be an angle, but Carcer, he knows what's going on here. Minions are going to be cleared. There's 2 wards from the side of IG, and that's immediately PP God almost going down, but Carcer survives in time. And on the Sonic Wave, can Carcer follow it up? Doesn't look like it. Just going to back away for the time being. Can this be followed up, though? Lucas is looking for more. Won't find a hook.
Oh, that's the lock, though. Trying to see if they can fish it between the minions, but yeah, I mean, Photic doesn't really have the damage at the moment, especially compared to On without Inferno. He's just getting so much splash damage off, so B5 do pass away, but they get that push into the bottom side of the map, which is really what they were looking for there. Now you get a good reset coming through for Photic and PP God, so they'll be in a relatively good spot, and Carcer can try and come up towards his top side. He may need to help out Rich here, because there is a problem with the wave now pushing out, that if Rich gets caught here between Zika could try and chase him down.
Yeah, the only issue for Zika, obviously not level 6 just yet, and there is a million minions there. So if Zika overextends, he could just lose the trade, and Rich won't let him escape. If that happens, Rich go for the solo kill, going for the outplay. Zika, not having to flash though, will survive for the time being.
Rich does have his jungler in his back pocket though. Zika got the heal for himself, so Shun is just going to sit here and make sure Zika can actually farm this up and make sure that Carson isn't here. Just showing up to keep Rich honest, and now he'll back away.
Trying to. Rich going to get that one last CS in the hill. Head to the hills, or perhaps not. Maybe he'll go for a dive. Carcer's here as well. That's the stun on the wall. Good flash from Zika, last possible second. And Shun is here to save the day. Carcer gets himself a bonus grump off the back of everything. Rich low on HP. Wildcast goes wide from Yuakai though. Rich still surviving. That's going to be one for Carcer as Shun goes down. Yuakai now feared as Rookie arrived on the scene as well. Zika doesn't have his flash available. That Sonic Wave, it stops him using the spinning slash, and there's the damage from Rookie. V5 come out on top of the skirmishers.
I don't know what happened to Zika though. Like, he was out, so he could have just walked away from that play. I'm not sure if he stuck around too long and it cost him, but hook there.
All in on the bottom side. Lantern's there. They'll be fine. It's okay. Nothing happened.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to double check. I'm assuming we'll get a replay now in a second exactly what Zika's decision making there was, but now Zika actually gonna move back mid. Carson thinks that it's gonna be the Twisted Fate here. Maybe looking for
Maybe
play, but Carson's no 6. He's no 6.
Zika's not 6 either though. Rookie is. There is a lot of damage available from this Vex. The Shadow Surge doesn't come through. Twisted Fate ult comes on out, and it's Carson that's in trouble instead. Unless Rookie can get over and save his jungler, it's not going to happen. And IG do a good job to deny the dive. I feel like that was a little too aggressive back there.
Yeah, that's why I was like, once it wasn't the Twisted Fate, they need to back away because TF can show up, and now Lucas.
Yeah, we don't have a moment this game because PP God's been caught, flashes away, tries to keep himself alive, and actually will do so. I was so sure that he was doomed. How did he get away there? He didn't even flash.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the dive managing to make him escape, but now Zika, I don't know if you want to be here, buddy.
It's such a short cooldown. Anyway, Zika now getting chased down by Rich, and this is what we're talking about. When you find a good matchup, Tryndamere really does not have a good time. It becomes very, very difficult to trade.
Yeah, and especially as we start to like progress the game forward, right? IG want to try and play through sides once again, but the big issue is Zika actually can't really threaten turret because Rich will be able to lock him up underneath the structure and then make it a little bit difficult for him to actually really pressure those sides. Same when you look towards Yuakai, right? Like, he can have some control over his side lane, but I think realistically the way that IG have to try and play this is like doubling up on a side where Uakai tries to Destiny in, help out Zika, and like they try to beat out Rich. And if that's the case, well then V5 have the opportunity to try and play through the numbers advantage that they have and try and cross map. If you end up trying to take these like full 5v5s as IG, V5 have got you covered. Like their composition does really well against what you're trying to do. Zika.
Rich,
get the heal there for a sec.
Rich is getting some revenge. That's what's happening up this top side. Rich is furious about that last game, and he's finally exacted a little bit of revenge. Cast over this top side now, because he has infinite priority thanks to this top lane matchup.
Yeah, but I don't know what's happening mid. Uakai managed to get a good trade on Rookie. Rookie had to reset, so I don't know why IG aren't trying to contest this. Like, you have 3 members topside, and you know Rookie's just backed. Like, you can take this fight.
Well, they don't want to. You know, it's a free game of League of Legends. They can play how they like to play. Let's not impose our own beliefs onto these players. That Herald is good and you should fight for him. Instead, gonna go for a Drake as their pickup here. It's a 9-minute Drake, so a little bit later than you would usually expect here, but still gonna be a good advantage for them to start things off with. It's Rookie continuing to get some good trades here onto Uakai.
Ukai's Destiny is about to come back up, so we're going to have to see if he can try and make plays happen. Went for the Merc threads, which I think he needs here just with the amount of CC that can come through from Rookie and the fear, but it would have been really nice if he could have got the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. You get the extra cooldown on your ult and the ability to TP around the map, but unfortunately he's not going to have access to that, so definitely these Destinies need to be hitting because you just won't get them up as often, and this early game can start to run away in V5's favor, especially as they're looking for a play here bot side with Rift Herald in tow.
Look, there's a reason that everyone bans Lee Sin against Karsa, and this is the reason, because the second he has this champion, he just goes everywhere on the map, finds whatever he can, and Uakai might be what he finds here. Just gonna go for the chickens, at least for the time being. Definitely wanted to go for a dive, but whether or not the window has passed, it feels like it may have here. Karsa won't find anything for the time being. He has a 700 gold lead individually right now in that jungle matchup. But unfortunately for him, the rest of the map not quite going as well. Zeke, you can't all in the poppy. Keeper's verdict is just going to keep you away from that one.
And that's why this is such a good matchup. I'm surprised that they did go for the Tryndamere blind. I mean, you called it in draft, right? Munch, like, this pick doesn't really work if you're just going to pick it out of the blue like that. And Uakai taking a little bit of poke here from Rookie, but he's got no control over the mid lane, so can't try and roam. And Zika left on an island this time around. It's not working out as well for Invictus game.
British just presses W and cancels Tryndamere as a champion. Now dive at the bottom side, and it's going to be a dive to get out of the dive from PP God. Spotic turns everyone into spooky ghosts, and they escape into the Tribrush. Uakai needs to be a little cautious. Root comes out, but won't be in too much danger.
You're not Russian here as B5, right? Like
no, they're Chinese.
That was terrible.
But you're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. I'm here all week.
As because you got the Senna there for Photic, right? He's going to scale super well. You're looking at your ability to take team fights, V5 has. There's so much peel, there's so many ways to deal with what IG are trying to do. And they're meant to get turret plates for Photic as well, which is going to be their main source of damage. Like, as long as V5 aren't getting picked off, well, as I say that.
Yeah, I'm going to hold you right there, because we're going to dive up in the top side. Rich is going to go down. It's the Diana to pick up the kill, but in the meantime, it's a base race as the Herald gets a second charge in the bottom side as well. On here to defend alongside Lucas. Lucas knows what's up. He's like, okay, this is Lantern territory right here, but kicked away. How did nobody want the Lantern? Doesn't matter. Sonic Wave to follow it on. Has to flash. They do keep him alive. Did no one have a ward? Someone want the Lantern? Surely be one. Come on now. It's going to be an all-in from Shun onto Rookie, who's just completely invincible, it would seem. Shun settles for the chickens. You see that? He's farming the chickens because he knows he's dead. He's like, I'll get as much gold as I possibly can.
I mean, look, Rookie getting a play back on his old juggler there, making sure that he keeps him honest. I feel like that was a little bit of Rookie going, yeah, if we're making the play bot, I know you're on chickens. I know you're somewhere in this jungle, and managed to pick him up. But again, for IG, it's been messy, right? Bot side isn't going their way. V5 now are getting themselves ahead. 2 kills for Carson. Rookie, control of this bot side of the map. And the thing for IG is if they start to fall behind, it becomes incredibly difficult for them to actually get back into this game. Because, like, you don't have someone, as you can see, who can really kill Rich in a side lane. They have great control over the fights. And if IG can't get control of the map to find picks, it works out in V5's favor.
I should just go to the ult and everything. Rookie's not even half health. Like, barely scratched him. There's nothing he can do in that matchup, I guess. As the fear comes out to deny a lot of it, as well as the shield from personal space. And Rookie is starting to feel quite large. 2-0-1.
He's warming up.
Yeah, he is. He's got the Ludens, he's got the boots, he's going to start to pop people, and I'm not going to lie, you're not going to have a fun time for the rest of this game. Same for you, Kai. If any of them are out of position, Rookie is going to one-shot. I mean, look at that damage. Look at that damage. Look at his Zika. You just heal it all up immediately, but in a way, it's a lot coming out from Rookie. It feels like he's getting into that twilight zone that is the third game. If V5 win this one and go to 3, Rookie's going to go Super Saiyan.
IG need to keep making plays like this, though, if they want to try and combat that, right? Trade Dragons for cross maps. Look to open up the map. Find opportunities to look for picks. And at least they're doing it right now, but we'll have to see if they're going to continue this forward, because V5 are doing a good job of answering with Dragon and also push in the mid lane.
Trying to get a lot across the map simultaneously here. Castle will be able to finish the Drake off at very least, but as you're saying, the mid lane will be defended. 2v2 there between the bot laners. Moving over as well. Maybe Photic going to move? No, looks like Rookie's just having a wander. Just moving about the map as a team here for the time being. It's going to be ult used by Yokai to try and clear the wave, as this is going to be a tier 1 tower finished off by the looks of things. I don't think IG can defend this realistically. A couple more autos will do the job. IG might want to fight for this one afterwards. Gold card comes on in, cast the target, pulled in, but PP God gobbles him up for safety. Hooked in himself though, but Flash keeps him alive. Now the re-engage from V5. A lot of damage coming on out. The health bars not quite finished off. Shield across the team coming out from Photic, and there's the re-dive from PP God on Falls, and IG run away with their tails between their legs.
And V5 now, they can try and push this wave in to get the mid tower if they want. Blinking health bars on IG. Or you can see Karsa moving back over towards that Rift Herald. They are getting objectives regardless. And that's a perfect fight to kind of show like why IG are going to struggle. Keep trying to throw their heads against V5, but they just have to keep them and push them back every single time. Oh, Rich.
That's unfortunate. I mean, he stopped the E, but it was too late. And luckily for him, it was a Hex game. He's off out to safety. But unfortunately, does not get through.
Yeah, so you can see here, right? Shun tries to get the engage into Karsa. PP God there to gobble him up, so there isn't actually a huge amount that you can really do there. He gets the big shield as well. Huakai, not really able to set up. Lucas has to flash in, but they just fight back, right? V5 play this so well. They eventually get that good engage against the wall into Huakai, which kind of sets this up, but PP God, magnificent engage. And I gotta point out as well, with that Hex Dragon coming up, it's actually kind of looking out for V5, because one of the things that their composition will struggle with is like re-engages. If PP God is able to find those engages, cool, but a slow is going to help out a lot.
Going to pick up the top side. Yokai feared, knocked up. Can they finish the kill though? Rookie jumps back in. The answer is yes. Or is it? Gold card does a lot. Okay, Rookie finishes it off. I got too excited. I thought maybe some kind of magic with the turret firing, you know. I got ahead of myself. Yokai falls. Will mean V5 maintain control, but once again, like you were saying before, IG getting creative on where they play on the map. Not trying to fight V5, just trying to find things elsewhere.
And they're fully built for the side lane as well, right? Like Kraken Slayer coming through from Zika, he knows that these dashes are not going to work against the composition that V5 has, so it's like, look, if I want to actually try and get through Rich, it has to be with the Kraken Slayer being able to do that max HP damage. But V5, they're taking over the map. Top gone now as well with the tier 2 taken. Tier 2 bot was already taken in the early stages with the first Rift Herald. Now you've got no mid tier 1 either, and suddenly the area on the map that IG are safe to play around is very quickly dwindling.
Certainly is, but here we go. Gravitum in the mid lane. Photic should be safe with PP God there, but if PP God dies as well, it's not as safe as you once thought, perhaps. Both bot laners fall from B5, and now a huge opportunity for IG. You don't need to 5v5 if you've already killed 2 of them, but a lot of damage coming out. B5 not backing away regardless.
They will keep the turret though, but nice play from IG. We said that the only way that V5 can really lose it is if they separate and they manage to get picks across to Invictus Gaming, and that's a good example of V5. Photic just getting that bit too far forward, thinking he had PP God there to keep him safe, but if you can get the 2-man CC against the Tam Kench, it doesn't matter, you're going nowhere.
He certainly does, and I will say, well, let's take another look at the replay first, as I thought Photic could be fine, but Tam Kench, if he dies as well, I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, and again, it's this double CC, right? Like, PP God gets hit by the Moonlight Vigil, which provides 1 CC onto both targets. Then you've got the Moonfall as well that's coming through, that's going to give more of that double CC. So it ends up being really difficult for V5 to get away from that. And a nice job from them to find those picks. It's just unfortunate that V5 had already kind of collapsed to be able to protect that terrace. They don't get any more.
Certainly. We'll have to see what opportunities IG are going to be able to find in the next few minutes, because once again, I want to return the conversation to something we mentioned right after Champ Select. This scaling feels good for B5. This doesn't get any harder for them as the game goes on, right? Vex is going to scale exceptionally well. Senna, maybe the best scaling champion in the entire game. Poppy's going to become a mega tank, and then Tam Kench as well will become invincible. So it does feel like for the side of IG, there's an extent to which they're on a timer, but then again, Ophelia scales pretty well, and Trendemir, you leave him in the side lane in the late stages of the game, he'll just end.
They go up against Richie. I don't think he's winning this.
Well, yeah, he seemed to still be committed, but yeah, you're right, he definitely wasn't winning. He was, I guess as soon as it stopped being a 1v1 maybe, but PP God tried to save Photic once again. I love this repeat play from IG. It's not worked out this time around with a flash from Rich. Shield across the team from the dawning shadow, and Photic finishes off the moon itself. B5 finding yet another opportunity, and IG is starting to feel a little bit desperate the way they're playing the game.
I mean, this play only works if you don't have the ability for Rich to just tank up the damage that Zika is tossing out. So, yes, you get the collapse onto mid, but Rich still relatively healthy. He moves in to cover the play on mid, and now V5 moving over towards the Baron, and IG just have to give it. They're trying to TP in, but I don't know if they can really fight this.
But maybe they feel like they have to. Maybe they feel like this is a do or die kind of situation. Dodging away from the root, dodging away from the Sonic Wave. Yokai doesn't dodge the Keeper's Verdict. He's gone. He's out of there. It's a home run and a kick onto On. That's why you ban the Lee Sin, because Carter's a beast.
Now you just add 3 more kills to the ever-growing gold lead of V5. Baron is going to go the way of Victory 5. Maybe you can pressure mid lane turret here as IG, but you can even see they're scared as Rookie's already dipped away from Baron to put his toes into that mid lane pool.
Will B5 finding themselves the fight that they've been looking for hours at this point. It's a 6,000 gold lead after the Baron. And again, this is IG starting to play off. PP God gets the gobble before the knockup happens.
And you can see their kind of like split decision making coming through from Yokai, right? He stuns the Tam Kench thinking, look, maybe I can buy enough time here for Shun to get in to get the ult so we get the double CC to maybe burst out both of them, but unfortunately timing just wasn't quite there. And then this contest from IG was never going to work. Great job from Karsa. Even manages to get the 3-man CC with that pick, following up for PP God to get the Abyssal Dive, knock up. Like, they weren't going anywhere on IG's side.
You know, a lot of people criticized Caster more recently on his performances, but when he gets Lee Sin, this is his Summoner's Rift. He just permits everyone else to live on it, you know? Or in fact, if you're IG, he really doesn't permit you to live on it, because that didn't look like permission to me. Absolute destruction. Beautiful kick coming out from Caster. And that, Lee Sin is one of those champions where veterancy really does show, you know? The amount of hours this guy has on Lee Sin, you just see every single fight. It's so beautiful.
And now they're going to push in with that Baron Bull. Thanks to that play. Mid, gone. That's the last outer turret that remains for IG. And when you look at IG, not exactly the best wave clear team in the world, right? Like, being able to clear out these Baron minions is going to be tough for them. And especially as they lose all the vision, it feels like 2 minutes until V5 can get that dragon just off of all the vision they gain from this Baron push.
Yeah, it's one of the difficulties running Twisted Fate as well, is when you're up against these Baron minions, you're not really going to be able to achieve too much. Feels like a lot of that heavy lifting is going to be on the Aphelios to try and clear these minions away. But Rookie can just pressure this all day long, and I feel like Photic, I don't know how many souls he's on, but he's got to be on a lot at this point in the game with the amount of fighting that's been going on as well. They're going to hammer home. Shadow Surge goes wide. That's quite a big cooldown for V5. Moonlight Vigil is going to do all but nothing here. PP God goes for the re-engage. Carson finally in, looks for the kick himself, but he's just going to tank it all up. He's completely invincible, and now with a stopwatch, Hook goes through him onto PP God, and Rich jumps into the middle of everything. He wants to be a part of the party. Photic battering away Zika on the top side of the fight, and that's going to be an inhib taken by V5. They'll even take the Hex Gate out for style.
The attempted engages from V5 kind of show that they don't really have any engage. Like, this is a team that definitely can struggle with it, but when you're this far ahead, it doesn't matter. They get the bottom inhibitor. They're getting the push with the Baron. And as we said, a minute until this dragon. That's going to be the third dragon of the game for V5. It feels like it's only a matter of time until they close this one out.
It's feeling like V5 will be V3 once more. It's feeling like we might just go to 3 games on this one, as needs to be a little cautious. He'll get away. He's okay. He's amazingly out of mana, which I don't know how he's managed. He's only just left base. I guess he was just spamming onto the wave. I guess Aphelios really doesn't have that much mana to work with.
I'm just laughing at Zika. Zika's gone for the Hull Breaker. I love the fact that you only have 2 towers remaining, and you're like, I still need to split push. This is all I can do, but it ain't gonna help you.
I think it's acknowledging that this is the only way that IG manages to find anything, is if he can get creative and find some angle. But oh my days, Rookie flies halfway across the map to try and chase down Zika, but Arn has been... Oh, poor Arn! It was Zika that was caught. He was caught halfway across the map, and everyone has so much mobility. They fly over mid, and Arn's like, where did everyone come from?
Oh, poor Arn. Yeah, the reset coming through from you and Kai, but this game's already done. V3 will live strong in every series.
They will go to 3 games. Death, Taxes, and V5 having a 3-game series. Those are the only certainties here in the LPL. It's going to be a keeper's verdict onto the fountain just to keep them away while V5 attempt to end the game. They're not doing a very good job of ending the game, though. It has to be said, this is taking a long old time. That's going to be a route, though, coming in onto the enemy team. Rich is there, shield across them, as Carson goes in and causes chaos. The goal difference is enough here. Double kill comes through for Photic as V5 finish things off in style. A triple for Photic and a 3rd game in the series.
And V5, with a phenomenal draft and great performances in the early game, will manage to take game number 2. Honestly, it felt like a bit of a stretch here from IG when we look towards like the Tryndamere again being picked up in this top side of the map, and when you got the counter coming through for the Poppy, it meant that you're in a pretty good spot there to just keep yourself in check there for Rich. You could see there was nothing that the Tryndamere could really do to get through him, and then you look across on the opposite side, you've got plays that are working down towards the bot side. Carson getting that level 3 gank off in the early stages just solidified the opposite half of the map for not Invictus Gaming, for V5.
Yeah, beautifully done by V5. And, you know, there were attempts from IG. I don't want to take anything away from IG. You know, they did their best, but it felt like coming out of this draft, the longer it went on, the harder it was going to get. And when we saw Zika blinding this Tryndamere, going straight into a hard counter where you don't really get to play the game, well, I feel like Rich just gave Zika the treatment that Zika gave Rich in game number 1, right? Each of them has now had a really tough matchup. I'm really curious how this top lane duel ends in game number 3, because I feel like these guys are becoming rivals as far as I can see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been absolute back and forth. And again, you could see kind of Rich, the feeling of wanting to punish was there, right? He really wanted to make sure that he could kind of put Zik in his place. Poppy not exactly the champion to do it, but again, like, I thought this was excellently played from V5, especially when you look at the struggle that they're going to have in like finding engages. They really needed to get the ball rolling early. They did a really good job of cross mapping, making sure that they were able to take the turrets. And it felt like every time, despite the fact that IG had like the Twisted Fate and the Tryndamere and champions that can kind of get across the map faster, the E5 are always the ones trading up in that regard. So honestly, well executed from.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. And I have to say, some of those fights as well, really well played, where they're being engaged upon, but they do such a good job of buying time until the reinforcements can come. And, you know, we've not really been talking about him. I just want to say, Cars's Lee Sin, oh, just so beautiful. I can watch just endless hours of Cars's Lee Sin. That kick at the Baron, where he hits the AD carry through the rest of his team to set up the fight. Oh, it's just... oh. This is the kind of thing I dream about. Anyway, we're going to go into a break. I'm going to take 10 minutes to myself and just calm down again. And then we're going to go into yet another V5 game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, JDG just kind of got stomped by EDG, but I gotta say, LPC looked pretty good. Like, he brought out the Samira and actually got a couple of solo kills on Viper.
Yeah, and on Samira of all things as well. Like, I can't really get my head around the meta. I don't suppose you have any tips or tricks that you can help me out with.
Oh yeah, this guy, hang on. This bad boy.
That's a kid's toy.
It has value. Bear with me. So this is what us color casters use to figure out the meta. Do not tell the other play-by-plays. This is the secret unit that we have to use. Alright, let's start off with an easy one, right? Where does Caitlyn go?
Bot.
That's right. In the bot.
Nice.
Alright, now, where does Thresh go?
Support.
That's right. Right there beside Kate. Let's go. Alright, we're 2 for 2 now. This is a bit of a tough one. Where does Tryndamere go?
In the top lane?
That's right! In the mid lane!
Yeah, boy.
Alright, nice job so far. Now, next one is Zed. Where does Zed go?
Mid lane.
That's right! Jungle! And this last one is my favorite. Where does Addy go?
Mid lane.
That's right! Top lane! He's a world champion, you know!
Nice. That looked good. That looked good.
tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down.
感觉暴女这个英雄的话，就是看使用者玩的好不好吧，就感觉就因为它的机制还比较 OP 的嘛，就是有破壳有回血什么的，就是如果有队友配合的话，还挺好的一个英雄。对战 AG 的话，就是我个人会比较提防一点熏吧，因为他还是前期节奏比较好的打野嘛，然后我觉得前面的节奏基本上都看我们两个的野区较量。
So Casa watching out for that jungle matchup. We'll see how that's going to pan out in game number 3, because regardless of how good Shun is in at the early game, if they let this Lee Sin through the draft again, it's always going to be a challenge, because Casa just had an absolute whale of a time in that game. I'm much more joined by Dagda. So we head towards the inevitable V5 third game. It happens every time, Dagda, and we're here once again.
I mean, it had to be. It's written in the scriptures. The prophecy dictated that we had to go to 3 games today. And the real question, though, is what way is it going to land? Because we've seen where IG managed to get the counter pick on red side. Zika pops off. It looks absolutely wonderful. Then we see it on the opposite side where V5 are able to come in and kind of play the draft their way, and they look really good. So it does feel like we've got 2 very distinct styles that are coming in, and it's going to very much come down to, one, like, can we get these picks like Carson popping off in the Lee Sin for an MVP performance, or are we going to get a different style?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Casa, going to be our MVP, as you rightly mentioned there. 3, 1, and 8 in the end. And, you know, the stats are fine, but the stats are not the reason Casa is the MVP. It's the finesse. That's the reason Casa is the MVP, because it just looks so damn good every time.
I mean, you say that, I was really impressed with his path in this game. I was like, look, you coming in, you get that 3 camp into gank bot that sets up your bot lane well. You then have this play that's coming up to the top side. It felt like he was just everywhere he needed to be in this game, and it made it so difficult for IG to get the ball rolling in any way at all. And that was the big thing, was like, if IG don't get ahead on this composition, it becomes incredibly hard to operate, and Carson made damn sure that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is just the way that Carson was able to kind of suppress everything that the enemy wanted to do. We knew that IG needed to make things happen in the early game, and Carson was like, Everywhere you go, I am going to haunt your steps, Shun. Everything you try and do, I'm going to ruin it. Well, Lee Sin made it through again, and instantly it's first pick. This time around, though, Shun goes for the Xin Zhao. I've got a feeling this is going to be an aggressive game, Dagda.
Yeah, I kind of think so, especially we're actually going to get the Photic pick coming through once more here with the Senate coming against the Tahm Kench. Aphelios picked up for On. Very quick drafts coming through. We still expect Zika to try and take that red side last pick. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to find that magic once more, but at least for V5, right? Like, you're keeping yourself open when it comes to it. You can play heavily through Rookie, through Rich on the top side, which is what V5 like to do quite a bit. Or you can end up going for this full kind of like play at range composition as well. Yuikai taking the LeBlanc into the mid lane, though, means IG still have the potential for those side lane style of compositions, but also getting Yuikai a good matchup now where you can ban away Vexes, things that do well against this LeBlanc.
It's going to be Rakan banned away here by V5 against Lucas. Not a ban I was necessarily expecting to see today, but I can get why the Vex would be banned, the LeBlanc for Yukai, as you say. And so, also just Rookie does real well on the Vex, like we saw it last game. It's kind of scary in those fights, so I like that ban. And then Corki taking off the board. I mean, I'm never going to complain about that.
I think the reason that we're seeing the Rakan ban is like champions that can get the double lockup for the Sen and Tahm Kench, right? Like, that's where the problem exists, and you already see like LeBlanc in mid single target CC, the Xin Zhao single target CC. So trying to just make your life easier for Photic and PP gods so they can't get caught out. Now the question is, what do we see coming through in the support? Leona or Thresh would feel maybe not Blitzcrank, but
Blitzcrank
Leona
is the Tahm Kench counter. He's so good against Tahm Kench. Not only do you pull him in with some of these combos, you also break the shield. It's so good. Nobody ever plays it. It's the Thresh, and we're going to get Rookie Syndra. Now, that's vintage. That's the good stuff right there.
Yeah, this is something that can do pretty well into LeBlanc as well. Like, it is very much a skill matchup, and if you can have Kartha playing through that mid lane, Rookie, this is something you can pop off on. Make sure you've got the stun there, get the LeBlanc. It's kind of difficult for it to try and trade effectively while also dodging away from your spheres. And Rich is just going to go back to the blind pick Poppy. I'm not the biggest fan of this. I think you've got options, as you can see here, that can still play at range, farm relatively well, and you're just giving a free lane there for Zika.
Yeah, it does feel like. I mean, look, they had to.
Dude, don't. No. No.
No way.
No.
No way do they do this. I don't believe it. Not until it's logged. They've actually gone for it. What? We just saw Rich completely body Zika on this Poppy, and Zika goes for the salty run back. I don't believe my eyes, Dagda.
What? Why? Like, this is the exact same style from V5, right? Like, very little engage, very little ability to actually, like, fight, like, engage on top of you. GP is perfect in that situation where you can just toss down barrels, poke from afar, don't have to worry about engage, you get a great lane. Now you're playing again these like big dive in the top side of the map with your Xin Zhao, Tryndamere, the LeBlanc, that all get stopped by Poppy. This is the exact same problem you had in the last game. Why?
It's all for the banter, mate. That's why. They're doing it for the banter. This is IG we're talking about. It may be different players, but it's still IG. And you know what? So is V5. It may not be IG, but it's still IG, you know. Aren't we all IG deep down? Maybe the real IG was their friends who made along the way, Dagda. Have you considered that?
It was the Tryndameres we picked along the way. Yeah. And look, honestly, like, I don't know. This... I was super hyped for Zika today, and I was like, this dude actually looks like a bit of a beast. We got the game won. Sometimes you just got to give up on the Tryndamere dream. But it does make, like, I think the GP could have been a great pick. I think you have, like, a ton of answers that can do well into the Poppy. This just wasn't it. Even if you want to stick with the side lane control, there's still other picks that can do well. This is honestly kind of baffling to me.
Yeah, not ideal. Suboptimal, I'd go as far as to say, but Zika feeling confident, feeling good. And, you know, if Zika's feeling good, I'm feeling good. So we'll have to see. Zika starting as he means to go on, but he's going to be rooted, and he made have a good start to the game. His flash is gone. I love this though from V5. Shout out to Photic. Predicting that Zik is going to be aggressive. And now a hook onto Rookie as well. A lot of level 1 action. It's first blood for Yukai. And Rookie, his lane phase just got a whole lot harder.
Yeah, Yukai even going to look for the reset here as well. And if Rookie decided that, or like Rookie can't TP back into the mid lane, he's opted to ignite again. So Yukai just going to get the pot and the Doran's rings out for himself here. Really nice play from IG on the bot side.
Nicely done, nicely done. And so we have a 1-0 advantage for IG. It cost them a topside flash, but ultimately I think that's a trade that they're going to be happy to make. I just can't believe Rookie got caught here.
Yeah, I mean, disrespecting the hook as well, not deciding to flash it initially, and easily gets caught. He does hold on to his flash now, but yeah, definitely disrespectful. Now we'll have to see what's... Sorry, go on ahead.
My question is, you told me that game number 3, Rookie comes alive. Rookie becomes the god that we know Rookie as. Yeah. I'm not seeing it. I'll be totally honest. I'm not seeing it so far.
Look, it's only early. It's gonna be alright. And honestly, even if Rookie doesn't pop off, Zik has already given them a good head start. So we'll see what the plan is here anyway for V5. But look, Karsa already moving through his bot side jungle, moving up towards his top half. Zika, I don't think we'll be able to fully push in this wave before Karsa is able to get top side. So we may just see the same 3-camp gank on this top half of the map instead.
Guy taking a good chunk of damage here. Having the Doran's ring and the pots though means that they'll have plenty of sustain to keep this going against Rookie for as long as he wants to in the laning phase. Ooh, good little Calibrum hit onto Photic as well. But I'm casting my eyes over towards these junglers because they're both heading up towards this top side. With the way these two top laners have been playing, I won't be too surprised if we see some shenanigans.
It feels like at least Karsa's just trying to avoid Shun, and I think they kind of realized that there was a ward on their own red buff because of the early invade. So Karsa's trying to see if he can move away from and desync from Shun, because in the 1v1, or even honestly in a 2v2 scenario, the Xin Zhao offers a huge amount against the Lee Sin. So what I have to see now is making his way topside.
Zika, you don't have your ultimate just yet. That low health bar could be trouble, but Rich is going to come down and flashes in a straight line. Shun finishes the kill off. Nicely done by IG. I was worried for Zika for a second there. I thought Rich would just kill him before the gank came through, but Shun able to punish.
It was very close, but nothing used by Zika. Now he gets to push in at least a decent amount of the wave. And the big thing here is that Rich, because he had the TP advantage, right? You now get the reset coming through for Zika. He's actually opted in towards the Cull. So Zika kind of going, hey, look, early stage, I'm not going to be able to fully win this, but let's see if I can get my advantage early. Rich tries to make this play happen, denies Zika the wave crash, but Shun's already in position. I'm surprised this wasn't kind of communicated to Rich, because Karsa was very aware that Shun was on this top side. Like, you can see from Karsa's pathing that he was trying to avoid Shun, but instead, it's Rich who ends up getting caught out.
Yeah, tough one for Rich, and you know, in the 2v1, almost managing to find that kill onto Zika, but falling short ever so slightly by the end of the play. That's a really nice start for Shun, crucially, right? Because we're talking about this jungle matchup, how Karsa already wants to kind of avoid this Zinzam in the early game. Well, that's only got worse. That's only going to be even more difficult of a matchup for Karsa now, as recalling just off the side of this mid lane, and he's just going to get a free W onto Karsa. Chains over the wall, forces the flash, and nicely done once again by IG.
Yeah, I mean, flash for flash though. Yukai flashed to get the chains, and now bot side.
Yeah, that's a heal used. Lucas flashes the hook, but he won't find it. Photic low though. There's the Inferno, but they can't finish the kill. They're going to have to go into the top catch instead. But On, he's over-aggressed. He's gone too far, and he's gone down. Photic finishes him off. And PP God just playing the perfect bait.
I mean, Tam Kench has so much damage in these early stages, and Photic just barely playing out of range of On, so he's not able to get the kill. Now, bot side of the map in favor of V5. Top side of the map still looking good as well for Victory 5. IG, they need to find a foothold somewhere.
I love watching Zika play Trinidad. Did you see that? The way he uses the W and then walks a little towards, forces the Q out, and then backs away again. It's like, oh, that is just, he's reading him like a book.
So you can see here, On gets the Gravitum shot down, which actually links to Photic. Lucas tries to flash forward, but actually good flash here from Photic. And watch on, flashing in, doesn't get the last auto, and now it's just PP got able to keep him at bay, On not able to get the damage. I'm wondering if maybe it was a mistake from On. I think he might have thought he had the Gravitum cooldown back off, so was trying to see if he could get the Q on the Gravitum to finish off, not having to go underneath the tower, but just mistiming it a little bit, and it ends up costing him.
Bit of a miscalculation from On, and it felt a little bit panicky towards the end, right? And after the play had already happened, he was like, oh no, I'm in.
I mean, he cleansed the knockup, right? Like, it's,
Yeah,
it's not looking pretty.
Suboptimal. Suboptimal is the phrase we'll use on this one. It will at least mean that with the priority in this bottom side, thanks to being up against the center time Kench, they'll grab themselves an early Drake. So not all is lost, but still not ideal in the 2v2. 2-1 still to IG, though, for the time being. Is Shun hanging around this mid lane. And I feel like we have to start to glance over towards Rookie here. Shun certainly will do so as he jumps in, but the scout of the week will keep Rookie safe. Or will it? As your guy just jumped in. Rookie, that's twice he has died without flashing this game. 2v2 in the bot side as well, but I don't think anything will come of it. Rookie, man, what is going on?
Alright, Costa cursed him. We said that he comes out swinging in game number 3. There's 2 deaths now already, 2 kills for this LeBlanc. And honestly, LeBlanc can be a real issue for V5 to deal with. Yes, you've got Poppies there, but if you have to like burn PP God's ult because LeBlanc has just popped herself over the wall, that's a favorable trade for IG every time.
Bad news bears for IG because we've got a dive going on this bottom side as well. Lucas, the first target, he'll go down straight away now onto On. PP God tanking the tower literally forever. It's beautifully done by B5, and it's Photic to get all of the kills.
And especially setting up Photic again, going to be the main source of damage for this squad. 3 kills for this AD carry. This Senna's going to be in a damn good spot alongside those 2 turret plates. Quick Kraken Slayer for her, she's going to be happy.
Yurika's having a great job, having a great time in the mid lane as well, starting to win out these trades. So much gold being given over to Photic in this bottom side, though. That's 3 plates down. This is without a herald. This is without anything. Caster's sticking around. He's been spotted on that ward. But I think he's okay with that because it means that IG cannot move up in this bottom side. They cannot do anything. Should finally moving over, but feels like it's too little, too late. Photic dodges the hook. A root gonna come down onto Lucas. In goes PP God as well. Oh, Shun, that was beautiful. Keeps Caster out of the fight. And maybe that's enough for IG to turn things on their head. PP God does get out alive, but Photic, he's not done just yet. There's still a huge minion wave. But that has to be the end of the play for V5. Now, from the top side, Zika looks for a play onto Rich. He's got the ultimate available, but Rich just knocks him away. It's a home run, and Zika is knocked out of the park.
Again, Zika decided into this matchup. Bot side though, Photic and PP God, it's not often that you see a Senna Tam Kench with a farming Tam Kench ahead in CS against their counterparts. That was such a big wave that On Lucas lost, and now Rich maybe considering going trading against Zika, but 4 plates gone on that bot side. You can already see the majority of that Kraken Slayer picked up for Photic. He's going to be in such a good spot, and if you end up in a situation like this where you've got Photic BP God ahead, you take bot tower, you rotate them top, that's another tower that you've got to deal with, and suddenly this Trendemir is out of lanes that he can actually play through. You've got full control over the map, and V5 can look to power through. Shun trying to see if he can trade on towards the Rift Herald here to get some gold back in their favor, but V5 don't care. They're going to just take bot tower.
Yeah, or at least they're going to try for the time being. There is still a plate, so it's kind of tanky as Casa gives up on the Wolves. He's moving over towards the Herald. He's down low. Shun finishes it off. Will be able to pick up the Herald, but I think he's going to go down for his trouble here. Rookie will be able to help out at the end, but it's Casa to pick up the kill. And again, this advantage in the bottom side is getting disgusting. Bit of damage coming on through. That won't quite be. I wasn't sure if they were going to all in there. I wasn't sure if Lucas was going to look for something, but
I don't know if they were. I think they weren't sure either. They're like, can we? Maybe. Especially with the level 6 hit, right? Like, you got a lot of tacky stats, but I think they rightfully thought the better of it. They get the bot lane turret, and then they just look for the potential play anyway if On sticks around, but bot lane turret gone. V5 will reset, transfer topside, and if you're Zika, right, you want to be alone on this top side. This is where you want to be set up, but you're just not going to be able to do so. I mean, maybe we get a delay on the rotate from Photic and PP God just because Dragon is up. Potential for V5 to look for that, but either way, like, full control of the map here for V5.
gold difference in the bottom lane. Just take a look. It's 1,500 gold. We're only 10 minutes into the game, an individual lead of 1,500 gold.
The thing is,
it's just mental.
It's not just on to the Senna though, because you got to remember it's PP God farming. So it's the double gold efficiency that you're getting out of that lane as well. Like PP God, he's just finished off his mythic already as well. Like he's so big.
But that's the crazy thing, right? This Senna isn't farming. And
Yeah.
she's 1,500 gold.
Yeah.
And even before you factor the top Kenshin, that's meant. That is completely mental. Kraken Slayer finish, like the fact that like it's a long old while since I've seen a bot gap this big in a game, and it's even longer since I saw that bot gap go the way of a Senna Tom Kench. You know, it's not a lane dominant composition, so this is going to be hard for IG. This is not one of those leads where it's like, you know, compositionally it's difficult to come back or anything like that. This is just, man, when you're this far behind individually, it's tough. Thorning Shadow, bit of a shield across the team. Yukai just gets one shot by Karsa and Rookie. This 2v2, even though they fell behind early, it doesn't seem to matter as On takes a blast to the face, barely dodges the Sonic Wave. And that'll be a mid, or at least a couple of plates in the mid lane as well. Zika gonna use his ult. He's diving onto Rich at the top side. He doesn't care about this matchup. He's gonna find a way. At least there's something for IG to be happy about.
Are you really happy about it? Because you're about to lose your mid lane turret. You've already lost the kills, and yes, you get the top lane structure, but still IG falling behind on the play. Karsa up here. They know Zika doesn't have ultimate, but no help for Karsa. Looks like he's just going to take his Gromp instead, and then look to take the win.
It's kind of cocky from Karsa to go for that Gromp. He's like, I can get this. I can get this before you notice. This is going to be 5 plates. Oh my days, the damage on that is terrifying. Dawn is Shadow on cooldown, so he won't go down, but my goodness gracious me. There are currently 8 plates in the pocket of Photic. This is a Senna and a half right here. Oh, that was on the back of that ward. Oh, beautifully done. Beautifully done.
All right, Rookie trying to redeem himself a little bit with that one, but still, IG now. Zika pushed in on this bot side. Now I want to see the rotations come through. Stick Photic and PP God up towards his top lane and allow them to actually start pushing, because yes, Rookie can look to take this tower, but if you just have like your strongest part of the map playing around this top end, it makes things a heck of a lot easier. Just accelerate the pace of this and even just get more gold on them. Like, you still have all the, I know the turret plates are going to go down in 25 seconds, but the fact that you could get more turret gold into them is still going to be a lot.
It's going to be, you know, it's not often that we're 13 minutes in and I'm like, how do you deal with this? How do you come back from this? I don't know how you deal with this Senna. Aside from Senna just running it. Speaking of running it, Rich not having a good time in this matchup. I thought this was meant to be a counter. I thought Zika was doomed, but apparently not. Apparently he's completely fine. He's got a Hull Breaker and he's got a pet Shun who's just going to sit wherever he is and make sure Rich dies. 0-3 for the Poppy now.
The problem is, though, like, because we're looking at the Senna, right? Like, Senna is huge, and how do you try and get on top of it? You've got Peel coming through from TK, Poppy, Lee Sin, Syndra even with the stuns as well. Like, yes, Dick is ahead, but you're constantly trading tip for tat in side lanes, and you still win the team fight as V5. At least now, as I say that, Zika does get a tier 2 in the bot side alongside Shun, so that's at least something to write home about, but it might even be answered mid.
Comes out, but On just not sure where that Moonlight visual was aimed at, but not in the right direction, that's for sure. Closer to Africa, I think.
Oh, here we
now
go.
Photic trying to escape. Maybe this is how you do it. Maybe you just let Photic get super fed so you can steal away a bounty. Rookie playing bouncer here, trying to keep his team safe. Flash forward, Shun. The Rookie, but he gets out to safety himself. Now V5 grouping up as 4. They're trying to play this one safe. They're onto Yukai instead. He gets kicked and finished off over the wall. Beautifully done. And now V5, they've got IG on the run. They've turned things around, but Shun re-engages. Lucas goes forward. They're trying to finish off Carson, but the Godric is going to do work for him. Shun has fallen. Down goes Tryndamere. On gets out on the Thresh Express, but I don't know if he'll escape because Rookie's over the wall. They're trying to chase down 2 more kills here. V5, they want blood, and they won't let anyone escape. On flashes over the wall, but IG are rooted.
And what you'll notice, fans, is that was a 4 versus 5. Rich was on the bot side of the map the entire time. V5 just roasted IG this whole time without having the Poppy there to help out. And you can see it in the replay, right? Yukai trying to get the flank. You get Karsa and Rookie one-shotting him so well over the wall, making sure that he actually can't get in position on towards Photic. And from that point forward, PP God is just playing keep away from anyone on IG. And honestly, it's messy from IG. You can see a little bit of like, hey, where's the target selection? Who are we actually trying to jump on? And with that, then Photic is just perfectly happy to free fire in the back line. And Rookie just getting that nice poke to solidify the last few kills.
I feel like this is the kind of game where it's not really about compositions in the same way that it often is. The reason that V5 looks so good right now is you've got Karsa on Lee Sin, literally his signature pick. You got Rookie on Syndra, literally his signature pick. You got Photic on Senna, literally his signature pick. And then you've got Ridge on a tank top laner, which again, something he's very, very comfortable on. So this just feels like in that situation, 4v5, V5 just styling it. Karsa especially in that fight. I mean, that was just so beautiful to watch the way he plays around that. The way he uses, like, got in the middle of everyone, Gore Drinker, and then Sonic Wave back over to Shun to get out of the fight again.
And now, second dragon going the way of V5. They're coming back on the map. Rift Herald's number 2 is available, but you can see a multitude of V5 members are collapsing on this top side. They want to make sure they can clear out any of this vision that's behind them and make sure that they're able to get this, because when you look at the structures that are left standing for IG, it's a tier 2 top and in that mid lane. And when you've got Baron up in a little bit, clearing out those 2 towers is going to be crucial.
Oh, Karsa, another great kick, and it's easy peasy. I mean, what do you even say at this point? All I can do is gush over Karsa's Lee Sin. It's all I've said for the last 2 games straight. It's just... What?
Just chef's kiss.
I don't know what else to say.
Chef's
I don't know
kiss.
what else to say.
Beautiful. That's all you need to do. Karsa popping off once more. They are. And V5 are getting spoiled this game as well, especially Photic, man. Like, walking in here, that's tier 2 in the mid gone. Yukai is nearly dead. Photic trying to see if he can predict the dash away. Is Zika's on bot tower? What?
He's just ignoring Rich. Rich doesn't even exist in Zika's world. Look at this. He doesn't do any damage.
That's kind of hilarious.
He's going to finish the tower, and now he can kill Rich instead. Just turn it around. He doesn't have to worry about his health bar, because his health bar isn't real. It's an illusion. Tryndamere doing Tryndamere things, and Karsa's here, but it's too late to the party. Zika will get away with his life thanks to the ghost. Again, Zika, the only shining light for IG in this game. That whole breaker. Maybe it'll work out, Dagda.
I love the way he's just gone. Screw it.
Yeah.
I don't care what is going on. This is the solo queue Tryndamere experience. It's my team has completely lost this game. The only way that I can make this work is if I play it through the bot side. Because when you see Karsa making plays like that, you know that basically any sort of team fight is doomed. So just go for sides. And Tryndamere hiding in the bush once more. He wants to see if he can try and chase Rich down.
Just love that. The Q into W into flash kick. I mean, Arn was just clearly not ready for it, but you've always got to be ready. When you're against Karsa, he'll find a way into the back.
It should give it up on top side. It should just gotta come. Sorry, I'm watching Shun on the minimap. Is he just running bot? No, he is gonna come for the rest of it. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Joe. I just thought.
Oh, you're all good, mate. You're all good. I'm always happy to be interrupted if it's for action. And Shun is definitely looking for the action. He's trying to proxy a wave, I think. He's just trying to stop the push. He's buying space for Zika at the bottom side. He's like,
This
just
game's
kill
been weird.
the minions. Kill the minions. Stop them pushing. It's our only hope. In the meantime, Karsa has had to recall because of the pressure that Zika is putting on. Rich stuns him against the wall. I'm more interested in the bottom corner than I am on the top side of the screen here. Herald is going to get a charge. Is Zika forced away by Karsa here? Remember, Karsa is huge. He does have the damage to finish the Tryndamere. Tower goes down to the top side here. Is Zika almost goes down, flash over the wall. Another charge for the Herald as inhibitor low on HP. V5. Oh, that's an opportunity for Shun. Jump straight on. PP got knocked back with the Senna in tow. On trying to get the ulti on in. Can they finish Photic? That's the question. Finally, he goes down. And Yukai onto Rookie as well. This is the opportunity as Rich TP'd in. And in the meantime, Karsa is trying to make his way across the map. I don't even know what's happening with Karsa and Rich. The rest of the fight is pure chaos. Yukai trying to survive on this one as V5 somehow won that out.
Zika's running back down towards the inhibitor, but realized Karsa's after him, so he's going to just reset. I don't know how that fight didn't go better for IG. Yeah, IG managing to defend their tower. So now we're kind of tit for tat here once more, right? Like, you get the tower on the top side, tower on the bot side's gone. The 4,000 gold lead is there. Well, 5,000 gold lead nearly for V5. But yeah, I gotta watch it because, like, I think Yukai takes the wrong way around here, right? Love this from Shun. Flash forward with the Crescent Guard, so then he actually knocks back the Peacock. But Yukai takes so long to get into this fight that they don't really get to burst down the Senna in time, and it buys space for Rich to get in. He actually knocks back the Aphelios, and there is most of your damage gone, right? Because Yukai has already used his full combo to Rookie, so you don't actually have any follow-up damage once On is out of the picture.
I didn't see Rich getting to keep his verdict onto On there. Just be like, look, Aphelios, I'm not liking your impact on this one. Get out of here. So, unfortunately, can't do much in that fight anymore. 30 seconds until the Drake comes up. I feel like we've not talked about Dragons literally all game, Dagda. This will be the third Drake for V5 if they can get it. Realistically, look at the map. There should be no way that V5 don't get this Drake at this point. On has to cleanse. And just about gets away on the Thresh Express. That's an inhib down. That'll be top inhib as well. And Zika is in the base. He's not pushing right now. He can't find a way out of the... Oh. See you later, Lucas. My God. And V5. Well, I think the game might just be over, Dagda.
Yeah, it honestly might. 22 minutes
kind
in.
Of anticlimactic.
Yeah. I was like, maybe. Oh, no, but V5 should just win this fight. Like, their team comp is so good against the fighting style of IG.
I mean, they won a 4v5 not too long ago. I'm thinking they would have 5v5. And that is eradicated by the Shadow. It's beautiful to see. As V5, they take us to 3 games like they only can. And now they'll finish things off in style. IG had a stonker of a series, but it's not enough against this powerhouse V5 roster. The Nexus will slowly but surely get taken down, and V5 get themselves yet another 3-game win.
I just don't know what I just witnessed. Like, this was a game and a half. The fact that we got like the solo queue Tryndamere, we've got the Senna being played towards and getting like this massive goal lead for itself. And unfortunately for IG once more, the draft kind of not going in the favor, right? We saw V5 in game number 2 take this super kind of kite back heavy style with a ton of ways to peel. Worked out well from the game 2. They go for a very similar style in game number 3, and IG just kind of play into that with the draft, getting that last pick Tryndamere. And although Zika tried, there's no way you're going to be able to fight that properly with how far ahead V5 were.
I mean, we needed to see Zika in that bot lane again, trying to just cause havoc. But realistically, you then have to go to the conversation of, okay, well, if Zika's on the bottom side of the map, can he end faster than just 5 players from V5? Probably not. Realistically speaking, the base.
But if Shun catches the wave,
if Shun catches the wave, someone TPs to catch a wave up at the top lane, maybe it's possible. Maybe there's a way. Yeah, I don't know. Tough one for IG at the end of it. But V5, I mean, that was just a treat. I don't really know what happened in this game, to be quite honest, and I'm okay with that. I like these kinds of games. It was not clean. It was exceptionally messy, but V5, especially, I just want to take a second. Photic a PP God, bravo, lads. I've never seen someone lane gap a team on Senna Tahm Kench in such a fashion. That was magnificent. Bravo.
Yeah, they kind of just destroyed them. I mean, Karsa had some early plays there, and once they got ahead, they just didn't let up. And like as you said, right, like 1,500 on the AD carry in that goal difference. Then you look at the Tahm Kench and taking that into the equation as well. They were so far ahead. It was
they really were.
Just the damage that we saw onto On. Every time he stepped up in the mid lane, it was like 1, 2, gone. All right, back to base with you. Like you just can't stay around.
I think my favorite thing as well was like we kept on seeing On just getting destroyed, but we also saw Yukai getting destroyed, and it was a lot of it was Karsa and Rookie. This 2v2 on the Syndra and Lee Sin, we saw Rookie get the blind stun onto Yukai in the brush. Karsa's immediately there to follow up. We saw the flank from Yukai in the 4v5. Karsa immediately kicks him over. Rookie ults at the same time so that they just one-shot him in the middle of the kick. Like, the way that Karsa and Rookie work together, like, these guys haven't been teammates before.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. It's not like this is years of synergy. These guys are just both so exceptional. And I guess they played against each other. They must have known each other for years, right? But it just feels so good to see them working together.
But it's just great awareness of what IG were trying to do, right? Like, you always knew that Carson was going to reset in time so that he could help protect the bot lane from Zika. But in those team fights, as you pointed out, right, Yukai needs to go and find these flanks. Like, he needs to get access to Photic and try and blow it up before PP God can try and save him. So Yukai is always going to be coming in from funky angle, but every time he tried to, Carson and Rookie were just there waiting. And they knew that, at least with how far ahead Photic and PP God were, and the peel and everything else that was there, they would deal fine with themselves as long as they needed to, so that Carson and Rookie could get Yukai. Like, it was a really nice understanding of, one, the game state, and two, what their jobs needed to be in this game.
Yeah, really nicely done. And I mean, a tough one for the side of IG. And I sort of feel for Zika in this one, but at the same time, he did just lock in Tryndamere into the exact same situation. And it worked, honestly. Like, Rich did not have the impact that he had. Like, he was trading way better this time around Zika. Playing around the Steadfast Presence a lot better. Multiple times they were diving Rich and getting kills. Like, Shun playing through Zika. Ultimately, on paper, I actually like what I saw from IG. It's just the fact that bot lane fell so dramatically far behind that the game was basically unplayable. Like, if that wasn't an unplayable bot lane, I genuinely think IG probably could have won through the top side.
It's like cause and effect, though, right? Like, is the unplayable bot lane the reason that Shun was top more often? So you don't get the help, right? Like, there's kind of a bit of back and forth there. So I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of the Tryndamere. I felt like you had other options there. Like, at least if you had like the Gangplank there, you actually have ways that are not dash reliant in closing the gap onto V5, which I think is something that was really missing for IG's side of things. Maybe they could have taken team fights then, but instead, once more, they opt into these full split push. I was a fan of them at the start of the day, but if that's your only style that you're able to play, maybe then that's an issue.
Yeah, I mean, Zika, we've said he's a lane-dominant top laner, and so far it seems like that is all he is willing to be. We'll see if that progresses for IG across the course of the split. But hey, if they need a tank player, they've still got Nani. At the end of the day, it's not like Zika's the only top laner on this roster. Nani has had a pretty great split for himself, so there's plenty of space for IG. And I think that, honestly, I don't want to walk away from this series with just negatives for IG, because ultimately, this is B5 they were up against. Like, this is not an easy team to beat. This is some of the best talent in the entire LPL, right? IG have had a great series.
They're up against CDG next, though. So this is why it's kind of like, oh, we got to kind of look and go. You know, like, if you look at their upcoming schedule, right, it's BLG, EDG. Sorry, they're up against BLG next. Sorry, EDG, JDG. Okay, then you're into LGD, anyone's legends, but WE. But you got a bit of a break there. But your next few series are not, in any stretch of the imagination, easy. And if the whole game plan is look to split push, and you don't have another answer, then hey, we can only split push. It makes it very easy for teams to dismantle you.
But I think if we talk from the perspective, I feel like we've got into just podcast mode at this point, but I've enjoyed it. So I feel like if we just talk from the perspective of your goal right now is not win LPL. Obviously, that's like the stretch goal. But the goal for IG, as far as I'm concerned right now, is make it to playoffs. This style will get them to playoffs. Every good team hard indexes into a style in the LPL, and that's how they make it anywhere in the LPL. Like, look at OMG last split, right? A team that people did not expect to make it to playoffs. Then they hard indexed into this like dive style, managed to make it through, managed to actually look pretty good in their games in playoffs as well. I genuinely think, yeah, they're going to lose to EDG and they're going to lose to BLG, but they were always going to lose to EDG and BLG. I don't see that as a big thing. Like, so long as they can beat the other bottom teams, so long as they can come 10th place at least, I think this is a squad that can make it to playoffs.
I mean, we'll have to see, right? Like, if it just becomes a case of ban, Gwen, Jace, Tryndamere, and you don't have an answer, maybe that's all you got to do. But we'll have to see. I mean, but looking across the other side, right, I think we got to celebrate V5 because obviously picking up the win, again, another closer series where you're going to that 3 games again, not really able to deal with the the Tryndamere the split push in the first game, but certainly coming back in games 2 and 3, Rich having a much better time in both those games, even though he got focused in game 3, still able to perform his job well. So honestly, I think for V5, they did a great job, and a lot of that was coming from Karsa, who was just absolutely phenomenal on this Lee Sin.
All right, well, we're going to head back over to Christina now, who's standing by with Karsa for a winner's interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Karsa, the jungler from Shenzhen Victory 5. So congratulations on your win, and how do you feel right now, and how would you evaluate your performance on Lee Sin? 好的，让我们欢迎 Karsa 选手来到我们的赛后采访。先问一下，今天让1追2拿下比赛，现在感觉怎么样？以及觉得今天的盲僧发挥如何呢？
心情还是挺好的吧，但就是我们队伍虽然拿了5个胜场嘛，但是就是没有一把是2比0对面的，所以就感觉我们第一局出的状况有点太多了。
I feel pretty good, but I think our teams have never got 0-2 in this spring split. We think we should do more work and work hard to get a 0-2. So my next question is about Game 1. What kind of adjustment did you make after losing Game 1? 接下来想要问一下，在今天第一局失利之后，你们在哪些方面做了什么样的调整呢？
调整的话，就是因为我们就跟前面说的差不多，就是队伍第一局一般会出点问题嘛，就感觉可能大家都还没有进入状态，或者没睡醒之类的。然后我们第2局就说该振作一下了，不然要被2比0了。
Actually, everyone in our team will be a little bit confused in the game 1 of the best of 3, so we just to change our condition to get a better performance in game 2 and game 3. My next question is about your performance around the Baron Pit at 20 minutes in game 2. Your license ultimate was wonderful, it's brilliant, so share more details about that team fight. 接下来想要问一下，今天在第2局20分钟大龙团的时候，你盲僧的大招非常精准的命到了3个人，可以跟我们分享一下当时的细节吗？
那波的话，就是因为我一个打野是没有惩戒的嘛，然后就只是想要打龙 B 团而已，然后对面刚好 AD 给了一波机会，然后就 Q 到他们那边了。
At that time, my smite isn't available. I just want to force them to come here, and they just gave me this chance, so I can to find a good position to make it hard engagement to ultimate 3 people of our opponent. So next question is about now Shenzhen Victory 5 has accumulated 5 victories so far. And how would you evaluate your team's style, and what's your goal for this split? 接下来的一个问题想要问到，目前深圳威武已经积累了5个胜场，想问一下你是如何评价现在队伍整体的一个风格，以及你们现在的目标是什么呢？
我们队伍整体目标还是就是想办法继续赢下去吧，因为我们其实还有很多就是排名比较靠前的队伍没有打嘛，然后也会准备好迎接他们挑战，准备好挑战他们。
Actually, we are preparing for challenging the strong teams on the top of the standings, and we should to try our best to win as many as possible. By the way, I want to say happy birthday to you because tomorrow is Karsa's birthday. 那么在这里呢，也要顺便祝愿我们的 Karsa 选手生日快乐，因为明天是你的生日，提前祝你生日快乐。我们的赛后采访到此先告一段落 ，and back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina. Happy birthday, Karsa.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was his birthday tomorrow, so I hope you have a great day, mate. And well, certainly a happy win for him to finish on as well before his birthday. And I mean, if there was one present that IG could give him, it's 2 Lee Sin games back to back, that's for sure.
And maybe 2 MVPs. Because, I mean, he looked pretty damn good on the Lee Sin once again, you know? Maybe. Let's go!
Well, we've just heard in our ear. It is Karsa that gets the MVP for that game. Beautifully done. Happy birthday, buddy. Double MVP, double Lee Sin game. And a very clean inventory. Look at that as well. Just 3 items and none of the chaff, you know? That's for the little people.
No, Karsa knew exactly what he needed. And that was what he needed to do, what he needed to buy, and how he needed to execute. Because he was destroying the spot lane thanks to this early dive. Consistently finding great plays around the map as well. And when we talk about him and Rookie dismantling Yuikai, it was so well orchestrated in these fights. You can see it here, right? The first clip that he got, second clip just here. I mean, Karsa was a monster, and again, there's a reason that up until today, that Lee Sin had a 93% ban rate against him.
I mean, it's this second half of this clip, right? He gets the ward jump over to the rest of his team to finish off Shun after gore drinkering of the whole squad. And then that one where he cues onto Lucas, then ward on. I mean, there's just every single game that Carlos plays Lee Sin, it's like a montage. And I know I've only talked about Carlos Lee Sin for like the last 2 hours, but I can't help it, guys. It's so good. Like, how can you talk
insane.
about anything else?
It's
Oh,
so
beautiful.
insane.
Beautiful
Yeah.
series from V5 at the end of the day. With that said, as me and Dagda endlessly talk over each other because it's an online broadcast.
What are you talking about? Why
It's
would we
the
talk
way,
over
it's
each
the
other?
way it
We
is.
don't
It's
talk
the
over
way it
each
is.
other,
I'm going to talk over you now. I'm going to run you over because it's time to go to break, Dagda. And I'm sick of you talking, all right? I get 8 minutes away from Dagda, finally. I've just had 2 weeks away from you. But okay, we're going to a break. I'm losing my mind. We're going into a banger, though. After the break, it's BLG versus LNG. 2 teams right at the tippity top of the standings. One of them's got to take a loss at the end of today. We'll see which one's going to be it.
Guys, I'm going to come in with a hot take. I know you guys are going to think I'm dumb. I'm a play-by-play. I get to have dumb takes and get away with it all the time.
That's your job.
Zeri's busted. That's all I'm saying. Zeri's busted. She's too quick. I can't see her on my screen. I don't know how I'm supposed to keep up with her as a play-by-play, and I'm seeing some clips on Twitter that are terrifying me. So, in my mind, she's busted. I don't care.
I'm not as convinced.
The screenshots I'm gonna have tonight are gonna be so good.
Nah, dude. I mean, okay, this champion can go fast, right? But
go fast.
That's okay. There's 2 scenarios in which Zeri performs. One, everyone on the enemy team stacks up, right? You know, like imagine the ideal setup, like everything Black is playing. Twitch, you know, pops his ultimate is like just hitting like 5 targets clumped. She can do that well, right? When she pops the E, her shred, her AoE is pretty strong. Especially the new build at the moment has like Runans as well. She's good at, right? But that's a rare scenario to have set up, especially in the current meta. But on the other scenario that she's good at is like the fact that if you stack up your ult over a long team fight, like an extended, sort of very extended fight, you can get tons of stacks, you can be super fast, but you just don't do that much damage, right? Like if you gave Jinx that much movement speed,
Don't tell
my
me that,
lord,
man.
it
All
would be
you do is
insane.
Go fast.
But dude, it's like I don't know, man. I know the clip you're talking about, right? And I see it, and you just see Zeri like zooming about, like view, and it's just like okay, 50, like doing like the tiniest amounts of damage. I'm like, okay, yeah, like,
but it's for like 2 minutes.
Yes, but
and
you
he's
know
literally
why?
Like just staying around them over and over again.
Do you know why it takes 2 minutes? It's
like
because
a shepherd dog.
She doesn't kill anyone, right? She just doesn't kill anyone.
What if you just lead them where you want them to go all day? Like you just keep them
hitting
you
cattle,
just, like,
right?
Cattle drive them.
Yeah, that's
Summoner's Rift.
you know
That's what I want my AD carry to do.
We've been spoiled with
Yes.
League of Legends, right? Because this whole time we've been thinking about these champions' combat ability. We've been like, oh, think how good Corki is at fighting. We have the first non-combat champion in Zeri. She's a cattle herder, right? That's her role. We've just, they're really throwing out the window here.
Her damage isn't great, but her herd ability, that's really where she shines, you know?
That's where it really comes to life.
Well, yeah, I agree with Ox. I think damage isn't quite there. And I think as well, just with the meta the way it is at the moment, even if she's really fast, right, her range is super short. Like, you put her into a team fight where there are Jinxes who are just, like, auto-attacking her and she can't get into range. Like, no matter how fast you are, you can still A-click, right? You're still going to be able to hit her. So I think that's where she's just going to fall off, is just like, hey, if there's a Jhin who's firing, like, onto your front line and Zeri can't get in to deal any damage, Jinx is there, or you've got Caitlyn or something along these lines, there's just no real function for Zeri in those fights. Even if she is really fast, it's like, cool, well, I still need a front line. Like, even if I'm ahead of my front line, that's like the worst position. So
I think, like,
yeah, I did see a clip on a little bit later on after the Yan clip that you were talking about, like the speed and all that, but it was like the finishing of a team fight with a Lulu, and it did look like it was actually being able to put damage. And yes, that is a lot to do with the Lulu and whatnot, but I still think there's a lot possible with this change.
I do think I'm exaggerating a bit on the damage, and we're still like finding out the build. I just think like, one, the damage isn't that reliable because you're very skill shot based, and also that the chat, like when we see a Felios, Jinx, things like this doing like obscene damage, it's just, it really pales a bit compared to that. Like the thing is as well, when you think about a short range, and like for example we have Graves, right, who, like, if you think about the damage he can put out, it's like insane. And obviously he's not as mobile, but like he does insane damage. He's really bulky, gets a load of free base stats. Like, I just think she's so hard to play as well because you're relying on mobility, which is inherently harder to use than raw tankiness, and also your auto attacks are skill shots. So it's like you know, if you misplay it, you're not doing as much damage. If you, you know, walk in the wrong direction, you're going to get caught by a skill shot. Like, I feel like, you know, when you, maybe we'll see, right? Maybe she gets a couple of buffs. Maybe people work out the right build. We might see the top level AD carries in a better meta for her, show what she can do.
Yeah.
But I just don't think the meta's great right now. And I think it's just like, it's just too hard to pull off.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting
我觉得最近那个上单惩戒风女，这个看谁能第一个掏出来玩吧，就是感觉风险性也挺高的，因为一不小心就会养出一个很猛的上单吧，养出一头野兽。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. Look at that LNG's arena looking real swish as we head towards our third and final series of the game, and it is a doozy. We got LNG up against BLG to finish things off today, and Dagda, you just know this one's going to be huge.
God, I am so excited for this game. Like, you've got so many strong talent on both sides of the rift, a lot to prove on both sides. For LNG, wanted to keep that undefeated streak going. For BLG, wanted to see if they can drag them back down a little bit and put themselves up higher in the standings. It's going to be a banger. It
certainly is. I mean, when you look at the standings, for anyone that doesn't know right now, LNG currently 5-0, but there's a big conversation going on about strength of schedule. They've had relatively easy opponents up until this point, whereas BLG 4-1, so slightly lower in the standings, but they have had a bit of a tougher time of it. So we'll have to wait and see how that all affects things today. But I'm sure Twitch chat is already spamming it. We need to continue our Uzi watch. It is now day 22 of the LPL's Uzi watch, and once again, we have come up Uzi-less. It will be Doggo stepping into that AD carry role once more. And I have to say, Dagda, at this point, the conversation moves on from not playing for Chinese New Year, from not playing from these kinds of reasons. This is now definitely a team decision. This is a big series, and BLG are choosing to play Doggo over Uzi.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against LNG, right? Like, this is a defining series in a lot of respects, especially as you only get, this is a single round robin. Like, you don't get another chance to go up against these unless you spot them in playoffs. So this is one that could definitely have an impact on our standings. And the fact that Uzi once again isn't showing does mean that the team has decided that Doggo is the way that they want to play at the game. And honestly, Doggo's been fantastic. Like, he's looked really, really good. So I'm not fully surprised that Doggo isn't kind of continuing to take the reins here when he has looked as strong as he has.
Yeah, exactly. I tweeted this the other day. Like, I genuinely think Doggo should be playing right now. If the team believes in him, with the form that he's in right now, I think Doggo looks amazing. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I say for BLG. And we'll see if that's going to continue to work for them. But I want to talk about the mid laner for BLG first, because that's the one part of this roster right now that doesn't feel like it's firing on all cylinders. Fofo, when you think about how he performed last year, he was like top 3, maybe top 4 in terms of mid laners in the LPL. This year, he's having a much rougher time of it. Doesn't feel like he's having the same level of impact.
Yeah, and that's the big one coming into this, right? Like, when you look at the way that he was played around on Rare Adam, a huge amount of the resources were dedicated towards that mid lane. That is not the case on BLG. And we knew coming into the split that with so many star-studded players on this roster, and a lot of them getting attention on their former teams, someone had to crack, and it looks like it's Fofo at the moment, right? His CSD isn't as high because difference isn't as high because he's not able to get the same resource to actually continue playing through his strengths. Same, you look at that gold difference of 15. And one of the big issues that we've seen a lot from Fofo as well is him not really communicating with the team, or at least being in position to play with the team. So oftentimes there'll be a case of like, right, the team wants to try and move towards the top side of the map because they're looking for a cross map. Well, Fofo's actually decided to go bot side because there's a big farm that he can go and get, or the potential to get more farm. And it still feels like a lot of the time Fofo is playing for those individualistic wins rather than the team wins as a whole. And it has caught BLG out on some occasions, and it's something that we are going to have to keep our eyes on as we start to go into today's game as well.
Yeah, that will be one of the big questions, is how Fofo can perform. I have to say, Uzi's not actually playing on the map, but, you know, Xiaohu as a mid laner when Uzi was on the roster did have a rougher time. Maybe Uzi just has a anti-mid laner presence within the team. Obviously not. That's a joke, guys. I'm not trying to actually start some weird vibe about that. Let's talk about the opposition mid laner, though, because Doonby stepping in. And last year, Doonby had an up and down year, right? Because for a lot of the year, I considered him to be the best mid laner in the entire world. He was looking absolutely insane throughout summer. Now, we got to the World Championship, not so much. This year, Dagda, how are we feeling about Doonby?
Oh, Doonby's still a beast. Like, his summer 2021 was phenomenal. I mean, MVP of the split, the dude was popping off all the time, he had pentakills coming in, and now in 2022, take a look at his stats, right? KDA, still pretty much the same, right? He's still getting enough done. He's still having big goal difference at 15. It's even higher than it was in summer 2021. But the massive change here as well is that CES difference at 15. He's actually managing to pick up a lot of that CS while still having that huge kill participation around the map as well. He's second in the league when it comes to kill participation 15 for mid laners, but he's actually higher than he was last year. This guy is everywhere, and especially linking up with Tarzan, this 2v2 has been insane.
Yeah, and it's so much fun to watch as well. This is a team that, I mean, I always talk about Mojo. LNG has it. LNG has it in bucket loads. Tarzan and Doing B as a pair are so much fun to watch. They just charge around the map, making things happen. And that's one of the big things I'm excited about, because BLG, my biggest criticism, and it's not a real criticism, it's more like a personal one, they play quite slow. I like fast teams. LNG definitely ticks that box. A lot of that is through Tarzan. And that's why I now want to talk about this jungle matchup, because Weiwei was very much the driving force for BLG in their series recently against TT. And up against Tarzan, it's really a big conversation of different styles, I would say, between the two jungles.
Yeah, I really do agree, especially when you look at like the choice in the champion matchups, right? Like you see Tarzan going for this Lee Sin a huge amount, and that's why, yes, he's falling behind in goal difference, or CSD of 15 in goal difference, but what he's doing is having that massive early game impact that's getting his laners ahead. He will fall behind, but the fact is he's getting Breathe ahead of the top side. He's linking up with Doomby to make these plays happen. You can see them on your screen in a second, but when you look across at Weiwei's kind of been going more for these kind of, I say, like stranger picks like the Poppy, but also a lot more of these carry oriented picks. Like we're seeing a lot more of the Viegos, the Talon, that kind of stuff that's coming out from him. And it's more so again about playing a little bit towards this top side too, but certainly he's trying to find individual advantages more so than Tarzan is.
Yeah, whereas Tarzan, you can see getting into these lanes, trying to find opportunities to get light ahead, but also just trying to find big plays. Tarzan is such an incredibly talented player. And it's, I mean, I've just spent the last 2 hours talking about Castle's Lee Sin. Tarzan's Lee Sin's pretty up there as well. So maybe we get more Lee Sin, guys. Maybe we get to see more shenanigans. But we'll have to wait and see. I think so much of this, though, is down to how these guys read each other. How they figure out where the opponent is going to be on the map, depending on the jungle matchup, which lanes they're going to influence, whether they go for the 1v1 between the junglers. I mean, there are so many questions. A lot of it will have to wait until draft to be answered.
Yeah, I think a huge part of this is going to be how does that like kind of 2v2/3v3 on the top half of the map play? Because it really does feel like the mid jungle is going to define a lot of this. And when you talk about Doomby and Tarzan, well, they've been linking up. Like we're getting a lot of like the Rise and the Lee Sins and these kind of things that can start to move around the map very well and set up on that top side for Ala. When you look across at Weiwei, he's still playing quite heavily towards that top side of the map. The difference is, though, he's doing it solo. He's not getting that help from Fofo, because as we highlighted, Fofo's been much more about, hey, I want to kind of stay in lane and play for my own 1v1. And if that's going to be the case, well, Doomby's shown that he's perfectly happy to take these picks that push out mid very effectively and roam. So you end up in a 2v2 versus the 3v3 of LNG, and that's not where BLG are going to find their success.
Yeah, that's going to be, I mean, so much of it is going to be down to early skirmishes and whether or not these teams can find the advantage. But my concern for BLG a little bit is that LNG have been playing that style the entire year. They have practice on playing for these 3v3s, these 2v2s in the early game. Whereas for BLG, I really don't feel like that's the style they like to play. If they can get away with it, we've seen BLG time and time again just farming up for the early game. Stick in your lanes, try and find individual lane advantages, try and get a gold lead for Doggo, try and get a gold lead for Breathe in the top side. See if you can just snowball that over time. Whereas LNG, they've really brought that chaos. I mean, Doing B brings chaos, whichever team he's on, right? But they've brought that essence into the game. And so they've been practicing these skirmishes. They go for dives all the time. And my question will be whether or not BLG can actually step up and match that.
And that's the thing, is that oftentimes when we look at BLG, they have huge aspects of scaling in their compositions because they want to look for that mid-game fight, right? Like when you look at the champions that are most played in each position, Breed, Gwen, Weiwei, Diego, Oriana, Aphelios, all champions that want to scale into the later portion of the game, they tend to go for this because they know that when they get towards team fights, their mechanics are going to shine. They're going to be able to outperform you in those fights, in those late game skirmishes. But that doesn't lend itself to kind of that early game cohesion that we're seeing from LNG. If LNG are able to get that ball rolling early, I don't think BLG are going to be able to rely on that late game like they have before to carry them.
See the players stepping onto the screen. There's Chris at the end. And I have to say, if there's anyone on this BLG roster that can make that early game proactivity exist, it's Chris. And it's kind of funny to say that, because I feel like on the other side, Doonb's the driving force, making it all happen for LNG. This feels like the two ex-FBX players now going head-to-head with one another, and they're the guys that are going to be kind of the forefront for either squad in making these shenanigans occur.
And again, like you've seen, like Crisp and Doggo get some splendid like 2v2 kills. They've looked pretty good on that bot side. It feels like a different ball game with Doonb in. And as you say, like if anyone knows how Doonb operates, it's going to be Crisp. Like Crisp is going to be well aware of like the roam timings that Doonb likes to take, how he likes to set up his wave, and it'll be a little bit different spotting it from his from the enemy team side. But it feels like Crisp is going to be someone who they're going to be relying on a lot to try and call out when Doonby's going to be moving, trying to keep tracks on like what's happening in the bot side. Are we looking at a slow push into a potential dive? Are we still seeing a lot of pressure?
So I do want to shift the conversation up towards that top side, because you already mentioned Breathe and his emphasis on the Gwen, which, you know, we've seen many top players like the Gwen when it's not banned, because it turns out quite a strong champion. Who could have thought? But both of these top laners, very flexible. When you think about 2021, both Ala and Breathe are all kinds of picks to that top lane. Already, Breathe has picked 9 different champions across the course of this split. We're only in week 4. He's picked 9 different champions. I feel like this is all about the counter pick. This is all about the 1v1.
And the thing is, a lot of the champions that they've picked have been all about that 1v1. Have been all about the split, right? Like when you start to look at like the shared pool, you see Fioras, Jaxes, Gwens, Emils, and even the Aurelia being picked up for Ala as well. Like they're all about trying to beat you in the 1v1 and have strong side lane presence. That's how a lot of these both these teams like to operate, right? It's a little bit more 1-3-1 with LNG, but BLG are quite partial to that 1-4. They like having good amount of pressure in that side lane, and it feels like, as you say, counter pick is going to be so crucial for this top lane matchup, especially if you can try and like lock down Doonby, emphasize that 1v1. It could be all gloves are off in that top side.
It certainly could. And see if that's going to be how it pans out. I will say I anticipate counter picks, that is for sure, but whether or not we get to see that level of aggression I think a lot of it will come down to the junglers. I doubt that it will be just abandoning ship in the top lane and allowing a 1v1 for either team, because both of these bottom lanes quite happy to just go for scaling. I mean, especially with the way that Light and Lumao haven't really been having the greatest laning phases across the course of this split. Doggo and Crisp, however, feeling really good, so that could be a weak point for the side of LNG. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm kind of in two minds, Doctor. I'm curious what you think, actually. Does Tarzan spend more time on the bottom side to try and be a crutch for his bottom lane, or do you just go for the counter pick for Ala, go up towards that top side, and try and just get such a huge top gap that it just doesn't matter about bottom side?
I feel like the top gap is the important thing to start off. Right? Like actually being able to play up through Ala and get him going is going to do wonders, because especially if you are in a pretty volatile match, because we got to see like just the picks that these two top laners favor. Getting that explosiveness and that volatility on your side is going to be pretty crucial. Then you can always lend that presence spot, right? Like as we said, Doonby likes to go for the rises, space the fates, things that can roam. So it's not like your only target has to be top lane. You can set that up successfully and then turn your attention bot. But as you say, right, like Doggo and Crisp have been pretty good in that 2v2. And when Light and Lumao have been struggling quite a bit, I'm actually kind of worried that this could be an opportunity where BLG can strike back.
Yeah, we'll see if BLG can strike back, but we're going to jump into picks and bans, Dagda. It's time to get this one underway. So, LNG starting things off. LeBlanc, Tom Kench, as well as Thresh banned away. They do not want BLG to have any kind of safety in that bottom lane.
No, and I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, when you look at BLG, Doggo has the second highest CS in the lead at 15. At 12 CS, he's got third highest goal difference at 15 at nearly 500. Like, this bot lane has been absolutely insane for BLG, so you do not want to be giving them any sort of comfort on that bottom side.
Certainly not. It's going to be Zeri banned away as well as the Caitlyn Necton for BLG. And now to the first pick. And a couple of weeks ago, it was Zin's out every single time, but I feel like the priorities have shifted. But the Aphelios has remained persistent throughout.
And with the Thresh and the Tam Kench ban, it feels like you're kind of baiting out BLG's going, hey, look, do you want to go for a Jinx? Well, chances are you're going to play it with some sort of enchanter in the bot lane, which kind of works out for LNG because it means it's more of a poke lane rather than a kill lane. But Leona for Chris, this has been his most played. He's been absolutely fantastic in setting up those engages on it, and that definitely means that they're out for blood, whether it be in that bot lane or these later fights.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see Crisp's Leona once again. I feel like it's always an absolute pleasure, and it's going to be a Jinx alongside it for Doggo, which I'm pretty sure it's one of his most played across the course of this split as well. In fact, no, I'm telling complete Porkies. He keeps on playing Aphelios. He's only played the Jinx twice, but realistically, if you can play one, you can kind of play it.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth, but this is something that Doomby does not get his hands on very often. It is going to be that Twisted Fate. This has been banned, like, about 70% of the games against LNG. It's been a major pick for Doomby, and everyone knows that when a guy who likes to roam gets his hands on Twisted Fate, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. I like to think of Doomby as the rooster off of Chicken Run. You know, he's the kind of guy that likes to roam around. That's all I'm saying. And he's got that Twisted Fate who, you know, they've got a similar accent, the Chicken and Twisted Fate. So maybe that's a match made in heaven. It's going to be the Sin Sao. Locked in for Wei Wei. So we have Lee Sin for Tarzan. We already talked about his Carcer-esque play on Lee Sin. But the Zin's out a very, very good answer to what comes from the Lee Sin.
Now, though, for LNG, you need to start banning away these mid laners, right? Like, things that can push in aggressive against the Twisted Fate. Rise, Orianna, these kind of bans that are champions that you need to take off the board, because otherwise Doomby just won't get out of lane. At least now, though, yes, I agree that Xin Zhao does have a good time against the Lee Sin. If Doomby is always in the back pocket, though, that's where the difference can be made, right? Like, when Destiny is up, Tarzan can play aggressive because he knows he's always going to have that follow-up from the Twisted Fate. So it can change the dynamic of the matchup post-6 a little bit, but we'll have to see if they get that opportunity, as already Orianna taken off the board, Rakan taken away, Nautilus taken away as well. So I'm curious if we actually see like something like a Braum come through from Lumao. Maybe they just go, like, we already have our engage tool from the Twisted Fate. We don't really need any more. And if we can just peel and keep ourselves, like, at arm's length away from BLG, that could honestly be the play here.
I mean, let's be honest. Lumao is just going to lock Bard without any logic applied. That's how this is going to go down. We'll have to wait and see where they're going to go. But for first, we have to see BLG locking in a mid laner. It's going to be the Rise by the looks of things. Perfectly reasonable matchup into that Twisted Fate, but also you can match the roams. That's the key thing for Fofo.
This is a really strong matchup for Fofo. Like, it's not even the fact that you can match the roams. You just get to push in and make the roam happen first. Like, you're in such a perfect position. That's why I said you need to ban the Orianna and the Rise here, but because they banned that Gwen, which I'm kind of surprised at, because honestly, like, you could have just picked the Gwen here for Ala if you wanted to, but it looks like they were eyeing up trying to go for that Camille, and instead of going towards the Braum, Lumao is just going to go for the same kind of peel opportunity here with the Alistair, taking that one in towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Alistair is something that Lumao's always been pretty decent on. The Camille was locked in for Ala, though, and immediately, the second I saw the Camille hovered, my brain went, we're in a game with Breathe, Fiora is available. Yeah. He's against the Camille. These are the 3 checkboxes that needed to be ticked. The Fiora being hovered. If you don't know, this is a Breathe special. This is a signature pick for Breathe. He's been playing this, I'm pretty sure, since the day he was born. He's gonna lock it in. He's got the counter pick. Breathe is set up for domination in the top side.
Especially when you've got that presence in the mid lane for Fofo, right? And we called it out at the start of the day. Fofo needs to start moving. Fofo hasn't been able to be as dominant as he is in the mid lane without the resources that he was gifted in seasons previous. So now we need to see him starting to play for the team. And you're on a rise, good push against this Twisted Fate. You can make the moves happen first. And when Breathe is on this Fiora, setting up for these top lane ganks with Weiwei shouldn't be an issue, especially against Ala in the early stages. I honestly, in this matchup, I think Ala, we sometimes see, you know, Camille's taking Ignite and that kind of stuff. I really think you need that flash to just avoid the pressure that's going to be coming through in these early stages.
See how it's all going to work out. I'm excited for that top lane matchup. I'm excited for this Doing B Twisted Fate as well, because I want to point out a statistic for you, because I know a lot of people, they'll know Doing B for Twisted Fate just because of the last year or two. It's actually not that high up in terms of total amount of games played for Doing B. Like, it's pretty low down the list for him. He's only played it 15 times. However, he does have a 75% win rate on that Twisted Fate. When Doing B has Twisted Fate, he takes names. It's the perfect pick for the style of play that he brings to the board. But Fofo has a good matchup. And Fofo is the guy that we came in today saying, we need to see this mid laner step up for BLG. This is the guy that's felt like somewhat of the weak link for BLG so far. We need to see him step up. He's got a good matchup. He's in a match that's so crucial. Now is Fofo's moment to step into the limelight.
Especially when you look at the composition that LNG have drafted, right? They're going straight towards this 1-3-1. If you're not able to match that, or you start to fall behind, that 1-3-1 can take over. That is a gorgeous setup.
Cool.
Sorry.
It's so cool.
But the thing is, LNG, at the start of the season, I myself and a lot of the other analysts were really critical of LNG on how they operate in 1-3-1. Like, they'd oftentimes show in 3 lanes. They'd make it super easy for oppositions to counteract it, or even pick them off when they're overextended, because they could literally just see where everyone on LNG was. This time though, or at least in the last couple of series, LNG have slowly but steadily been getting better at operating here on these 1-3-1 style compositions. So I'm super interested to see how well they do in these side lanes, especially against BLG, who, as you can see, have a pretty similar composition with both Fofo and Breathe wanting to play out through those side lanes.
Yeah, does feel like we could have a lot of side lane play across the board of this game, but looking towards the junglers, both starting on that bottom side. And one thing I do want to mention quickly is when we look at the top lane summoner spells in this kind of matchup, either of those top laners could have gone for the Ignite, both opting into the teleport, feeling like this is going to be the kind of laning phase where you need to have the teleport. You cannot afford to be caught with your pants down, not have a teleport, and end up losing massive amounts of CS for it.
Yeah, and although this matchup is slightly Fiora favored, it is still relatively a skill matchup, right? So you've still got to make sure that, but you still got to make sure that, like, you are getting these early leads, because if Ala does end up getting to a point where he just is able to take over there and he's got just more items, he's actually going to be in an okay spot. It's more Breathe having to try and play around the engage from Ala, but already you can see with both junglers pathing up towards this top side, Weiwei should be there to actually help out Breathe as he gets this initial shot.
Tarzan going to be around as well, so if anything does happen where we get a big shove or we get a bit of a dive going on the top side, the other jungler should be able to respond at very least. But for the side of Weiwei, it's actually pretty positive so far, because he's cleared all 3 camps on his bottom side as he makes his way up, whereas Tarzan skipped his Krug, so will be an ever so slight farm advantage for Weiwei, but should mean Tarzan can get onto the map quicker if he wants to try and make a play.
I think for Tarzan, though, it's going to be a case of, like, trying to impact this mid lane matchup. I'm saying that right as Crisp is roaming up to see if he can try and help out Fofo, but I think if you can set Fofo behind, give Doomby a bit of an easier time, that's the best way for you to then win out the 3v3 time.
Oh, Tarzan turns up too late for the crab, and then Weiwei immediately just jumps on him. He's like, come here, buddy. I want a little bit of a scrap with you. And now Doing B's moved in to try and help, but Crisp is already here. And LNG, we said they were going to be proactive, but it's BLG setting the pace for game number 1 in the series. A second kill just shy of going down as Lumar flashes out to safety.
Great roam from Crisp. Nobody calling it. Well, at least they called it from the bot lane, Lumel moving up, but they didn't realize how close he was, and disrespect from Tarzan. Tried to see if he could get the cheeky smite and end up giving over a kill to BLG.
Beautifully done. And we said the two players from FBX will be setting the pace of this game. While Chris, he reckons he's the better Phoenix as he moves up super early to make the point.
Yeah, and you can see here, right? Tarzan knows he cannot trade against Weiwei, and Doomby moves in to try and help out his own teammate, but Chris there in the wings flashes over the wall to get the setup, and Doomby ends up falling very close to Weiwei going down as well, and also Lumao on the back of it, but it's BLG with the great roam, and now the experience difference on the support as well. Level 3 for Crisp, Lumao still level 2, means that you can still have Crisp roam around the map and have those impacts still happen.
Beautifully done by Crisp to set the play up very nicely played. And it does mean now Doomby going to be at a disadvantage in this mid lane. We already mentioned Fofo having an advantage in terms of the matchup. Well, now he's very likely to be the first one to hit level 6 as well. And that's crucial for both of these champions. But if there's a XP deficit, then that big level 6 spike becomes even more noticeable.
And it's even the items that Doomby had to pick up, right? Like, he would have loved to go back in an Ionian Boots of Lucidity, start to play off with the fact that he's also running into the spellbook, right? Like, that combo is super nice for you to try and play with, but he's not able to do so. Had to go back and get a crystal, didn't have enough for the full boot upgrade. And whereas you're looking across a Fofo, right? Tier picked up for him the boots as well. He's going to be able to spam abilities on these waves, clear out these before Doomby can really deal with it, and then start to look for the roam. So with this wave just crashing in mid, I believe Fofo should hit 6 off of this wave in the mid lane, whereas Doomby, because he lost that initial one, won't be able to. So keep your eyes on Fofo, because it looks like LNG and Chris both trying to enable this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, Lumao and Chris both moving over the way to the side as well. I don't think the scan saw Crisp, but let's be honest, both these supports are relatively experienced. They're gonna know the other one is there as well. If they're not in the bottom lane, where else could they possibly be?
And look, Doomby well aware that Crisp has helped him out in days past, so probably knows that the same things happen. Allah doubling backwards, trying to see if he can bait him Breathe.
Oh, play up towards the top side here. Breathe with a good riposte, but I don't think he can win 1v3. The whole gang from LNG converges on the top lane, and it doesn't matter about the XP lead that Fofo had. Fofo sits in the mid lane. It's doing B to make the play.
And here's the difference between Fofo and Doom. Doomby perfectly happy to lose an entire wave to that turret, maybe a little bit more, if he can make that play happen, if he can get the lead for Allah. Fofo not willing to do that, and means that in that situation, it's actually the roam first from Doomby, despite it not being the optimal time for him if he was looking at a 1v1 advantage, but Doomby always cognizant of the team advantage.
It's worked out for him, and crucially, in that top lane as well, where we can see that the CS was starting to go the way of Breathe a little bit. That assist will certainly help Allah out. Flash not used for Breathe just yet, so it's not like there's a huge advantage for the next few minutes off the back of this one. That said, Dragon is on the map tag there. Herald is coming up in 40 seconds. It's time to talk about neutrals. Who are we expecting to be put the front forward? Because again, I was expecting it to be LNG from the start, but BLG, they made a play mid. Now we've had LNG making a play. Whose turn is it next?
So I think on top side of the map, LNG should be an advantage, right? Like, Breathe beats Camille in the 1v1, but in a team environment, Camille just has more stuff in her kit, right? Like the CC, the ultimate as well to lock people down and set up really nicely alongside Doomby. When you look across at BLG though, they should have control over the bot side. You've got full push coming through from Doggo, it's why he sits at about a 10 CS lead. And honestly, it looks like they might just move across the Dragon right now as you do have Weiwei and Fofo in the vicinity.
Do Herald spawning though, as well, as you can see in the little picture-in-picture. Right now, Light is still in that bottom lane. You can see Doggo moving over alongside Chris. Doomby just going to be pushed underneath the tower here, just trying to clear the minions ASAP. Not sure if Doggo was spotted there. I have to assume that he was. And that should mean that LNG will not contest this one. This should just be the Herald taken by BLG, no contest. The question is, what else do they get off the back of this? Because, again, that's a long way for Doggo to go if there's no fight.
They honestly might get both objectives here though. Tarzan is up on this top half of the map doing his his grump, so Weiwei can just take this and move back down to the bottom side. They can still see Doggo in lane, so they know that he hasn't actually moved across to the Dragon, and you still have Fofo with full push mid, so this could be a double objective take for BLG if they're able to do it.
Yeah, Light still sticking around in that bottom lane, and now Zhao finally getting onto the turret, but this isn't... You know, we usually see Aphelios stay bot during the Herald so that he can take a bunch of plates. The lane was not in a good spot for Light to be able to do that. Tarzan, though, as I hold that thought, is going to move up to the top side. Breathe is the target. The Hextech ultimatum keeps him still. One more hit would do the trick, but they can't find it. Breathe just gets a flash out to safety. I can't believe he
the
lived
cavalry's
through that
here,
one.
though. Here
Certainly
comes
are.
the reinforcements.
Wei moving up. Fofo teleports into the lane as well. Doomby just going to conclude his destiny back to that mid lane. And finally, he gets an opportunity to push instead.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the ult there was from Fofo. Everyone had already backed away. Didn't really need to overcommit with that. But now Doomby going to try and make a play for himself. Crisp is slightly out of position, but looks like Luton now doesn't want to try and commit towards that, as they will get the push in. We're just going to hop into a replay here, though, and yeah, it's a nice setup, right? Ala does bait out the repulse coming through from Breed, but Tarzan is here to follow up alongside the ult. Yeah, I think it was just this. Yeah, just one auto, just not quite going through at the end.
I'm pretty sure Tarzan tried to Q during the Hextech ultimatum, but one of the minions was just like slightly to the side, and it does that funky hitbox thing. Unfortunate for the side of LNG, but regardless, very, very important for Breed. Didn't go down. This time his flash is boomed. And you're absolutely right, Dagda. I asked you where you thought people were going to be focused on this game. It was all about the top lane. Now Wei finally decides it's time for a change of pace. Moves towards this bottom side and will start the dragon off.
And that's what we said, right? If Tarzan's going to commit to both the Gromp and that lane, top lane, well then it's easy for BLG to use the fact they still have Bush for Doggo and Crisp on the bot side to set it up. And it's why I'm still kind of surprised to see so many of these Aphelios first picks, right? Like, Jinx has so much control in that lane. She allows you to like push in. You can look towards Rift Heralds with the move advantage. You can look towards early dragons with the push advantage as well. And even when you're in a composition like the mid matchup where Ryze can push in against Twisted Fate, it just makes that job even easier. So I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of these Aphelios picks first. I feel like Jinx just offers more in so many situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think the logic on the Aphelios, right, is that early presence in lane. But if you're playing top side anyway, what do you really get? The early presence in the laning phase if you're not going to play around it. So I'm on board with you, Dagda, but clearly a lot of the teams are much preferring this Aphelios over the Jinx. But either way, I mean, look, hey, Dagda. Only one of them has been featured in the hit TV show Arcane on Netflix. And I won't give any spoilers. I won't give any spoilers on which one it is. I'll let the audience decide. But with that said, and we're about even in gold right now. It's been a, it's kind of been a weird game, right? Where it has been very slow paced, but there's been like the idea of action a lot. We've had a lot of like threats of action from both teams, but feels like a lot of respect on either side on what the other team can potentially do. As Breathe and Ale sparring it out a little bit. Wei is up on this top side right now. Hextech ultimatum comes out from Ale. Tarzan's here too. Both mid laners moving over. It's a full-on scrap in the top side, and LNG are winning it out. Wei though with the Gordrick to keep himself alive. Fofo's here now with the Rise damage. A rocket across the map from Doggo, and BLG flip everything around. Breathe chasing down for kills, trying to survive. Fofo low on HP, but Ale can't quite finish it off. He's getting underneath the tower. Herald drops in the middle of the skirmish somehow. As Ale, last man standing for LNG, slowly but surely getting chased down, burning into the tri-brush, and I think Breathe should be able to finish this one off eventually. I'll be totally honest, Doug, that my screen is completely frozen.
I'm the same.
I thought
I'm
it was
the
happening,
same.
but it was chaos, and I loved it.
Breed got him! He died underneath the tower, and it's going to be the Rift Herald coming in to smack it down. Honestly, this has been like the perfect timing for BLG, because this was kind of like a do or die for the Rift Herald. That Rift Herald was just about to time out, which is why we got it placed down halfway through. And even then as well, the fact that you're able to turn this one around barely as we start to go in towards the replay was just nuts. Like, Ala tries to set it up for the kill on towards Breathe, and they just narrowly able to get the kill onto Weiwei, but that Gore Drinker, as he called out, so vital for Weiwei, as he's just gets away with a sliver of HP, and at that stage, like, the damage percent coming through from Fofo versus Doomby is going to be so high, including the rocket coming up from Doggo to help finish it off. It's just so much more damage on BLG's side.
Yeah, really nicely done by BLG. The rocket, as you're saying, crucial in the equation to make this happen. I will say I'm struggling in terms of the commentary at this point back there, but I'm excited that BLG are being proactive. I'm excited that they are, well, I suppose that wasn't necessarily proactive, but they read the play, right? And that's the thing about BLG, is they are a very intelligent team. They will figure out what the opponent wants to do and try and counteract that. They'll play slow at all costs, and if your opponent is fast, well, they'll do what's required to match that and stop the pace speeding up.
And the big thing now is that you've gotten those kills going back up for 3, right? We saw the early pressure going up there, but you've got the Divine Sunder that's now come through for them. And that's going to make it a little bit easier in this top half of the map. Weiwei as well, making his way back up here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get anything, because again,
because I can't see anything.
Yeah, there we go. His screen is frozen much. I don't know what to do.
It is what it is. We'll try our best, guys. Do apologize about any tech issues you guys at home might be dealing with as well. But you know, it is what it is. It's one of those things. But yeah, so far so good for BLG. I have to assume, unless some craziness has happened since my screen froze. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Herald started.
Herald has started. It's been, I thought it might have been traded for Dragon, at least with the potential for BLG to, for LNG to try and set up some vision control there. But Doggo and Crisp are actually matching it, as Ale nearly caught out here.
Yeah, 1 HP. I'm assuming Breathe got that auto in, and he's finished the kill. Nicely done. That was one of the more exciting slideshows I've ever witnessed. And I'm telling you, some of the sales guys at ESL, when I used to work there, they made some damn good slideshows. So that's saying a lot.
And it means now that Breathe is kind of having a 4-point presentation on why counterpick was going to be so important for BLG. Breathe now in the top side. Should have been a cross.
Everfrost coming in from Doom B here. Breathe, exhausted. Good flash away from the Sonic Wave. Dashes on out. LNG failed attempt towards the top side. That does mean Fofo gets to crash yet another wave in the mid lane. But actually, it was good time from Doom B, because the wave only just arriving in the mid lane. Weiwei gets the Drake at the same time. Very nicely done here.
That's twice. Yeah. Both objectives on opposite sides of the map have gone to BLG. Like, Weiwei has been so good at understanding, hey, look, if LNG are committee members here, we can actually make the play. And it's been a bit of a mistake from LNG, right? Like, you're not getting Ale ahead. Well, as I say, they might get Doggo.
Doggo, this is not a 1v1 that he's going to be able to win. The TP comes in from Breathe, but it's too late. The AD carry is down. Ale will go down for his trouble, and it's still nice for Breathe to get that kill. Unfortunate for Doggo, that he had to die for the cause. For Solar Flare down in the mid lane, doing be in trouble, and it's going to be Chris following him halfway across the map here. Herald gets another charge on in. Damage onto Lumao, but he's damn tanky at this point as Weiwei jumps on into the fray. Tower will survive for the time being. In the meantime, LNG are pushing up at the top side. That's 2 towers they've taken.
Yeah, and Rift Tower be damned. They just did it with manpower. Breathe does get the play onto the bottom lane, though, so that tower going down. I think that mid lane turret is still up and standing. No, will just fall now. So you trade 2 for 2 on the top and mid, but you do have that advantage for Breathe in the bot side. So still BLG trading up, and that's why you're looking at about a 3,000 gold lead for them. The Dragon taking in the meantime as well, so 3.5 minutes until that Dragon's up, and with the control that BLG have the map, it feels like it should be theirs. Ale, nice job to pick up Doggo here. Doggo just a little bit overextended, but it just gives time for Breathe to TP in and finish it off. So it means that Breathe, with him not being on that top side, at least LNG can get the 2 turrets, but still not ideal.
Yeah, not ideal for the side of LNG. At least they get something, but that gold gap is starting to build. 2,500 in favor of BLG with a 1 tower advantage as well. Crucially, the side lane towers still being up. The fact that 2 of those towers from BLG are down in that mid lane is actually fantastic for them. They've got a Fiora Fiora wants towers to exist in the side lane, because that's exactly what she's good at dealing with. So, oh, actually, Rocket used the mid lane to stop a recall not too long ago, and now fighting the jungle as well. There's one for Doggo, who's just free firing during all of this. Light could be in trouble as Weiwei jumps in, but Doomby joins the fray once more. Fofo in on the action as well, but Doggo is still going strong. Doggo's still untouched, and Doggo wants some kills for himself. There's one for Fofo as Doomby falls, and Ala jumps into the back line. Oh, what a play from LNG! Well, it looked really cool. They got Doggo, but it was just suicide.
It looked good for a moment, but LNG unfortunately can't find the plays that they want. BLG, they're winning out of the skirmishes. They're winning out of the side lane pressure. And unfortunately, Munch, you said that you wanted towers for Breathe in those side lanes. Well, Breathe is kind of chopping them down like trees and making sure that he's got a ton of money in his back pocket. Those towers are not lasting long enough.
You would think with a name like Breathe, you'd want to save the trees, really, but no. He's just chopping them down left, right, and center. Loom out has to be the one to face check, and that's how it all starts.
I mean, did he have to face check? Like, did he really need to be there? Honestly, I think he could have just left it. You've got to just push out your waves, try and play through that. You have vision in your jungle, but instead, LNG try to contest it. It means that Doomby has to come through here, and BLG gets so much. It is a nice attempt to say, like, Ala getting a good flash with the CC to set up for the kill onto Doggo, but you still give both your lives there for the cost of.
The thing is, I think they maybe could have both got out. I'm not sure if Ala could have got out. Tarzan definitely could have. But I don't know. Whether or not trading, I guess they got. I think Doggo had a shutdown at this point. So I think it's still a net negative trade, but maybe they deemed that worth it. I'm not so sure. Either way, I think they were banking on Tarzan getting a gold ring. I think that was the crux of the play, but he gets knocked up straight away by Weiwei as he goes in, so he essentially just gets shredded like paper. Bit of a disaster on the side of LNG. And that gold gap we talked about before, now all the way up to almost 5,000 in favor of BLG. I guess it's close to 4,000, but, you know, maths is hard. So as we move on in this game, Drake up in 30 seconds time. So point.
They're gonna realm warp. I think. Oh no, okay. I thought Weiwei was gonna realm warp in with Fofo into the top lane, but Fofo's just gonna collect this wave. As you say, Dragon of 15, vision control completely for BLG. There's just nothing that LNG can do, right? Like they're trying to get some control at top, maybe move Ala in to get a pick before, but if not BLG, they've just got such a strong fight right now with 2 items on towards Jinx and the Fimble which are completed.
And think back to the last fight as well. Doggo's positioning is obviously fantastic anyway, but who on the side of LNG can get onto Doggo? You need to see Ala diving in. You need to see Doomby maybe getting to the back line as well, just to try and throw out a gold card. But it's difficult to do that when you've got a Leona, when you've got a Xinzao, and then a Ryze as well. There's just so much front-loaded damage and protection for Doggo in these fights that it was difficult for LNG to actually get on top of him. And if they can't, just know that they lose on the damage numbers alone.
And even if you try to like fully commit to Doggo in the back, like you decent dive, and you just know you're going into your death. There's no way you're getting back. Like Weiwei 404, he's got the Sterix Gauge completed. Even when you look at the Ravenous Hydra completed from Breed, he's massive as well. Like you would just be suiciding to get on towards Doggo, and that's really not going to help you out at all. The best bet for LNG is like try and find some picks on the side lanes. As the Dragon goes across though, there hasn't really been any sort of impact. So for LNG, you kind of missed your window to actually try and cross map at all here.
Yeah, feels a bit like a catch-22 here for the side of LNG. Well, I wasn't going to go that far. But it's definitely like a, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? You can dive Doggo and try and win the fight that way. But if you do, well, the front line from BLG might just clean up anyway because they're so fed. Or you can try and deal with the front line, in which case Doggo is free firing the entire time, and then you lose the fight. So it doesn't feel like a
I don't know if you kill the front
fight.
line either, to be honest. Like, the front line is kind of hard to kill.
Yeah, that Sterix is going to do a whole lot of work for I mean, Weiwei's just invincible. He's even got a stopwatch. He's already Xinzao. He already has a good trigger in a Sterix, plus his ultimate. Like, yeah, he's not going to be simple to deal with. And guess what? Baron now onto the map. BLG with complete vision control. They know that all they have to do is force LNG to face check them. Force LNG to check this Baron. And if not, they can just take the purple win for free.
If they can get the TP out of Ala as well, that's such a big in for them. They have a ton of ways to escape as well with Fofo's Realm Warp, so they're perfectly happy to kind of like play into the Baron pit with the idea that they can escape. And if ever Allah decides to TP in, well, Breed's kind of got the side lane control there, so they can just put pressure on towards the tier 2 and more pressure on towards the inhibitors. So again, LNG, they need to start finding like smart ways to get those moments. Like right now, right? Like this is where BLG have stepped back. I think Doomby needs to start trying to like play around Allah, like shut down Breathe in a side lane, and then maybe they can look for some sort of like double TP if BLG are on the Baron or something along those lines.
See if it can happen. The problem is as well in the side lane, I think we're getting to the point of the matchup where Allah really realistically can't fight Breathe anymore, you know? And so, I mean, you're seeing that in the CS numbers as well, but it does feel like that makes the way that the map is played out so much more difficult for LNG unless they can find a pick. So Breathe, the pressure is on him now to do what we know him for and play that carry, but do it in a safe manner so he doesn't get caught out. In the meantime, Allah is just rinsed completely and utterly. Don't Beacon of Destiny. I was going to say out to safety, into the mid lane to try and proxy a wave. He's desperate not to let this game end anytime soon. But the whole of BLG can now try and chase him. He's in a precarious spot, and the rest of LNG moving over to try and protect doing B. This is getting real weird, real quick, Dagda. He's now on a ward, though. He's surely going to get caught out here. Way. Can he close the gap? He's too busy killing the wolves. I don't think the wolves are more important than doing B. There you go. Maybe that's just a philosophical issue. In with the Evercross, knocked back onto 2. Loom out the target to start off. Doggo still free firing for the time being. There's one for him. This Tarzan caught up with the solo player. Way gets the knock up. A flash out to safety, but Breathe is following. A rocket on in, and Tarzan down. It's going to be firing on the cards of BLG.
Such a nice fight from BLG. You can see with that armor coming in on towards Fofo, he's impossible to kill. Without Allah there to do the true damage, Light just doesn't have enough in the tank, especially when he's gone the build he has, right? Like Bloodthirster, not exactly the highest damage item. It's there for keeping you safe. So with the Gale Force and the Bloodthirster, they just can't get through the Rise. Like Fofo's like, oh no, I'm caught, but who kills him, right? Like he's tanking everything here, and he's still perfectly fine this whole time. Managing to get the kill and then pop out of the backside, and with that, LNG have overcommitted way too many resources in the fight, and BLG chasing down.
And this is the thing, we're into the late game now. We're beyond the 25-minute mark, and this is BLG's thing. This is what they're good for, and Fofo is moving down. Lumao at least stops it on the roam, and actually maybe can turn this one around. Lumao now the target, but Fofo has been denied. Doggo's rocket just goes sailing on by. Crowny's Comet gets a shout out for that one. But Drake is coming up in just a couple of seconds. BLG could always just go for that. But Chris wants another fight. He wants more on this one. As Way charges in. Doggo once again firing on the backline. And BLG continue to just chase LNG to the ends of the earth. They push them into the base, but it's 1-for-1. As Light finally finds an answer.
But they got the wave there. They got the Baron, and Doggo, he's running them right the way back. He's saying, get out of my yard. I want to make sure that I can get everything here.
Yeah, LNG looking like a squeaky toy at this point, the speed at which Doggo was running at them, but they're going to retreat. They're going to go for the Drake for the time being. And BLG with a Hex Drake as well. I'm not sure this is winnable anymore for LNG. This has been beautiful to witness from the side of LNG.
And it was a slow-paced game, right? We talked about BLG. They kind of thrive in these slower pace of games because they get to make plays like this when we get to the later portion of the game. They're really good at grouping up, finding ways to play around their windows, and LNG, they're just running for the hills. They don't have the damage for portfolio that BLG have right now. Like Jinx, massive, Rise, huge, Twisted Fate, not gonna answer for that. And you've got Light, who's just running every time you even take a sniff at him, because he just doesn't have the damage in his own back pocket either, nor the range that BLG have. So from BLG's perspective now with the Soul, the slow on those autos is going to make it even more difficult for LNG to try and run away.
Yeah, it's going to become a real challenge, and the lightning coming out from Doggo, the extra cleave is going to be Loom out on a flank. This is the moment for LNG. Can they make the miracle happen? It's a triple knockup from Lumao. It's damage coming out from Light across the entire team as well. It's still surviving. They just don't seem to have the damage. Lumao finally falls, but Light has already gone. It's a double for Doggo, turn it into 3 for the hat trick. And Doggo chases everyone down. LNG, they make one last-ditch effort, but last is the operative term because BLG are barreling into the base, and they're going to find themselves their first game of the series.
It has been confident. Doggo's better trained than me because I would have went for the Penta, but Tarzan gives him one anyway.
He certainly does. It's not going to turn into a Penta, but it's going to turn into a victory, that is for sure. Beautifully done by BLG, and showing that the late game play comes out on top once more.
And unfortunately for LNG, they just could not find their footing in this game. We saw Tarzan and Doomby trying to make these plays towards the top side, but eventually Breed was just able to turn it back with help coming through from way. And when all of your eggs have been placed into that top side basket, the slower pace of game gives the time for the Jinx to scale. Rise is able to get to a point where he's super comfortable. And honestly, it felt like kind of every step of the way that the draft was coming through for LNG, BLG had the answer. We saw the Twist of Fate come in. Cool, we got the Rise. Full push in the mid. We can actually be the ones who make the proactive plays. So either Doomby has to give up a ton of CS in the mid lane and a ton of those turret plates as well as we saw, or you end up with Fofo just being able to move first. Doomby took what he thought was kind of the better of the bad bunch, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. And then you're still losing out heavily on the top, or the bottom side of the map and on the top side of the map.
Yeah, a challenge to say the very least for LNG off the back of that draft. But crucially, I want to reiterate that it wasn't necessarily that this draft had no way to win, but they needed to do better in the early game. They needed to find advantages earlier on in this game to have a chance at winning this one. Whereas BLG, I mean, this is not a surprise. The composition that they've drafted is not new. It's not different. This is exactly what we should expect from BLG. They love to play for the late game. They love to have Doggo on a hyper carry. They love to scale up as long as possible and then win the 5v5s. It's exactly what they've done again. And it honestly just looks beautiful.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue for LNG on this is just like, you get outscaled top, you get outscaled just from range on the bot side, right? Doomby, it's really hard for him to get out of lane against the Rise. And when you're both have scaling on opposite sides for BLG, there's no real pressure for Fofo as long as he's able to keep you in check and and kind of follow the roams to a certain extent. So, at least on LNG, like, yes, they kind of got bodied in this, but I'm saying this as a like, hey, there's still a chance for LNG, right? Like, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because, like, coming into game number 2, I still think there's ways for LNG to fight back. I think if you ban Dory and Rise in this game, maybe that's the difference maker here, right? Rather than going towards I think it was the support ban that we saw coming through. So I think there are still options for LNG coming into game 2, but this was a confident win for BLG, and certainly for BLG, who seem to be kind of a momentum team to a certain extent as well, who kind of thrive off of this. I think it's going to be a nice stepping stone for them coming into game 2.
And it's kind of crazy as well to think about when you look at these two teams on paper, certainly on the top side, I would lean the way of LNG on just like pound for pound power on paper. That's a hell of a sentence. But when it comes to getting onto the Rift, that's not how it's felt so far today. That's not the way it's looking like it's going across this series. We'll see if that statement remains true, though, because LNG are not out just yet. They've still got another game in them. Let's see if they can win it after the break.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？明堂上干嘛？
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平淡。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了
吗？太细了，
太细了。大家准备好了吗？太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路是不是？
他这个意思
直接有思路了。
他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放一把啊，你放一把，我单着。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像哎，把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。 哪个赛？保一下，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现。
OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，我一个拖
没闪，
可以逼个闪
，OK，
看一看。啊，这样就死了。A 中了，A 中了。
有点不急，赵姐慢点，捡个灯。
我顶，没事。
哪个赛？慢点。
我死了，可以打，叔叔。
慢一点。
这没闪了，这没闪了。
慢点。
行，我灯，捡灯，可以打。
我到了，慢点吧，先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听会了。
稳点，赵丽姐太着急，看你操作，回了。
我开吧。对，
盲僧别冲，别乱冲。
没事。
有点失望，赵丽姐。
看一下这波。
OK，
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。
慢点。
慢点。
没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
OK，
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我先绕龙。
那你们打吧，哪个赛不在？
我们先杀鳄鱼。
我一个多。
别这么道歉。
我这羊，
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇，上去了拿下了吧？
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了，没有，那波踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我当时把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了，
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，
鲨鱼，
没闪，
跳走了，鲨鱼，nice，
黑这边我追过去了，可以追，自己看，
冲，兄弟们，死了，我死了。可以打，没闪，
你看，你没闪，
追，能杀吗？别急，慢慢操作，
打断了，
这个，我来了，
他没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧，
不行就打先锋吧，
把他杀了，可以，
或者我们推上，
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他，nice，兄
弟们，这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是吹牛，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们，稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置看我靠！你们拉掉，推打！
就赢！推打！
杀人！来手！
过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以。
来呗。
我中间也快进了。
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，勾大，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
我打机会，打机会，挖掘机，来。哎，你没闪，别急，我打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，
来杀！
过年
了，
大哥大嫂，过年好。
Let's get right to it.
the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say.
波比打野的话，这个版本主要这个英雄看线上嘛，线上强的话他就还可以。李宁战队打野选手的话，他比较喜欢跟中路联动吧，就我们要多注意一下他的中野吧。
Wait, liking the Poppy, but only if he's got winning lanes, which is very convenient for him because he plays on BLG and he always has winning lanes. So that's a nice little bonus for him. And speaking of Weiwei, we'll just get straight into it. He's the MVP for that last game. Really fantastic jungle performance. His ins out look fantastic, especially during those fights as well. The positioning was great, using the Gorge Ring to keep himself safe. I mean, he was practically invincible for most of the fights, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even even before we got to the fights. I mean, is like him invading on towards the bot side where he spotted Tarzan, got the first kills going in favor of. With this one right here where he got kills going in favor of BLG, like it was super nice to see how much control Weiwei had over these early stages. And then, as you say, right when he got in towards team fights, he knew exactly how far he could go, the amount of damage he could take, and really playing on a knife's edge for a lot of these fights, pushing what Xin Zhao could do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it, right? When you get to see the best players using the champions and knowing the exact limits of what they're able to accomplish, it's always something nice to witness. Weiwei doing exactly that. This controversial play once again from Tarzan and Nala. Not quite working out in the end, but even still. Really, really great game coming out from BLG. And now we have to sort of go back to the drawing board for LNG to some extent, because we see these fights. There's just no way that the LNG composition can operate in the 5v5. And so you have to ask, what does LNG do now? How do they change things up so that if they get to the 5v5 again, they can still make things happen, but they still do have that early presence that we're so used to seeing from them?
I don't mind if they want to fully commit to side lanes, right? Like, it's kind of been the bread and butter, I'll say, of LNG for a lot of the split. And they've looked good on it, right? Well, mostly good on it. The problem that I'm seeing, though, is that like they didn't really set themselves up to be able to win out in those side lanes, right? You end up looking at Doomby, who's actually got the bad matchup against the Rise, and you end up looking at your top side of the map, and you're in a losing matchup there as well, with Breathe having that Fiora. So it felt like they never really got the opportunity to play it. I feel like if you're going to go for a lot of these blind pickable champs, like, and you have the opportunity, like we saw in the mid lane, to ban away their counterparts, you have to go towards it. Leaving the Rise open, I think, was a really big mistake here for this draft. Yeah. And it meant that they couldn't really right the wrongs of the Camille blind pick, right? Because you can't actually then play towards the Camille and give her the matchup against the Fiora, because you can't actually invest the resources to turn that bad matchup in favor of the Camille.
That said, they did a valiant effort of trying to achieve that in the early game, right? We saw a couple of plays towards that top side, but it felt like every single time BLG got something else as well, right? And most of the time it wasn't that one-sided, and I think there was only really one play where it felt like Breathe got heavily punished up on that top side. Otherwise, it was either BLG answering on the top side at the same time, or getting the Drake, or getting a kill in the bottom lane, or whatever else on the other side of the map. So it feels like LNG, while on paper I like the idea of the draft in game number 1, we need to see, well, honestly, I'm not even sure what I want to see instead from LNG, but it's just like BLG are so good at answering, right? BLG always seem to know the answer.
Yeah, and especially when they're kind of playing this like slow, methodical game plan for BLG, like get to mid-game, then just explode all over the map, picking off people right, left, and center, getting those advantages for yourself. It feels very, very difficult to deal with, because regardless of whether you're on a timer, you feel like you're on a timer. Buzz, TF banned away, and Zeri pick it up straight away for Light.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to try and win games. Just play a champion that's incredibly strong right now. Certainly will do well in a 5v5 as well. LNG getting themselves a power pick for the first pick of the game. BLG going to try and answer with that long-range hyper carry for Doggo here in Jinx. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Certainly works in game number 1.
And it means that at least you have a little bit of range that, as you say, you can try and play at, but Zeri should still have a decent amount of push on that bot side. The ability to tear through the minions is just kind of nuts. So Wei Wei going to go back towards the Xin Zhao here. With Thresh banned away, I'm curious to see what's going to be paired for with Doggo for Crisp. I feel like the Leona probably still going to be high priority here for BLG. Just one, with how good Crisp looks on it, and two, being able to try and lock up this area is going to be pretty key.
Yeah, so Wei Wei getting his MVP pick once more here. Side of LNG. Lumao could go for the Leona. I mean, Leona's just always good, right? I feel like there are very few drafts where Leona won't fit in. Doing beat this time with Twisted Fate banned. He goes for the Rise. We'll see if his CS hack is going to come out for this game. But now Fofo has to decide how he wants to deal with this. The other default global champion is gone. Maybe something like a Galio if they really want to just stop the roams.
The Galio, the Orianna can do pretty well. I think the Ori would be the big one for me again. Like, always the opportunity to try and ban it away, but looks like Crisp is going to get his hands on the Rakan here. So definitely taking a back seat here for Doggo and Crisp in that bottom lane matchup, but it still will give it a lot of late game prowess to BLG. As we said, kind of their game plan. BLG now banning away the junglers because there's none locked in for LNG. Whereas I feel like, as we say, like mid lane bans, setting up Doomby for success here is going to be the big play here for LNG.
First one of the day, but we've seen a few Rakan bans across the course of today. Finally going to be locked in, and Crisp, such an excellent. Well, look, this time the Lee Sin taken away from Tarzan. So this whole mid-jungle 2v2 from last game for LNG now being targeted by BLG. So LNG in some ways being forced into a different style, but still there's things like the Viego, even like the Trundle would be available for Tarzan if they wanted. It's a pick that we often have seen into Xin Zhao as somewhat of an answer for the duel.
I'm curious though if we end up seeing something like a Corki come through. Corki's just kind of slipped through the ban based on an insanely strong pick, and if you see a Zeri, one of the ways to play around her is playing at range, right? Like trying to avoid the engage coming through from Leona and get that sort of like long range poke that can come through. Wouldn't be the worst. Like, yes, you will get pushed in early, and it can give moments for Doomby to roam, but if you actually manage to get to the late game, you're in such a strong position of BLG.
We've said that sentence before once or twice, I think.
Yes. Yes.
BLG drafting for the late game. Who could have seen this coming? There's the Corki you were just talking about for Fofo. They've got a whole lot of range to work with and a whole lot of rockets to work with, as well as some fantastic engage tools coming out from Crisp and Wei Wei to start these fights off. LNG now, they've got to figure out what the game plan is. They've got to lock something in that's going to set them up for success.
Camille locked in here. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I feel like you could still go through towards a Renekton here for Breathe and it could work out really well, right? Because a lot of what LNG are trying to do is like super short range and like diving in on top of you. And you've got really, really good access to a lot of the backline there if you want to go towards it. Oh, sorry, Renekton's by the way. But I still think you like can go towards things like Gragas if you want to go for heal. But it looks like instead Breathe is going to go towards this Akali. So looking to see if with this short range composition that LNG have gone for, he can just plant himself in the middle and say, hey, what do you want to do? You want to try and get onto both the Corki and the Jinx? Well, I'm just going to tear apart your back.
Oh, he's going to try at very least. We'll have to wait and see. Breathe on the Akali, LA on the Camille. Man, I told you, this top lane matchup, it was always going to be spicy, right? We talked about what happened in 2021. Both of these guys coming in over the last couple of years, really coming into their own, both changing their names in 2021, changing their identity beyond just the names as well. Now both revered top laners within the LPL, and once again, bringing these big spicy picks to the top lane. Camille versus Akali, and you just know that these mid laners, these junglers, are going to be getting involved in the top lane.
Especially when you're looking at Doomby once more on the rise, right? Like, now a bit of an easier time for him to get out and start to roam, but it is a big question for LNG of how well can they find these fights, because a lot of range on BLG's side. You're really looking at Lumao to set up these engages. Tarzan can do some, but it's still really difficult for Tarzan to try and set these up and like just run at a Corki and even Jinx with the jungles.
So I can keep my eyes on Zeri as always, but I think that's just which champion came out most recently. Okay, probably looking at there's an extent to which that's always going to be the way.
Abysmal. Really bad.
Yeah, but I feel like she's an exceptionally high skill cap champion. She's one of these champions where I feel like the right player in the right situation will just be unstoppable. With the amount of movement speed you get, like how are you ever going to get hit by anything? But that said, no point and click CC on the side of BLG this game. So aside from the quickness coming out from Crisp, could be very difficult to lock down Light.
I also will take it back. She seems to be sitting at around 52%. Doing all right. But yeah, I think the biggest problem is that even if you like, you don't have technical point and click, but you do have a Rakan who just jumps at you. So a lot of stuff to try and like lock up Zeri, and I think as well the inability to have that super long range damage, apart from like the slow one or W, is still going to be pretty tough to deal with here. LNG definitely need to find ways to enable Zeri, because one of the big things that we talked about, like when we first saw Zeri step up the scene, is look, if you're just able to play at range, there's not a huge amount she can do.
Yeah, but whether or not she can play at range, that's the big question. There's a lot of range in this game actually, with the Jinx Corki on one side, Ryzen, Zeri, fairly short range. What is Alec doing? He's just like, you know what? This is my lane. I'm going to go all the way around through Tribrush. I'm going to start the lane with a 1v1 all in. Breathe in trouble here, but he's turning it back around. He's got Concrete. He's got his Ignite burnt all the way through. Somehow, it's an even trade. Pure shenanigans to start us off now.
All right, I was trying to see which jungler was going to break first. Who was going to go up towards that top lane with both of them super low, but neither jungler willing to give up their farm to go towards it. So will be Breed being pushed in. Ala having the biscuits there will actually be able to sustain up. So it's kind of a nice trade from Ala, realizing, look, Breed will end up taking the Resolve tree secondary, so we'll actually have access to more of the sustain. So Ala, even though it was a weird and funky trade, gets the Summoner spell and still manages to out-sustain Breed.
Crisp being a little cheeky here, spots out that the Krugs are still there, gets a very deep ward as well. We'll have to use the Grand Entrance just to get out to safety. I'm not sure if Lumao was going to be able to catch him, but not for the time being at very least. And honestly, I will say, just referencing that top lane trade that we saw again earlier on, I feel like in some ways does benefit Breathe, and all in on the bottom side. That's going to be cleanse out from Doggo. Lumao just getting some good damage in, getting some pressure in that bottom lane. I'm not going to get to talk about the top lane. We've got action all over the map. As Tarzan goes for an invade here, but Weiwei had already finished both the Wolves and the blue buff, I think. As oh, actually, no, the Wolves are up. Tarzan going to maybe find an opportunity to grab something as Lumao moves over as well. Weiwei just getting bullied out in his jungle.
I mean, has only finished off 4 camps on each side, though, so Tarzan obviously stealing away that. I honestly think for Weiwei, you just reset, go towards your Krugs, and try and see if you can pick up that scuttle on the top side, but try to see if you can stay here for the dive bot.
TP forced out here. That's got to be Fofo moving on in, but Weiwei had to rejoin the fray to try and save his team. Tarzan manages to flash out, setting Fofo. Chen changes that kill, chases it down, in fact. This is one jungler for one jungler. Like a real chaotic, real quick, and then immediately ended.
Does mean though the Fofo had to burn both the summoner spells in the engage, right? So when you look at the mid advantage, it's still going to be there for Doomby, and he can actually look to shove in a wave, reset, and maybe make another play either towards the top or bot side, especially with Breathe. He actually hasn't managed to crash this wave, so potential freeze here in the top side where you can look to make a play with that summoner spell advantage. But you're looking here, Wei looking for the re-engage. LNG managed to get the jungler for BLG down, but it is at the cost of Tarzan, who had to take the brunt of the return damage from BLG.
Did. Ala, I think, still have a freeze from the top side. He's going to have to overextend if he wants to try and get in on that one. And this feels like, even though there's only been 2 kills in the first 4 minutes, which, you know, for some leagues is a record, but for here in the LPL, that's not very much. Even though there's not been that many kills, this feels like it has been a pretty high action game. Feels like the teams are trying to be proactive. Tarzan especially is trying to push Wei this game. Wei got the MVP in game number 1, had an amazing performance on this Xin Zhao. Tarzan had the counter pick in this jungle matchup. He chose Volibear, and so far it's working out.
At least they've been able to make like plays elsewhere, right? And deny a little bit of that farm from Doggo in the bot side. The big question mark for me though is like, what else can LNG pick up? Because a huge amount of their composition does revolve around Ala and Doomby off inside. So you want to still get the ball rolling. You want to make sure that you're like pushing in, working towards the Rift Tower that's going to be in 2.5 minutes, getting full control. And Doomby has reset now, got the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so he's going to be looking to see if he can push in these waves and looking to use these like realm warps aggressively and get around the map as soon as possible.
Dragon started off by LNG here, a lot of priority in the bottom side for Light, and I just want to point out, Light currently 10 CS up in that bottom lane, and obviously there was a dive, a lot of minions will have died to the tower during that, but still, impressive stuff from the bottom lane of LNG. Light bloom out, just give themselves a small advantage in the game, whereas the rest of the map, not so much of an advantage. It's only 300 gold between the two teams right now, as an all-in comes out from Ala in the top lane. Breathe. I was going to say he's in trouble, but I guess not, or maybe he is. The re-engage, perfect execution comes on out. Ignite, currently available. Breathe, not going to pull the trigger, not wanting the 1v1 for now.
Still though, like the abilities that LA invested are still going to come back up, so Breathe has to go for the reset. Ala's still bullying in this top lane, and Breathe opted in towards this matchup, but you can see it isn't going so hot for him, with Wei not actually able to get control of his own jungle, with Tarzan being able to steal away some of that CS. Wei can't impact the lanes in the same way that they were hoping for, so Tarzan kind of getting the better of the jungle matchup, out hurting Breathe in the top side.
Yeah, it's feeling rough for Breathe, and this is the nature of the matchup to some extent, right? Akali takes a while before she really comes into her own. Camille certainly can trade very effectively in the face. Thanks to that leg sweep giving her that extra sustain and a bit of long range damage as well. Breathe. What about the all-ins? Ala moving in with Tarzan. It's time to invade once again. The red buff the target this time, and Tarzan has not given Wei a second to breathe. We talked about the CS deficit in that bottom side in favor of Light. Tarzan as well with a very similar lead jungle role, but now an all-in on the bottom side from Lumao and Light. Crisp the target, Ignite taken away, and it's a 2v2 kill. People have criticized Light and Lumao's laning phase. They're looking pretty good today.
Yeah, LNG are just playing this really smartly. This is why we said there's always the ability for LNG to bounce back game 2. Push mid, push and bot, invade off that as well on the top side. Get these advantages. So Wei forced to invade here to try and get some sort of farm back, but if Wei's a non-factor in these games thanks to the LNG playing off the wave stage, it makes it easier for you to just bully through your strong lanes, which is what we're seeing right now for LNG.
And it's really bad news, honestly, for BLG, because, I mean, we saw it in the interview before the game started. We want to win through winning lanes. We want to win through bullying lanes. Wei was saying he loves his poppy pick, but only when he's got those winning lanes. Usually that's the case with BLG, but not today. LNG doing a really good job during this laning phase. It's a 1,000 gold lead in their favor, and a Herald on top of that. They already got the Drake. Next one up in 2.5 minutes, so they can get this Herald and still be there. It's a rocket attempt from Doggo, but it's too late.
And I'm curious to see now where Tarzan's going to put this. It feels like trying to build on Ala's strength in the top side would be probably best for them, especially if they can roam Doomby up there as well. Look for a dive with the Rift Tower will be really strong. You've already set up a good amount of vision control on this top side of the map. You can see just the back of BLG's red. There's a ward that allows for full vision. They've completely cleared out wards in River, apart from one that Bree just placed in that top side. So I feel like that's your best way to go as Lumao. Tried to see if he could skirt around the vision that was there, but not quite able to.
Yeah, not quite. Just get spotted out here. And so we kind of return to the status quo in this game where it's like, you know, quiet, but slowly but surely winning lanes in favor of LNG. Small advantages being built up. Obviously, the mid lane relatively even right now. Corky's certainly going to do well later on into the game. But for the time being, that bottom lane, slight lead in the top lane, slight lead in the jungle. These small leads starting to build up across the map in their favor. And that's good to see from LNG, right? Because it's a totally different story from what happened in game number 1 as Tarzan toys with the idea of a dive in the mid lane, sees better of it in the end. But yeah, game number 1, we saw super aggressive, proactive LNG and BLG finding every answer. Game number 2, it feels like LNG are saying, okay, BLG, you want to play the slow game? You want to play the scaling game? We'll just beat you at your own game.
But the thing is, right, like if you look at straight up scaling, I still kind of give the edge to BLG. Both the Jinx and the Corki. If team fights are occurring, it feels like it's a BLG edge. It's more so if LNG can like continue to power through this early stages to get control over sides, because BLG don't want to really be in side lanes. Like Fofo can do okay. Breathe will end up losing out to Ala eventually. So if they can actually keep their waves in check, keep these turrets in place, BLG are in an alright spot. It has to be LNG using this Rift Herald proactively, but Tarzan tried to see if he could make a play in top lane. Breathe back the hell away, wasn't going to give him that opportunity. Now Tarzan's making his way down to this bottom half of the map, and maybe with Doombi off of reset here, they can try and make something happen, but Fofo picking up the package for this dragon fight, that's what this is all going to be about.
BLG have decided it's time to make some plays for themselves. They're not just going to sit and watch this game escape them. The package for Fofo. We've seen some bad packages in the LPL. Let's see what Fofo can do with it. Realm Walk coming in from Doombi as he joins the rest of his squad. Crisp, though, with Fofo. Great engage here. Doombi in the middle of everyone. And Weiwei trying to survive. Gets the Drake for himself. And Doombi low on HP. Forced away. But Tarzan jumps in. Doggo still going strong. Doombi over the wall. Health bars low, but not finished as light. Chases the jungler down. Looks for Crisp as well. But the rest of the fight still occurring. Fofo low. Hit by the lightning, but might be able to escape here. Waiting for Valkyrie. Double comes through. Light with 2. Now maybe a dive. Tarzan drops a Herald. Crisp. I don't know where he's going to go. I don't know what he's going to be able to achieve on this one. Ala has arrived as well. Breathe TP's in. It's a full-on brawl, but Light might have stepped too far. Gets 1 kill for himself. Managing to survive, finally goes down. There's going to be another one. LNG winning out the fight here. 4 members strong. The charge comes in. Ala goes down for his trouble. But it's 7-3, and LNG will be happy with that.
And that's exactly what LNG needed. Finding that fight at the Dragon. BLG were the ones who started up. BLG were the ones who thought they could win it. But instead, Derry now with 3 kills, that Triforce completed. Tower gone in the bot side. It was seen here. Fofo does a really good job of splitting up the fight here as Crisp goes in. But there's just not enough damage right now. Doggo and also Fofo are still trying to get time to build into the game. So LNG rightfully realize that, hey, look, where Light's right now, we can actually follow through on this. We can look to take these the fight to BLG. And BLG say have nowhere to run.
I think if Fofo and Doggo retreat there together with Crisp, maybe there's a world that they can move up to the tier 2. But committing to the defense here, Breathe TPing in as well. This was too much.
I agree. And definitely it was a case of like trying to mitigate losses rather than try to turn it around. Breathe coming in, like, there's just no added benefit there. He still ends up trying, yes, get the kill back, right? But you're still going to lose that bot lane turn. You're still going to be a TP behind. And especially as we're coming up to the 14-minute mark. Oh, hang on, Ala. As we come to the 14-minute mark, Ala can still look to, like, make these TP plays. So now Zeri can be way more aggressive on the top side. As you can see, like, she's going to be able to get this turret. And if you try to make a play towards her, you have that numbers advantage for LNG.
I like the attempt there coming out from Doggo, trying to clear the way with the rocket to stop the push, but tower goes down. That's more plates for Light, as you're saying. Meantime, Doggo doing the same. Realm Warp comes down. More action on our screen, Stagda. Allah trying to chase for these kills. Has Text Ultimatum on cooldown for the time being. Solarfly comes on in as the rest of the fight immediately kicks off. The Doggo's going strong. His lethal tempo is stacked, and he's starting to get them resets. That's a couple of kills coming on through for the side of BLG. And they continuously find more gold for Doggo.
They just needed to take their win where they had it. LNG had gotten the play on top side. They got the turret. All you need to do is look to defend that bot lane structure. Instead, they end up giving kills over to BLG. Now, Light will get mid lane turret for the cause. And all of the gold now lies on that Zeri. How hard can Light carry? Because the rest of LNG ain't looking so hot. You can see here, right? Fofo already on his way down. Chris, brilliant engage here. Gets a ton of CC off with the charm. And also then still having the grand entrance here to just follow up and set up Doggo and Fofo once more. 2 kills now apiece to the big carries on BLG. That was not what LNG wanted to gift over.
And you know, Doggo getting a lot of gold in these last couple of fights, but still almost 1,000 gold behind Light. Like, he's getting kind of fed, but he's just less fed than what Light is on the other side of the scoreboard, which is a scary concept to have to look at, because Zeri can do a lot of damage when you manage to get yourself ahead individually as well. So definitely looking towards Light in these fights. But as you're rightly saying, Light wasn't on the right side of the map. So ultimately, LNG trying to take that fight, perhaps a bit of a mistake from their side.
The good news for LNG, though, is, like, thinking about side lanes. Now, all out of turrets are down. Allah is in a reasonably good spot. Your Rise is in a pretty good spot. Light's super far ahead. So if you look at the ability to actually play through side lanes, you're actually doing pretty alright. Even a Dragon apiece means you can pretty much ignore this Cloud Dragon as it comes up and look to try and use this Rift Tower to take some of the tier 2s instead of just being happy with the tier 1s. And that's why I look at Doinby and Allah straight off into these side lanes, trying to see if they can create pushes, and now congregate towards the mid lane with Tarzan having that Rift Tower.
Fofo wants to go on Allah, but I find his opportunity there. Just missing everything, so he's going to stay around in this bottom side. He's picked up his package for the Drake that's spawning. Tarzan is just going to slam a Herald in the mid lane. And that means LNG now basically say, hey, you commit to that Dragon. We're just going to take your tier 2 mid tower instead. Light's certainly capable of taking these towers down pretty damn quickly. And I think that's a trade that LNG are going to be very happy to make.
They can even realm warp to the top side if they want to. Honestly, maybe that is the play. Yeah, there we go. Realm warp straight up to the top lane. They're going to get 2 towers for this. And again, this is a great trade for LNG. They don't care about the Dragon. They're all about getting less structures on the map so they can restrict the access BLG have to them.
It's going to be the tower so close to going down. 1 or 2 more autos finishes the job. 1 Cloud Drake for 2 tier 2 towers. This is a massive issue for BLG. There's not many macro trades that you see that go this badly, especially when it's between top teams. This is not what you're used to seeing, but Allah, that was a great ulti on to Breathe here. Breathe is going to lose the 1v1. Perfect execution just to escape as both mid laners arrive a little too late.
A lot of members of BLG down on the bot side. At least on BLG's side, getting that TP out of Doinby makes things a little bit easier to manage, but still, the damage has been done. Mid tier 2 gone, and alongside top means that you can get easy vision control for LNG on this top side of the map, especially with how large Light is. You've got to respect that in the mid lane push. And if that's going to be the case, good. Allah has easy job when he's able to spot out BLG members on top side of pushing the bot. You can see he's still beating out Breathe in the 1v1s. This game is looking very quickly out of control for BLG.
Feel a little bit like game number 1 did, just the other way around. Dagda, we could be going for a 9-game day at this rate if LNG are able to grab this win for themselves. Currently, 4,000 gold up. It's a significant lead at 18 minutes. It's certainly not over, but it's certainly an advantage. Lumao getting caught out will not help with that, though. Oh, the stopwatch stops Doggo stealing away the kill. It's not going to stop the dog that both those riding from getting that kill, though. Corgi getting one on the scoreboard, but Wei has to sacrifice himself just to keep that Corgi's little cute butt alive.
1 for 1 now in that trade, and that's not what you wanted. BLG thinking, hey, look, we can make this quick pick, but the LNG just able to collapse too fast with Doinby having that realm warp. And now BLG, you can see the stress is starting to show. Push now in the bottom side of the map. Doomby shoving in the mid, and they can always try and collect themselves in this mid lane and look for the push. Doggo can't be alone on this bot side for fear of being dove by several members.
It's a tough line right now for an AD carry when you're against a Camille, the Volibear. You're never really safe on the side lane. Breathe gonna move in, but the Everfrost from Doomby gets the red buff. That would have been the last ability I would have expected to finish that one off. But hey, if it works, it works. 5,000 gold lead for LNG now at this point. Doesn't feel like that's slowing down anytime soon. Keep your eyes on Light as we continue in this game. He's the guy who's going to be carrying this fight. And it's 30 seconds until that Baron comes out onto the board. I feel like LNG are in a position where they can start to fight for vision control of that. And even at 20 minutes, they can threaten the idea.
Especially if you're trying to get vision in these close quarters, jungle corridors, like, Zeri's gonna shred you. Runin's Hurricane nearly on the way, Titanic Hydra already complete, like, that would be perfect for Light. You would get so much damage off there, and it then becomes negligible that you got the range because there's so much splash damage that Zeri's able to put out as. Lumao, can you not?
Lumao's caught again. Name a more recurring story in the LPL right now, honestly. Lumao's gonna die. There is no recourse for LNG on the back of this play. BLG maybe have an opportunity for Baron. Ala on the other side of the map does have the improved teleport at this point. Tarzan barely dodges the knockup. Nice little fancy footwork. I can't believe the charm didn't hit, honestly. With Tarzan escaping, I think that's enough for LNG to be able to deter the Baron. And at the same time, they still have Ala pushing. This could turn positive for the side of LNG. Just being able to stop the recalls now, but they've overcommitted. They might have gone too far for this one. Doomby trying to get damage down. It's a 3v5, 4v5 as Ala now rejoins the fray and finds a kill for himself. Blast cones out! What is that, Ala? That was beautiful is what it was. Doomby walks away. LNG, they're absolute miracle workers.
Tarzan did go down in the back of that fight though. Breathe managing to pick up the 1-for-1 there, so is still a favorable trade for LNG, but that had absolutely no right to be. The fact that Tarzan managed to, as you say, like dodge that CC in the mid lane is the only reason that BLG were not able to completely wipe and turn towards Baron there. You see it here, right? This is where Tarzan goes for it, but watch Breathe, right? Breathe is a really good flank here. Tarzan goes super low, even imagine to get on towards Light, but when he goes through, just not having enough damage with Doomby and everyone else there. So whereas Ala is able to kind of pick his target and run the hell away, Breathe can only go in and not get him back out anytime soon. Dragon is up though, no position on the map for LNG to try and push in elsewhere, so BLG should be able to just take this Dragon and still pick up their waves and position. They just need to be careful of a Baron rush coming through from LNG.
And I think crucially as well, like if Breathe is able to get onto Light there, there's this 500 gold shutdown available to him. And he couldn't. He only managed to get the kill onto Tarzan, and that's just not enough to make the trade worth it. Lumao, he entered to make that last play a viable play. Is he going to do it again for the side of LNG? They're just going to go for the Baron. They're just going to take it before the engage even happens. Weiwei was too late. And now the fight ensues. Can BLG answer for the Baron? It's been taken away. Lumao already fell, but can the rest of the team goes out? There's the shutdown. Fofo getting the gold. Another kill. And suddenly this feels real good for BLG.
Oh, why did we Baron flip? Why do we have to go for it? LNG, just take it slow. You have so much that you can play with. Win on sides, win in fights, usually. But because they overcommit for the Baron, you give so much wiggle room for BLG. The damage is able to come out so quickly. And now BLG, they may not have the Baron, but they're the ones that are going to take the turrets.
And they got the shutdowns crucially as well. Both Doomby and Light going down. Another play, it's just pure chaos as Doggo is eradicated. Big bear on his face. There's not a lot of recourse for an AD carry in that kind of situation. Nicely done by LNG. They keep their towers alive. And crucially, they stop BLG getting the bounty.
Yeah, not able to solidify that. You can see here, Weiwei flashes in, but not able to get into the pit fast enough to try and steal that away. But see Breathe and Weiwei jumping in, managing to pick up the kill on the top side. Fofo has this package as well, which he just about manages to get in onto Light before he goes golden. And Doomby tries his damnedest to be able to round warp away, but first with the knockup. So nicely done by BLG. Just being able to find that, but with LNG now back in the driver's seat, 2 members strong on this bot lane tower, and Lumao playing keep away. BLG need everything they can to deal with these Baron buff minions because you still have it on the Camille and also on this on Tarzan.
All right, I feel like the pace of the game is only going to increase at this point, so I want to take a second while we have it, recap where we're at. LNG, 6,000 gold lead, but on the side of BLG, they're 1 Drake away from a solo. That's 2.5 minutes time. BLG is going to be able to recall. I think he'll get away with this one in the meantime. BLG just trying to regain control of the bottom half of the map here. Talk to me about what you're wanting to see from these two teams, Dagda, because I feel like we've got into really chaotic waters, and I'm not even sure who's winning anymore.
Yeah, so LNG definitely still in the driver's seat, right? Because they've got control over side lanes, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. The problem is 40 seconds left on their Baron. They're probably not going to be able to get too much. Maybe it's mid lane off the push, but 3 items nearly cresting for both Fofo and Doggo. If BLG can set up easy fights, they can win.
Tower going down for LNG, and I mean, forget the fights. LNG's just going to waltz on in with the Baron. I guess it was worth it after all. They're going to be able to grab those for themselves. Fofo at least got a tier 1 tower in the bottom side. Hey, there was a bounty on it. It's silver linings at this point, apparently, for BLG as Weiwei now starts to fight. Onto Tarzan to kick this one off to B. In fact, flashing over the wall, low HP. Can this be the fight for BLG? Fofo has to carry. He's the one with the gold. He was the one getting the bounties. But everybody gets out from LNG. Again, the miracle workers. Is there anything they can do wrong aside from the Baron clip?
Yeah, I mean, they've done a couple of things wrong, but they just should be getting punished more. That's the big thing, right? Like, they stay around in that top side. They are allowing the engage to come through for BLG, especially like with how separated they were. That's where BLG should be able to use their range to the advantage, but somehow LNG still managed to get out, and now they've got that top inhibitor down. A minute until the Dragon should mean that the minions will be in place to make sure that BLG can't really contest, but we'll have to see if BLG honestly want to. I think their team fight is definitely strong enough now with like 3.5 items on Fofo. You should have the Lord Dominic's Regard finished for Doggo as soon as he resets, but the team fight is there for BLG. It's just finding good access to those fights that they're struggling with.
That's the thing, like they have so much range and so much damage, but it doesn't feel like they ever get a long enough period of time on one target to make it work. But the thing is, it only gets better. Again, revisiting the conversation of scaling, you said it earlier yourself. If the fights are a 5v5, if these carries can just hit away, BLG can win a 5v5 later on into the game. And look, we're only just getting to the point where Doggo is on the 3 items. So yes, massively behind line on Zeri, but still scaling. It can get better. Allah has gone way too far forward on this one. A rocket goes shy though. And in the meantime, the rest of LNG have dived onto BLG's backline with the charm across from Chris. It's not enough though. LNG getting forced away on this one. Diving now underneath the towers. BLG lose their health bars, but Doggo's still going. Doggo's still scaling, and Doggo's blasted some rockets as Breathe finds time in the backline. Doing B. Low on HP. The Zap barely misses, and Breathe goes down instead. Light still going strong though. Fofo and Doggo left alone as the Drake will be the reward for LNG.
God, it's on a nice edge this whole time, though. Fofo having to use that package defensively. They still manage to get the pick on Aleph, they get the pick on Lumao, but they trade 3 members of BLG back, and still LNG come out on top. The Dragon consolation prize, I don't think the Dragons really matter for LNG right now, but we'll see it here, right? Fofo has to instantly burn the package for fear of Allah ulting him. Weiwei not quite able to connect with the Wind Becomes Lightning, means he can't follow Allah. And then Doggo here is in a wonderful spot. Like, the amount of damage he's getting off with the Runes Hurricane, Kraken Slayer, auto attack is insane. But because Fofo put himself in harm's way to try Allah, he's basically not a factor in these fights. The Rocket's doing some work, but he's just not able to connect enough to really make that damage stick and enable Doggo to get excited.
Man, look how mental these fights are. This is absolutely balmy. You got the top laners on both sides diving into the backline. Both AD carries getting crazy movement speed and charging around everywhere. Everyone just desperately trying to survive and trying to just brawl it out. Now another brawl for the Baron here as BLG group up once more. Allah behind enemy lines, but needs to be cautious. Cannot afford to be caught out again. Bit of zapping, bit of lasering over the wall here. Looks like LNG having to back away from the Baron for the time being. Their bluff has been caught.
The poke, though, from BLG, if it can stick, is going to be pretty crucial. BLG, though, is forced to back away. They can't contest Allah and the Baron at the same time, so Allah doing a really good job of trying to zone BLG. Bofo heading back towards the base, but that's the go button.
Blue Mouse engaged, but Doggo just going to be able to use his cleanse. It's not much of an engage, is it? Doing B now trying to get onto Crisp. Alan behind them on enemy lines here. But Bofo still going strong with the rockets. Crisp goes down. BLG having to retreat up towards the top side of the map here, but it doesn't seem to matter. Tarzan charging on through. Doggo's golden, but for how long? Not long enough. Doing B taking them down. A double kill. Make it 3 as LNG finally finish off the squad of BLG, and TP is channeled, and celebrations across the faces of the LNG players. That will be game, and that means, Dagda, we're going to the 9-game day here on our Sunday. We're having everything we could have wanted out from LNG and BLG. We're going to a decider.
9 kills on the Zeri to celebrate the 9-game day. Sunday fun day coming through hot in the LPL. And honestly, LNG, a well-deserved win there. Early game, Tarzan was a monster in dictating the pace of the game, getting those invades, shutting down Weiwei, stopping Weiwei from having any sort of impact in the early stages. And it meant that you just had the lanes from LNG that were already in a good shape, being able to continue to bully forward. You look at the top lane for Allah, that Camille doing work against the Akali for Breathe. You're also then looking at the ability for them to power through on that bot side with the Zeri and Lumel picking up a bunch of double kills, or 2v2 kills. It was so good. The only thing I can say, though, from BLG side is I wasn't sure about this Akali pick. Like, I saw it getting through. The Camille ends up outscaling you. It looked like it needed some attention. I feel like sometimes they end up trying to go for these, like, hey, we are the carry player team. I think Agragas would have just been a big pick here. Like, being able to disengage from people like Allah on the Camille could have done really well. And just playing for those team fights probably would have been better. But either way, LNG, they push us to a game 3.
They certainly do. And I will say, like, a lot of those fights, very entertaining. I like that we have these two top laners that do just want to play crazy things and want to cause chaos. Honestly, some of the hardest fights to keep track of as a play-by-play that I've seen in a good while, honestly. It's been a pretty slow meta with Corkis and Victors and scaling AD carries. Those fights get a little bit boring for me. So this is a lot of fun. I hope we get more of this in the LPL. Forget the Gragas pick. Everyone ignore him. We'll stick with the Akali for me.
Yeah. I mean, look at the damage from the Zeri and so it's absolutely nuts. Like, the amount of damage that these two can churn out in different ways, right? Like, Light being able to push himself forward into this short range AD carry, finding those kind of close quarter fights in the jungle corridors meant that he was getting a ton of damage off. And then look across at Doggo as well, positioning really well, getting as much damage as he possibly could off, but unfortunately just not having the front line that he really needed to find those final few pop shots, to be able to play that little bit more aggressive and find those wins.
And I have to say, it's not often that you see a damage graph like this where the team that won has less damage overall, right? 3 carries on the side of BLG doing 20k plus damage across the course of the game. Like, I will say fair play to Breathe, because it didn't seem super noticeable that he was doing that much damage across the course of these fights. And obviously, top lane, you do a lot of trading during the laning phase, but even still, managing to have an influence in a lot of these team fights and managing to make things happen, but not managing to make enough happen. And so it pushes us to 3 games, Dagda. I have to say, I'm giddy with excitement for what happens in game number 3. I feel like we've seen 2 very different versions of LNG. We've seen the same version of BLG twice, though. My question will be, does that change? Was this loss enough to break the strategy? We'll have to find out in a few minutes' time.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh. I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. My mind till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you.
It's the beautiful, beautiful city of Suzhou in China. I wish I was there, but alas, I am near Derby in the UK, and I have to say,
close enough.
Doesn't look as pretty as that. Does not look as pretty as that. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. It's LNG and BLG duking it out here, and so far it's been an amazing series. We've had some absolutely insane team fights. Some of my favorite team fights that we've seen all split, honestly, because that slow meta of just weird scaling picks and boring top laners, it seems to be coming to an end here in the LPL, or at least for these two teams, because we've got chaos from start to finish, and then the late game team fights where everyone goes in all different directions. It's mental. I love it. I can't wait for game 3.
Yeah, you know those like non-late game scaling picks like Corky, Jinx.
Yeah.
But it is Light who pops the hell off on the series as Sparks Flew when Light managed to pick up this one. looking absolutely spectacular. 80% kill participation. Getting those early kills as well, with Luma being able to set himself up on the Leona. This Zeri pick just was unstoppable. And I think it is kind of a nice question to start like tossing up around the Zeri. Like, is it really worth going for the Yumi to try and enable the passive when you've just got the ability to shut down and take over a game if you've got that big engage support beside you?
Words are very hard. I have to agree, Dagda, but so many of these fights just absolutely guys. This was kind of the moment in my mind where BLG lost control of the game, right? Overcommitting to this play after getting the Drake, and again, the TP from Breathe to stay in this play just blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, this is like done and dusted. I think you just kind of back away at that stage, but I mean, that's where Zeri already picked up 2 of her kills. Light, then you can see in these fights, right, just shredding through people. This AoE build does so much work, especially when you're able to play as aggressive as Light has, like literally in the enemy base, just tearing through BLG.
Yeah, not too shabby. Not too shabby. And I mean, the rest of the fights, you can just see him chilling out at the back of things, just waiting for his opportunity to get the damage done. But Ala in these fights as well, doing a lot of work from the backline. I think that's the thing we didn't really talk about enough during the game. These flanks from Ala turned out to be so huge, and the stopwatch as well to keep himself alive. Really, really nicely done. And it means the rest of LNG kind of follow up on the fight, get that damage in. And, you know, Light got the MVP, but he couldn't have done it without doing B, without Tarzan, without Ala setting these fights up in the way that they did. And Lumao. I feel like I singled Lumao out there if need to.
Hey, at least I singled out twice, so you know, it's all
well, yeah, he sort of singled himself out. But anyway, let's talk about Game 3, Dagda. What do you want to see change in the draft? Because for BLG, aside from just, I mean, I don't know, was it a lack of engagement? What was the issue for BLG? Was there a compositional issue, or could they just run it back?
I think the biggest problem for them is just no winning lanes, right? Like, Breathe, by opting in towards the Akali, meant you got full control for the Camille on the top side. You got full push with Doombi on the Ryze in the mid lane. And then you're looking at the Zeri Leona bot lane that you just can't really come to grips with. So it meant that it was very easy for Tarzan to invade and kind of take over against Wei. When we saw, like, Wei just had no impact this game. And it wasn't his fault. It was just 3 losing lanes where Tarzan just invades you off the losing lanes. You can't win as a jungler. So from that respect, I think it's got to be a case of, look, let's go and look at, hey, getting some of those counter picks, getting strong matchups for ourselves, especially when BLG back on the red side now, they can actually look for the counter picks. But I don't think you leave Caitlyn open against Light. Light is super good with these lane bulls.
Yeah, Light liked Caitlyn before Caitlyn was cool. And Caitlyn's pretty cool right now. I will refrain from the reference that everyone's probably spamming in chat, but she is pretty cool. We've got Nautilus and a Ryze locked in on the side of BLG. But again, I just want to reiterate, like, memes aside, the reason we're talking about Caitlyn, this pick has been almost 100% banned since the start of the split. This is not a pick that realistically should be.
No, it's been insanely strong. Still hasn't been hit with nerfs, on at least on 12-2. So, I mean, from LNG side, ability to very much play around this bot side. BLG trying to respond, right? Good engage coming through from the Nautilus. You've now got solid opportunities to roam from mid with Fofo on the Ryze. Good lane control as well with the Ryze. So I think for a lot of what LNG are trying to set up with abilities to play around bot side, BLG are trying to.
Right, well, Tarzan gets his Lee Sin as well as Light Lumao having pretty much the strongest lane combo you can get in the game right now. And just to follow up on the Caitlyn point, so far 90% presence across the entire LPL split. She's only been played 13 times. That's how many bans. 104 bans so far this split. That's more than triple any other AD carry in the game. Samira comes out from Doggo. Okay, I'm liking it. Nautilus, Samira, just take it to them.
Yeah, but you get ranged as all hell here on the LNG side, right? Like, you need to make sure that these plays are going your way. And when Weiwei hasn't selected a jungler now, you have the opportunity to ban away the Xinjiao, ban away anything that can cause issues like a Jarvan into that bot lane, like deny access to the bottom side of the map. And you kind of just able to play through the strong lane as LNG. BLG, I mean, they're putting themselves into a corner and kind of hoping that LNG don't spot us.
I'll have to see the Rek'Sai. I can't believe we've got to a point where Rek'Sai is bannable. Like 2 weeks ago, Rek'Sai was basically never picked, and now suddenly it's actually bannable. But I guess, especially if you're playing Lee Sin, that's always going to make sense. The Camille and Orianna being banned away from Doombeat and Ale, respectively. So ban is going to be from LNG. Whether that's just another jungler, as it's now still available right now, it does well into the Lee Sin. Wouldn't be surprised to see that taken off.
Yeah, it's Sinzao or Jarvan are the two in my head. Like, either are worth this, you'll probably get the opposite picked up. The Jarvan I kind of agree with, just because Lux is able to deal with Xinjiao a little bit easier just because he has to come head on. Whereas because the Jarvan can flag and drag while still caught up in your life binding, makes it a little bit more difficult. That is not where I thought Wei was going to go. I still think Xinjiao is a viable option here. Just because you really want, like, this composition from BLG is very early aggression. Yeah, there you go. I was like, Viego does not fit into that profile that we're looking at for BLG. So Xinjiao going to be taken. For LNG side, with the Orianna gone in the mid, I'm not actually certain what they are going to try and take against the Ryze. You want something that can push in relatively hard. Maybe Syndra, honestly, or something like that. Something that can just, like, push in super hard against this Ryze. And Gwen has been the blind pick of the blind picks for the top lane. So just going to be taken here for Alo.
Yeah, they've got Gwen and Caitlyn. And Lee Sin. Doctor, what's happening in this draft? Wait, when you look at the BLG draft, you look at the LNG draft, these drafts are not equal. They're just not. Like, I don't care about lane matchups. I don't care about your analysis. I just care about the numbers. The numbers don't lie, Mason.
Galio's such a good pick here. Galio's such a good pick.
Galio as well.
Oh, God. Because
I
now
think
it's
over.
Samira.
I think LNG have got it. I'm calling it now.
Because Samira wants to jump in on you. Same with the Xinjiao. And the second you do, that Galio ult on top of the Caitlyn who's backing away, the Lux who's doing everything, and being able to counteract the engage from Fofo is going to be so nice on that bot side. BLG, you're putting all your eggs in the breeze basket right now, and it better be a golden goose, to be perfectly honest with the way this one's going.
Well, as a WE fan for a long time, I love Galio and I love Bree. These are two consistent facts.
So what side your heart is going? Which way is it?
Forget my heart. My heart's not part of the equation. I'm braining it, Dagda. I'm absolutely braining it here. Breathe is an absolute monster. If we're putting the eggs in the Breathe basket, I believe in Breathe. But from a well, that was not an analytical point. That's entirely emotional. I'm just lying to the audience at this point.
I wasn't going to call you out on it. I was just like, this isn't analytical in the slightest.
What I'm trying to say is, we've got two WE-esque things happening, but WE always lose when they play through topside. So I'm leaning the way of LNG. I think the one thing that can go the way of BLG is if they do get an advantage, if things are flipped in the early game, if shenanigans occur and they get a lead, it's going to be real difficult for LNG to come back in this game. Like, this is not a competition that's going to outscale and get crazy in the late game. This is lane dominance from LNG, so we need to see an early lead from.
And I think both junglers are going to start on the top side of the map, path down towards this bot lane, and really try and give us those shenanigans early. I'm pretty much expecting, like, past level 2, 3, for Flash to be burnt off cooldown every time from Crisp. Like, Flash in, engage on Lumao, try and burn it. You can even see Lumao kind of half expecting this, right? Aftershock taken as well. He knows that this is not a lane where you can kind of take the Guardian and, like, deny some of the poke. It's like, no, I have to be tanky to survive this all-in.
See if he's going to be able to survive those all-ins. If he even gets hooked, might be the perfect player and dodge absolutely everything. Or maybe not. We'll have to see. I'll be honest. Wouldn't usually describe Lumao as a perfect player. Crisp will walk away. I wasn't sure if someone was going to go crazy over the wall or something, but he'll be fine for the time being. Just keeping vision to make sure LNG can't do anything. But they're sticking around, Dagda. They are not backing off. And there is no vision of this from the side of BLG.
No spell or ability taken by Lumao right now either. You can see in the bottom left corner. He's waiting to see exactly what might be needed, but instead, LNG just going to back away. They don't even place a ward down on that blue buff, but it's actually interesting to see, right? I thought that Tarzan was going to try and path up, from top to bot to be there to support Lightning Lumao on this all-in. Wei, though, is going to be the one starting up top side. Maybe he tries to go for some sort of, like, 3 camp into bot. Or, honestly, like, try and go for something real funky, like, just go for a double camp into, like, setting up with Chris Hook into a bot side camp. Like, getting this lane ahead in the bot side is crucial for them.
It certainly is. I mean, crucial for both sides, really. But I think, more importantly, LNG, it will naturally get ahead, right? You have the range advantage, unless you lose a big all-in, unless you put yourself in a position to get all-in, like this, for example. You should naturally just win out this lane on range alone. They are going to have the level 2 advantage, and that means Doggo and Crisp are going to have to back away on this one. And for anyone that hasn't seen it already, the reason this lane is so obnoxious, I feel like we haven't explained it at all. Basically, Lux can throw a bind. When they're bound, Caitlyn puts a trap underneath their feet. The trap then guarantees maximum Q damage for Caitlyn, no matter how many minions the Q travels through. And then you get a headshot on top of it as well. And in the right situation, you can get a net for another headshot. It's very difficult to play against if you get caught by a single binding. And Lux can bind through minions. It's even better than the Morgana effect.
And even just the ability to trade effect, right? Like, whatever about abilities, you've got super long range coming through from the Caitlyn. She's just able to be obnoxious against you. You've got the shield coming through from the Lux as well, which allows her to trade favorably, but Fofo.
Double flash mid. Fofo still going to get taunted though. The Sonic Wave is there, but damage not quite enough. Fofo walks away with his life.
Bot lane was even roaming up there, so just making sure that if Weiwei tried to turn around, they still had the support. And means at least now LNG's back in control on this bottom side. Triple Crab going the way of Tarzan. And it's actually Weiwei who's going to have to make his way back up towards this top side. So denying Weiwei access to the bot lane, which allows Lightning Lumao to continue this presence on the bot side.
Yeah, he can just chill all day long. He's been spotted on that hook. And Crisp goes ever so slightly wide on the hook. But it was still in the same lane, so I'm surprised it didn't connect as a Nautilus hook. Usually those hit. But yeah,
hashtag not salty.
Yeah. That's my inner Caitlyn player coming out. Honestly, I just want LNG to win because they're playing Caitlyn. I just love Caitlyn. Caitlyn's brilliant. And in my defense, that was the case before Arcane, guys. All right, I already love Caitlyn. I'm Caitlyn. I'm the OG. I'm a hipster Caitlyn.
I just love how you've got like several times where you like hedge your bets, right? You're the WE and the Suning guy. You're the Caitlyn guy and the Zoe guy. It's just like you kind of like to pick your eggs across multiple different baskets, so you never really lose them.
Like if you tweet enough, I think this team is going to win Worlds tweets over the year. You can quote one of them.
So just do the freak. Just do the freak.
Yeah. Alan getting all in here by Freak, just gets knocked away again. It's going to be, I'm imagining that's going to be a consistency in that top side. Little mini all-ins that just get disengaged. Same at the bottom side as well, where now I'm like, oh, hang on. Okay, never mind. They're just going to reset. I was worried if they moved too far forwards with the W on cooldown for Doggo.
Oh, they're baiting us.
News. Trouble. Light going to drop a trap underneath his own feet, so Crisp is going to walk onto that, gets caught, the Q comes on through, flash out from Crisp. Can they finish these kills off though? Doggo flashes away, knock up onto Crisp, and first blood taken by Tars.
I am shocked that BLG fell for that, to be honest. Like, you've got Doomby missing completely from the mid lane, the wave push mini is no TP, there's no reason for him to be gone, unless he's going to the bot side, and Crisp just ends up walking directly into it, so he'll go in the way of LNG's. Already this Lightning Lumao lane getting attention from their counterparts on the map.
Yep, nicely done here. An advantage in the bottom side, and crucially that'll lead to a bit of a CS advantage, you would hope. Then again, Doggo didn't die, so he was able to stick around there in that lane, and he'll be able to just shove that wave in himself. It's on over, all in on the top side. Breathe versus Ala. Breathe flashes away. Does not want to play that game anymore. The needles a little bit too pointy for him.
The big thing though with Lightning Lumao coming back into this bot lane now is that they can actually set up for a bit of a push here where they can reset for the return of 8 minutes.
Big all in. I thought it was just a little bit of trade, but here we go. Oh, actually, Wineland's over as well. Not level 6 though. And actually, what? Tarzan managed to fight his way over. Got the Q on in. Beautifully done. Hook onto Tarzan though. Will he survive? Safeguard over. Ignite is enough. And Fofo gets the kill.
Yeah, Tarzan had no flash to get out of there. Well, probably should have flashed a little bit sooner, honestly, but tried to hold on to that for so long and ends up costing him the end. Now Doggo sitting in the mid lane, just moving with Crisp to get control. But here's what I was talking about, right? Pushing the bot side coming through from Light. they'll be able to shove this in, move up towards this top side, and usually you need your jungler here to just make sure you can get this push, but because they just killed Wei Wei, well, they know they're safe to go for this. So now Wave about to hit the tower, they're going to start rocking up towards that Rift Herald and getting control over that objective.
Really nicely done by Tarzan too. Just plays it patiently. Nice combo. Doomby comes in and then Loom out. Finds it. Really does.
And just about able to get it, but like this is where Tarzan just flash out. Like you just need to make sure that you're getting out to safety. There's no reason to try and stick around, and it ends up costing him too much. So still, flash burnt and the kill going across is not ideal, but I actually thought we'd see Lumao start to roam up towards this top side to see if they wanted to contest for Herald. Like Herald with the Caitlyn is incredibly strong, but not wanting to do so just yet. And honestly, with the way the lane is going right now, not having that big advantage, getting Rift Herald and setting this Caitlyn ahead is pretty good for LNG.
The Herald always going to be an advantage for any team, but especially when you've got these kinds of lanes that you want to be ahead. Remember what we said before, get these lanes ahead, get the advantage and then snowball from there. So yes, the Caitlyn down on the bottom side, you could slam it top as well though, get gold onto the Gwen would be perfectly fine as well. But so far gold just about even across the board. You know, after all of that happened earlier on, Doggo actually finding himself a CS lead and a slight gold lead in the bottom lane. All thanks to the fact that Light actually had to reset the all-in. Here we go though. Herald going to be the case. Everyone moving over on both sides of the board here. BLG the ones on the scene for now. Everybody's hit level 6 at this point, aside from supports. Tarzan just goes up to the top lane, but he missed his Sonic Wave. I don't think it'll matter, or will it, Breathe? Oh, just about goes down, but that was damn close in the meantime. Herald taken by BLG. Don't think they'll find a fight on the top side.
LNG committed too many resources to this. They're not in time for the Rift Herald because, as we said, right, they didn't go off of that initial time that they had in the bot lane. And now Light's moved up. Yes, he'll collect some of the wave that's hit the tower, but he could be getting plates on bot side here. He could be making a cross map for the Herald, but LNG are doing neither.
It's worth mentioning, Caitlyn, real good at getting those plates with the headshots being able to hit towers. You absolutely shred through. The stages of the game, not finding that extra gold, and actually now Light moving over to this top side to try and match Doggo and Chris, trying to make sure that the Samira can't get ahead, can't get all of the plate gold from the Herald free.
Still though, when you look at like where the advantages are accruing, I'm just gonna stop Doggo from resetting. When the advantages are accruing, right? Samira, free CS lead, nothing important, right? And when we look at the scaling options that are on LNG, you certainly need to be getting ahead as Billy. Not really seeing that at the moment, as Doomby's been doing a good job of like keeping track and setting up plays, even sitting here on the top side, right, just in range of Galio ult, in case BLG go for some sort of bomb.
Find an all-in for the time being. That's going to be a plate taken by Light Luma. We are getting to the point now in this matchup where it is like, okay, if it's not an all-in from BLG, it's going to be plates for LNG. They are going to be able to just hammer away on the tower. The range is going to come in. The Noon Quiver as well really helps Caitlyn with just having enough attack speed to dish out damage in these trades and get those headshots going. The question is what is happening elsewhere on the map, because Tarzan's moved over to the bottom side right here, while Wei Wei is up top. This Dragon should be relatively uncontested.
Well, the problem is that we haven't actually seen much from him. Because he hasn't been able to play bot side as well, because LNG have too many members down there, he's not getting advantages for Doggo. He hasn't been able to play around, he hasn't been playing around Breathe because he's been playing around bot side, so Breathe hasn't been able to get this big advantage for himself, right? Yes, he's picking up a wave now, but realistically, this Jace could be like a kill or two up, like 20 to 30 CS in the right hands, but Breathe just hasn't been given the resources to allow himself to punish the matchup. So it feels like with BLG playing this slow game, LNG are actually kind of calling the bluff and going, hey, look, that's all well and good, but this is a team that you have to play fast on. So if you're going at our pace, we're totally okay with it.
I mean, look, at the start of the game, I said, at the start of before the break, I said, I wanted to see a different version of BLG. I wanted to see what else they could do aside from just go slow and play for scaling. They've drafted a different style. They've drafted fast. matching it in play so far, but that could all change over the next few minutes. Certainly, it's not over just yet. The conversation of scaling is still a good 15-20 minutes away realistically, and this Samira one good fight is enough to change the face of a game for this kind of champion. So we'll have to wait and see what BLG have up their sleeves. Because remember, Mythic's not even finished just yet, so still plenty of time. Could be a good little laser there coming out from Lumao, bit of damage onto Weiwei, but not too much to write home about.
But that's why I think it's best for LNG to just stick to the lane, right? They already have that first dragon for themselves. Give up 2 dragons. Get yourself to those late games where the Mythics are coming in your favor, where you've got 2 items underneath your belt. And there's no reason for you to try and like push the pace of the game, right? You're just going to opt into scaling, and you've got Doomby to be as your bridge to that late game. Play off the sides, keep yourself safe. So as long as LNG kind of stick to a long laning phase, they're actually okay. And you can even see now, right? Like, this isn't a case of, oh, we're going to go aggressive. It's more like, hey, we want to protect our resources.
So if the wall gets the bind onto Weiwei here, forces the press straight off the bat, and it's going to be the red buff taken. Another laser. It's already off the cooldown somehow. And now Realm Warp trying to get them out to safety. Only one person in though, and the rest of BLG might get chased down. Doomby has a flash, but will not commit. All of that for a red buff. Doggo the one to get it in the end. That feels like a huge fight for just one buff.
Again, though, it's like stopping BLG from getting more, right? Getting more control over the bot side, getting deep vision. They do have a ward. You can see just at the offset of the red. Just peeking there. I think actually Tarzan might just clear the head. No, yeah, he just... Oh, no, he didn't clear it out. He got spotted on, but should still give a good amount of control to BLG, but at least they're not, like, getting more camps, getting further ahead, using the lane advantages that they, in theory, have to push forward.
Both are doing a really good job in this series as well. Once again, having an advantage. Obviously, he's against the Galio, right? You expect him to have a CS lead for himself, but 30 CS up in that mid lane, more than 10 CS per minute. He's doing the Doomb Rise hack to Doomb, which is hell of a sentence. But also with that kill from the fight as well. He's building himself up. Doomby's been caught in the river, trying to roam up towards that top side. Taunt is going to do some work. Weiwei moving in, forces the flash out from Doomb. BLG. Does feel like BLG, despite only a small gold lead for themselves, having a lot of control.
Yeah, and it's to be expected, right? Like, this is the team that is powerful right now. Like, this is the team that can definitely do some damage if they're able to, but you can kind of see that LNG are trying to play a race, right? A minute until the dragon, they've rotated Caitlyn up to the top side. They want to go, right, if you guys fully commit to the bot half of the map, we can still look for the Rift Town ourselves. Or if we end up in a position where we want to try and go for Rift Town, at least this Caitlyn can shove in. But unfortunately, with everyone on reset, Light actually can't try and push in that wave. So it still means that BLG controlling that Rift Town area, and Light is actually going to teeter back down towards the bot side and try and trade it for the dragon.
I'm not sure whose trinket that was, but someone on BLG just did a blue trinket into a brush that they had a control ward in. The little brush leading into river, what was banana brush, I think. Oh no, it's not that brush, is it? I don't know. I can't remember what it's called, but the one leading into river got a bonus little ward in it, just for the bans here. LNG threatening a dive onto Doggo, but Crisp is alongside him. I'm not sure if Dive and Nautilus is the play right now. The rest of LNG now collapsing onto this blue buff instead, just getting what they can. As Breathe will find himself a tier 1 in this top side of the map. That'll be the second tower of the game for BLG. LNG will be able to at least trade on the bottom side. You can see Allah on the tower in the meantime. This will be a Herald on top of it though for BLG. So once again, another very positive trade. But with Drake spawning, you would hope Tarzan will kick that.
Yeah, there's a couple of different like winners and losers to look at LNG in that passage to play. So when we look at like Rift Herald, potential money and potential towers for BLG, Allah gets a lot. He got full commit on towards the bot side where he's able to get the wave for himself, power for himself, but it was actually Light who spent a lot of time running around the map not getting any CS. So Light falling behind in respect of his counterpart for Doggo, and that mid lane turret on the way of BLG as well means that Light's going to be kind of set behind just a little bit when it comes into the grand scheme of things. And at least with two... Oh, hang on.
Going behind the play. Breathe is already here as well. That's an easy pick onto Allah, who just stayed for one too many waves, and now a bit of productivity out from BLG. The question is, what can they get with this opportunity? They have Herald to push with, remember.
Yeah, and they have options, right? Push in bot here, you try and contest for Breathe. Okay, cool. We're going to pop that Rift out of mid. Don't contest with Breathe. Right, we just commit on towards the bot side here, which is what you can see BLG doing, and look to get the two plate anyway, or sorry, turret anyway, while keeping our hands on the Rift Herald. It's a lose-lose here for LNG. A nice pickup for BLG.
Nicely done here by BLG. They don't opt into the Herald. They don't opt into committing too hard, just accepting the pick, taking it as a small victory, as opposed to hard committing and trying to force a play that they weren't sure on. And I like that, but ultimately, I feel like that is the identity of BLG these days, right? Risk averse. Play it slow, play it safe. Yes, they get a pick, but not going for too much more, not overstepping, not risking the entire game.
I don't feel like there was a lot of risk there, though. Like, watch your map on the mini-map on the replay, right? You've already committed 3 members down to this play, and it's a nice job, right? Full push in top wave, push in the mid lane. There's no way that LNG can try and respond. You then spot everyone from LNG on their respective waves. So having Weiwei commit to that bot lane turret could have just netted you the turret because Tarzan couldn't defend. Maybe they were afraid of a TP coming in from Ala, but you have TP from Fofo to match. So it was weird that you don't actually try and commit for that. Because again, like, that bot tower not going down doesn't seem like a big deal, right? But it is standing gold. It is pressure that Break can put on the map. And he could push in that wave, commit to players to mid lane, and maybe you make a pick onto Lightning Lumao off of the jungle vision you have in bot. Like, it's these kind of things that can very quickly snowball a game. And it's one of the things we're not seeing BLG commit to frequently, and it can cause issues.
Bit of a scrap in the jungle though. Weiwei kicked into Lumao, who just blasts him point blank with a laser. He comes in as well. Tarzan trying to finish this kill off, but Weiwei is damn tanky. Gets the knock up, somehow surviving, but will finally fall. The rest of the team diving onto Fofo at the same time. And LNG, out of nowhere, find themselves 2 picks and suddenly control of the map.
And Breathe is going for first tower because he can't threaten the tier 2. So now LNG get to trade the towers, and they are going to be in a great position. That Rift Herald probably isn't going to get used because you've still got 15 seconds until Weiwei's actually up. So LNG going to maybe get the tier 2 in the top here as well. Doggo, though, has push in mid, so he's going to be able to get this mid tier 2 as well. So at least for BLG, still trading relatively up on map state, but gold advantage in favor of LNG.
Yep, that's 2 towers for 2 towers across the map here. LNG, though, getting the 2 kills on top of it means that the gold gap has been reduced ever so slightly. Was slightly more significant for BLG, now about 1,000 in their favor. That's the 2nd red buff in a row, though, that Doggo's going to walk away with. He's very happy with the way this jungle matchup is going right now. But again, I mean, this was just smart from LNG, but a little disrespectful from Weiwei just to walk in by himself.
Yeah, and LNG just playing towards where their strength is, right? Like, they've got Knight here, they've got Lumao, Dooley as well, like, to very quickly commit, especially since they're making the play towards Fofo, right? Fofo not going to be able to make a big impact on that play, so for LNG, they're just going to do the same again, right? Avoid the strong part of the map, which is the bot side for BLG, and look to try and get pressure in this top side of the jungle.
Around the Baron, actually, having complete control of this Rift. Vision control certainly of the area. King's onto it. That's going to kick things off. You know, this is a team with doing big. FBX were very happy to kick off a Baron last year, and apparently LNG exactly the same this year. Tarzan on the scene. TP coming on through. LNG, they can just jump on top of Fofo here. Going to try and chase him. Breathe, teleports in, teleports galore on both sides. Breathe targets, Tarzan goes in, but he's knocked back. Fofo trying to get the damage out before the fight is already over, but the taunt is there. The CC finishes him off. And Fofo removed from the passage of play. Now Doing B has to play bouncer for the rest of his squad as Weiwei goes in, but a flash forward to get a point-blank find from Lumao. It sets up for a kill onto the jungler, a laser across the team, and LNG with just beautiful team fighting, setting everything up, and it doesn't feel like BLG can breathe in this fight as he's the last man to go down.
And just like that, the great game cracks open in favor of LNG. They find the fight that they took so patiently, and now they will get the Baron as well.
LNG just suffocated BLG. Whatever they do, LNG is already 5 steps ahead in that fight. I can't wait to see the replay because there was so much going on there, but LNG, exactly the same page, the whole team, the whole time.
There's a couple things I want to look at real quick. The TP used by Doomby rather than the ult is really smart because it means that then he still has the ult for if BLG try and go for counter engage. And you're going to see it in just a second, right? Pick onto Fofo, Tarzan's low, BLG think they can still make the fight. Doggo cannot commit to this fight because Doomby still has his TP. It means they can pick off Weiwei here, and the second Doggo tries to go in towards this fight, right? He's been zoned away, and then the engage comes through again. Still can't go in aggressive with Doggo, and the second he does, Doomby ults. And that's why it was taking so long for Doggo to become relevant in this fight, was he was trying to wait it out. But Doomby was so patient on that ultimate, allowing Light to play at range and Hala and Tarzan to pick off BLG bit by bit.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from the squad. And, you know, this is the thing about LNG. We always talk about teams playing together and working as a unit. One thing LNG have been able to do the entire split is, especially Tarzan and Doomby, work as a pair, but Luma joining in with the scraps. Sometimes he goes a little too far on his own. Generally speaking, the coordination, the camaraderie feels fantastic from LNG. And in these fights, we get to witness it. Now a 3,000 gold lead in LNG's favor. Last time we talked about gold, it was BLG with the advantage. That's a 4k gold swing. And now more towers going their way as well. Crisp takes an ace in the hole to the face. Face they go. Remember, Caitlyn so good in these siege situations. The line of traps comes down. It means there's no engage available for BLG as Fofo is forced away by Ala. And again, Caitlyn just hammering away with a Baron up cannon on top of it. There goes the inhib. Now resets have to come out because Breathe is pushing. But Doomby is matching just about everything he does.
Yeah, you might get the top tier, or the top inhibitor turret, but you got the inhib mid. You're getting the tier 2 bot and the inhibitor turret here. You were able to push those rest with LNG because they had Doomby with ultimate who's pushing the bot side. Now the reset's coming through for the chase, but it might be too late. This turret's already gone.
And I really like the trap placement coming out from Light here. Good laser onto Fofo. We've got an engagement coming out from BLG. Crisp taunted up. Weiwei splits the team, but it's not going to do enough. LNG still feeling comfortable on this one. And now with a dive, maybe they could look for more than just an inhibitor. There's a hit onto Crisp. I don't think it's enough to end the game. Perhaps with Baron waves, we'll have to see how LNG are feeling about it.
LNG, they're taking everything here. Mid and bot now got in their favor. Top is the only... Oh, actually, we might still go.
They're going for it. The TP onto the minion to keep the wave alive. In goes Weiwei to try and buy time. One tower falls. Weiwei gonna go down next as well. Doomby keeping the team stuck in the fray. Doggo with a blade surge, but it's not going to matter. The towers are falling. Still 5 strong for LNG and BLG. They looked good earlier in the series, but they have been thwarted at the end. LNG come up trumps with a dominant Game 3 over BLG.
And the big test that we put forward for LNG was going to be against BLG. We talked about the strength of schedule at the start of the day was, hey, look, what does LNG have when they come up against some of the best teams in the LPL? Well, right here, they keep their undefeated streak alive, pushing them to 6-0.
And that was the big question, right? Can they do it against the big names? Well, BLG bought some of the biggest names in the business, and they have been defeated. LNG, as you're saying, 6-0 now, and with a pretty immaculate win-loss record as well, right? They are 11-5 in terms of wins, more than 50% over, and climbing those standings once again. They'll now be sitting pretty in that second place spot, or maybe first place. I'm not entirely sure how it will answer. RNG also have the 6 wins, but either way,
RNG are 6-1, so I think LNG do.
I think they do, and I actually miscalculated the wins and losses anyway. They are 12-3. It's even better than I said. LNG feeling fantastic on the back of that one, and I think shutting down a lot of the haters, but there is a huge problem. That's that this was not the cleanest series, right? We saw game number 3 was really clean, but there was a lot of messiness in amongst this, and BLG certainly had their number for one game.
Yeah, I think game 1, definitely massive win for BLG. And we kind of came back to the draft, right? It was like several losing lanes, not really able to do much for LNG, but at least when we came into game number 2, right? Tarzan played phenomenally. Able to get an understanding of, look, I've got a bunch of winning lanes. I'm just going to invade, shut down everything Weiwei wants to do, and stop him from interacting with the lanes and changing the fact that we are winning out in just the individual 1v1s. You then look into game number 3, and this had to be a slower pace from LNG, right? You're looking to go, hey, we've got a Samira, we've got a Rise, we've got a Xinzhou, we've got even the Jace on the top side. This is a composition that will fall off a cliff if we can just take it slow. And they drafted well with Doomby bringing in the Galio. They played well around the spot side to make sure the Caitlyn could keep the Samir in check and never taking the fights where it wasn't due. They always waited until the right moment. And the second they felt like they could take over this game, they pop the TPs into the top lane, they find that quick skirmish and just blow open the game.
Yeah, and again, that coordination in those moments was what really impressed me. They saw the opportunity. The entire team is ready to jump on in. TPs galore, doing Beal. Lumao as well, flashing forward to get the point-blank bind so the rest of the team can jump in. You mentioned the Aftershock right at the start. Lumao playing this looks like it's like he was Nautilus, basically. It's kind of hilarious.
I'm laughing at that damage graph. Like, Doomby is the one out of everyone on this team with the most damage on LNG.
It's hurting my brain.
That is amazing. And even looking at the damage from BLG, this is negligible, right? There's very little damage apart from breathe there. And a lot of that is kind of coming back to they just couldn't find those fights. They couldn't get access to it. And the LNG composition doing a really good job of playing bodyguard for a lot of how BLG wanted to play. So honestly, shout out to LNG and specifically Doomby. I think the way that he played this Galio was really smart and even doing the most damage, because why the hell not?
I feel like you know, back in 2020, I used to refer to that WE squad with Morgan and Teacher as like the friendship and magic squad. Well, that damage graph, I feel like, is the epitome of friendship and magic, right? Everyone does their equal share of damage. Like, it's just beautiful to see. Everyone pulling their weight. None of this nonsense where supports don't do any damage. Like, we're locking in the looks. You got to get those numbers up. Tarzan doing his fair share as well. Somehow Galio being the highest damage dealer. But that is kind of a classic Caitlyn game at the end of the day. Caitlyn doesn't really want to be hitting the enemy. She wants to be hitting minions and towers. That's her bread and butter. So I can see how it's happened. It's still hilarious to me to see the full team effort like that. They're the Power Rangers of the LPL.
Yeah. I mean, well, don't know if I'll go Power Rangers. What was it? Your Star Guardians was the one that you liked for Team WE.
No, they are. Trust me, they are the Power Rangers because they're all great players individually, right? But when they combine and create the Megazord, that's when LNG comes alive. Just imagine a Megazord with their dragon and stuff and all. It would be like full Gundam style. LNG, you're welcome for the cool poster idea. Make it happen ASAP.
We'll come up with an acronym that LNG can stand for, like LN Gundam. Whatever the hell that is at the end, we'll figure it out. But seriously, yeah, I think for LNG, the pieces are starting to fall into place, right? A big amount of questions coming into the split, where Lumao is getting caught out a lot. None of the team looked like they were on the same page. We are still kind of looking at the mid-jungle going, look, maybe this is where they can find their success. But now the pieces are starting to come into play. Good understanding of how to play side lanes coming through from Alan now is kind of helping out a lot in that respect. You've got a lot coming through from the team coordination as well when you look at team fights. Lumao still unfortunately getting caught out, but nowhere near as much or at crucial moments as he was in times previous. And you still have Light and Doomby doing their thing, right? And I was kind of surprised to see Light get his hands on the Caitlyn. Like, one of the big things that I've always been a fan of for Light, even when he was back, like when LNG weren't looking so hot, we think back to, I think it was like summer 2020. He got his hands on Tristana coming in for one of his first games. He got a bit of resources and he just popped the head off. He took over the game on the Tristana, and these kind of lane bully champions have always kind of fitted him. So I think kind of giving that over towards LNG was a bit of a disrespectful play coming through from BLG.
Yeah, I always remember his Vayne as well. Like, he would get a small lead on Vayne and just take over a game. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Caitlyn, definitely a champion, renowned for lane. I mean, the player that you think of when you think of Caitlyn, right? It's Uzi and Forgiven. Both players that are known because they just bully lane all the time, right? That's the style of champion that this is. And Light being able to do a magnificent job with that. Although, that said, they didn't actually come out of lane with that big of an advantage. But that was mostly because of shenanigans that occurred as opposed to the pick itself. So crazy game, crazy series. And I think we need to talk about BLG as well. because we've been waxing poetical about LNG and how great they are, and I think everyone's on board with that hype train right now. But over to the side of BLG, we saw them change their strategy coming into game number 3, trying to play around what LNG were doing. Didn't really work out for them. It didn't feel like they were comfortable with this composition, that they knew how they wanted to play the game out. And I feel like there's still a lot of room to grow for this BLG squad. When they play one style, it looks really good. But when that style is challenged, it doesn't feel like they have much room for flexibility.
Yeah, the big one for me is just the lack of coordination between themselves in the early stages, right? Like individually, these are insanely strong performers, but we're not really getting like the link between the support and the mid lane, right? We're not getting to see that a huge amount. We're not getting jungle mid applying pressure and then moving elsewhere. We've seen a little bit of Weiwei playing towards top side and like facilitating breathe on these big carries, but that kind of seems to be the only lane that really feels comfortable playing around each other. So I don't know. It feels to me like people are still highly focused on, hey, I need to be the one that wins games and wins the lane to take over the game, and not kind of being willing to take a step back and go, oh, I can, we saw it in the game 1. Fofo wasn't willing to give up CS, but Doomby would give up a bunch of CS to then go and roam elsewhere. And we're not really seeing a bunch of stuff like that, which I think is where a lot of these issues come from, especially in a composition like this, where you like give a little to take a lot.
Certainly do. Let's take a look at our MVP. If I heard correctly, I believe Tarzan in the jungle, the king of the jungle himself, managed to make things happen. And again, we talked about the Lee Sin earlier. Another very clean item sheet at the bottom there. What is it with these weird item sheets? And I'm getting distracted. It's been a long day, Dagda. My brain is mush. Talk to me about how great Tarzan is.
I mean, Tarzan was wonderful, right? We saw that a lot of the pressure that needed to come from the early stages was going to be down towards this bottom side, and instantly we saw Tarzan making his presence known down there, working alongside Doomby, and making sure that he was able to take over the game. So a lot of this was kind of looking to go, okay, can we get the early game going in favor of LNG? It didn't fully go in favor, but they kept it close enough that when it got to this late game fight, Tarzan was able to step up with a lot of this mechanics and able to keep the game just within reaching distance for LNG.
Very nicely done by Tarzan and by the whole squad. And again, that fight especially, just the coordination, the way that the team played together. Doing B, by the way, with a flawless KDA by the end of it, 1-0-10. Same for the bottom lane as well. Really, really nice stuff coming out from LNG. And Dagda, that just about wraps us up. Any final thoughts on the series before we move on and close out the day?
I think for myself, the big one is seeing the improvements that LNG are steadily making, right? And I think when we look towards a lot of quote-unquote super teams coming through, we oftentimes end up, and same goes for BLG, right? We don't really give them time to grow and synergize. We can see it starting to come together in LNG, where Doomby, Tarzan working really well together, playing towards Ala, now playing towards Light down in the bot side with Lumel. I think LNG are starting to show the growth that is happening, and especially for a team of this caliber, you want to see them do well in playoffs, and I think we're starting to see an inkling of it. For BLG, I think that's where I'm on the opposite side of the fence. I feel like we're not seeing a huge amount of that same growth coming through. It still looks like a lot of moving parts that aren't quite fitting together, and I'm curious to see if we are going to get to a stage where BLG can look like one fluid team that can actually interact together and take over a game where we expect top teams to do.
To wait and see as the split continues, but that is going to be it for today. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out here. It has been a long one. We've had 9 games across the course of today. Starting things off, Absolute Legends absolutely surprised everyone with their legendary play. 2-1 over RA in the end. Now 3-5 in the standings. I think better than a lot of people were expecting them to be at this point. So really, really impressed by them. We then went into V5 versus IG. Fantastic performance by V5. But again, we were pleasantly surprised by IG. Another team that's slowly but surely proving themselves. And I think a team that maybe can make playoffs. And then finally, of course, LNG finishing out the day, taking down BLG. They're going 6-0 so far.
Yeah, and I mean, look, part of that is the easy schedule, but it definitely gave LNG the opportunity to grow, and now the stepping stones have paved the way for them, and we'll have to see how long this one's going to go, because they have still a lot of top teams to play in their future. Still anyone's legend to round out next week, but then you're looking at like Orangey, Weibo, V5. There's a lot of these top teams that they're going to be coming up against.
Well, as we take a glance over our standings, you can see LNG have now secured themselves first place with that game difference of +9 right now. Means that they've just about pipped RNG to the post there. And there's a couple of teams still on their tail. I have to say, I love the fact that Weibo currently in 4th place in the LPL on a 4-win streak. There's plenty more where that came from as well, I'm sure. Excited to see the future of some of these teams. But tomorrow, we will be seeing a couple of these teams live in action. FPX up against Ultra Prime, and I feel like that might be a closer series than perhaps some people would expect. FPX looking decent, but still shaky, and Ultra Prime have shown some signs of promise. And then we go over towards Hangzhou, where it's going to be WE up against LGD to round our Monday out.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that first one gonna be an eye-opener, I think, on both sides, right? Like, if FPX end up stomping Ultra Prime, kind of exposing Ultra Prime to a certain extent, but I really do think Ultra Prime are going to come into that and make it a lot closer than a lot of people would expect.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. I certainly will be watching, and I believe in Chelsea, dude. I believe in Chelsea. He can make it happen. We can see the Ultra Prime living up to their name, you know? We'll have to see if it's going to happen tomorrow. But that's going to be it from us today. Thank you so much. If you've watched all 9 games with us today, you're an absolute legend, just like the team. That's going to be it from us. I've been Munchables. That's been Dagda. We'll see you guys tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champs Select.